Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham. Represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham. Represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague.
All right. Before we start tonight, everybody say good morning, Council. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Before we start.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope you guys are all doing well. Oh, boy. Making sure everything's good. Yo, I don't know what that was all about, but hopefully everything gets figured out before things get started. Okay. But good morning. What's popping? Good morning to everyone. Actually, I'm going to do this, because we can. All right. Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in great spirits because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Let's not forget that. A day above the dirt is always a blessing. Please do me a favor before we get into everything. And I got a few things I got to tell you before we get things started. All right. Hit that like button down below. Crush it, do what it do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. If you are watching on these other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, make sure you hit that follow button. Subscribe right here to my YouTube channel. Okay? Don't forget to do that. Hit that notification bell. Set it to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload. Okay? Because it's random. Hit that join button down below. Become a member and check out PascalMerch.com. PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there, so go check it out. PascalMerch.com. Okay, guys, real quick, I wanted to explain something to you guys before we get in everything. It doesn't sound like the echo's there anymore, so the echo is gone. Thank God. Okay, I'm really happy about that. But I do want to give you guys a heads up before we get into everything. I'm not going to be here for the first part of this trial. I'm going to watch a little bit with you guys right now, but I got to take care of a few things. I got I got some important appointments I got to get to, but then I will be back to watch the rest of the trial with you guys. I am going to be watching it though. Okay. But I just won't be on camera with you guys. Okay. Obviously they're making sure the jury is knows the rules of this trial before they jump into today's trial. Day 21, y'all. Day mother loving 21. Let's go.
All right, it's nice to see everybody once more unto the breach, as they say. We're going to continue with this trial.
Closing arguments tomorrow, allegedly.
Being here. I'm going to ask
we'll
some
see.
Questions, and I'll go a little bit into today's schedule and kind of where we're going to go on this. So first question: has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect about this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? All right. Second, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to address at this time? All right. Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. And so what we're going to do, as I said yesterday, we're going to continue with the testimony of the doctor who was on the stand yesterday. And it's anticipated that that is the last witness in the trial. And then we will then take a break, because before we go to the next portion of the trial, which is the closing arguments and the legal instructions, the court has to make some arrangements. They've got to speak to counsel. So it takes a little while. So I'm going to excuse you at that point and have you come back tomorrow. All right. So we're going to finish the evidence today. We're going to excuse you. I'm going to then deal with counsel. And then we will.
Good morning. Good morning.
Do hopefully arguments in charge tomorrow. All right. So again, I can't tell you how much I appreciate everybody's dedication.
Tomorrow, closing arguments for sure.
Following those instructions and being here every day. So that's kind of where we are at this point. All right. And so with that, I'm going to ask the Commonwealth if you could have the doctor retake the stand, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Big Red ain't nobody to mess with, y'all. Big Red ain't nothing to mess with.
Stop right there with your right hand to the front, please.
You want to do something so that the testimony and the evidence you shall testify and now coming between the Commonwealth and the defendant, I shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
All right. Tree Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, when we left off, you were testifying about the decision-making process of the defendant and what she told you about that. Going to what she told you about the voice and what it said to her, did the defendant tell you if the voice told her where to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her how to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her what to use to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her in what order to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her where to try to kill herself?
No.
Did the voice tell her in what way to kill herself?
No.
The fact that the voice, according to the defendant, the voice didn't tell her any of those things, but instead just said, kill the kids so you can kill yourself. Is that significant in your evaluation in any way?
Yes.
How so?
Well, in the small amount of time that Ms. Clancy had in the home without her husband, it was important in order to carry this out, as well as her suicide, to do this quickly, methodically, and the like. And so this is having no instructions as to how to do it, but being able to execute those decisions, including being able to get a phone call and then return it to her husband in the process of all of this. Certainly the phone call was not expected. That is surprising that she was able to accomplish all of this without any other kind of direction or plan.
Does that indicate to you that she was making decisions about those things, about where and how and when?
Your Honor, this is, again, for the record, direct examination. It's leading. I object to it. Have a standing objection.
Yeah, if you could just rephrase that.
What does the fact that she was able to do all of that indicate to you, if anything?
Well, it indicated that she had control of the sequence of what she was doing throughout.
Doctor, you talk in your report about interpersonal psychological theory of suicide. What is that?
Well, that has to do with the decision-making process or the capability for someone who attempts suicide.
And are there three parts to that theory?
Yes.
And what are they?
Well, one would be called aloneness, or the sense of isolation, people not understanding. So that is a real difficult challenge for people to face. They feel that they can't fully share with others. Another is burdensomeness. If someone feels that they are a burden to others. That is also something that we find is a component to those who make serious suicide attempts and completions. And third is what I would call capability. So you can have that sense of aloneness. You can have that sense of burdensomeness. But if you don't have the capability of taking your life, you can be very suicidal, but not ultimately accomplish the suicide. It does not mean that you're not suicidal. But that issue of capability is one that's very difficult because we have a natural will to live. And that is the most difficult thing for people to overcome.
The thing that's the most difficult thing to overcome, that's the capability of actually committing suicide. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
And this theory in the 3 parts, did you compare what Ms. Clancy told you and what you saw in the records to this theory and have any conclusions about that?
Yes.
And what were they?
Well, certainly, the documentation from the medical and mental health records demonstrates that sense of isolation she felt, even in the company of others. That sense that she was just having a problem that was difficult for her to understand, difficult for others to understand, and of course the suicidal feelings that came about, and then ultimately those feelings about harming her children. This is not something that she could share. The sense of burdensomeness, she had planned to go back to work, as she had for her first 2 children, Cora and Dawson. And the time that she was expecting to go to work kept extending because she just did not feel mentally healthy enough to be able to return to work and to function. And so I in some of the documentation where she filled out concerns and was asked about the kind of stressors in her life, she indicated that financial was one of the stressors that she was encountering. So to believe that her brain had been damaged, that she was not able to do what she loved, which was labor and delivery nursing, but also not in a position to help support the family, really was would be a burden for anyone, and certainly that sense of burdensomeness was something that I believe she was experiencing. And then the last component, capability, I truly believe that her suicide attempt was very, very serious, which is why she employed 3 different methods. The fact that the use of the knife and the lacerations were not deep doesn't mean that she wasn't intending to kill herself with a knife. But oftentimes that, as I mentioned, is the most difficult thing. So I think the employment of the 3 different avenues, locking the door, and also not being dressed for the cold, indicate to me that this attempt was very, very serious, despite the fact that the use of the knife was not successful in cutting her arms, cutting her neck.
And so, doctor, in terms of the cutting on the arms and the neck not being sufficient to cause death, is that what you're referring to? Is that as someone faces difficulty or an inability to be capable of actually following through to commit suicide?
Correct.
So in this case, it's your opinion that she was trying to commit suicide but struggling with that third capability issue.
Correct.
Now, you testified yesterday about the intrusive thoughts that Ms. Clancy was having about harming herself in the fall leading up through December into January. And those thoughts at times, would it be accurate to state that Ms. Clancy reported at times that taking Ativan helped with those thoughts?
Yes.
And was there anything significant in your review of the case in terms of her reporting that Ativan helped her with those thoughts?
Yes.
How so?
So Ativan is lorazepam, a benzodiazepine. This is a medication that is very helpful for treating anxiety. It also can help relax people, help them sleep, which was very helpful to Ms. Clancy. And she stated that when she had the intrusive thoughts, taking the Ativan resolved those thoughts. And I think that's significant because it's not a medication. Ativan, lorazepam is not an antipsychotic medication. So it's not meant to treat psychosis, to make people feel more calm. And sometimes it's used for people who are having significant symptoms. But in terms of actually treating psychosis, making a voice go away, it's just not designed to do that.
And doctor, did the fact that the intrusive thoughts went away when taking the Ativan, according to Ms. Clancy, give you further evidence that it was in fact internal thoughts and not an external voice?
Yes.
Now, if someone is experiencing psychosis and is experiencing command hallucinations, can that person still know the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
How so?
Well, hallucinations, even command hallucinations, when they occur, do not propel an individual to automatically obey them. And in fact, many people will engage in behaviors to stop the actions that the voice is claiming. That's something that makes sense, particularly when the command is just so serious and so against someone's values. So it's possible and common for people to engage in behaviors to avoid doing what a command hallucination is saying.
And doctor, is it possible for someone who is experiencing psychosis and command hallucinations to conform their behavior to the law?
Yes.
And how so? Is it basically what you were just telling us?
Yes. If someone is having a command hallucination to do something out in public, but there is a police officer nearby, it certainly is possible for that person to choose not to engage in that behavior because of the consequences. Even though a voice might be saying this, there's other decision-making going on based upon the environment.
Now, doctor, in your evaluation of Lindsay Clancy, did you come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not she was suffering from a mental disease or defect on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
I believe that Ms. Clancy was suffering from a mental disease or defect, and I felt that based upon the presentation, a bipolar 2 diagnosis seemed to make the most sense given the symptoms of insomnia that she had that were precipitated by the Zoloft. And this was just very, very significant. And while it didn't fulfill all the criteria, or many of the criteria, if she were a patient of mine, I would diagnose her as bipolar 2, because I would want to make sure that any doctor who saw her afterwards would be very wary of using an SSRI antidepressant in treating her.
And doctor, you mentioned the drug effects, Zoloft had an effect, and SSRIs might have an effect. Is there a difference when you're treating someone and they're taking medications between being over-medicated and having an adverse reaction to medication?
Yes.
And what is the difference?
Well, when we think about side effects, that is an example of a medication having a response. Now, sometimes we have side effects when we're not necessarily over-medicated, but we put up with those side effects. When there is too much medication, certainly we can experience those side effects. For example, over-sedation, or there are some medications that can cause stimulation, so people are not able to sleep. An adverse reaction is much more serious. An adverse reaction could be, for example, an allergic reaction that could cause death, or some type of reaction that you don't see in most people, but has been reported. So there is a difference between side effects, no matter how difficult they are, and what we would call adverse effects, which can be extremely serious.
And in your review of the records of the medications that the defendant was prescribed from September through December, did you see any evidence of her having adverse effects from the medication?
Well, the insomnia secondary to the Zoloft was very concerning to me, and it would mean not just cutting the Zoloft back, but stopping it. I would say that the Zoloft was in precipitating insomnia. I mean, she reported 48 hours straight of not being able to sleep, that was an adverse effect. And an adverse effect really requires one to stop the medication.
Yeah.
And that is what Dr. Jennifer Tufts did with Ms. Clancy, correct? She had her stop the medication?
Correct.
And in reviewing those records again from September through December of 2022, did you see any evidence that Ms. Clancy was over-medicated?
Excuse me. Get your coffee, y'all.
She experienced some significant side effects from some of her medications. She was given, I think, nurse practitioner Paul gave her clonazepam, which is also a benzodiazepine, and she really had an uncomfortable reaction to that. Just woke up and felt quite confused. So she stopped that medication, understandably. Seroquel is a medication, quetiapine, that at high doses can cause some significant side effects. At lower doses, it generally helps treat insomnia. At higher doses, it can have more significant effects. And in terms of just ability to think and organize one's thoughts. However, Ms. Clancy, in December of 2022, chose at that time to continue on Seroquel, a combination of Seroquel and Valium. Nurse practitioner Gelada had suggested another medication, olanzapine, Zyprexa, which she's taking now. And Ms. Clancy asked that she continue on the Seroquel at that point and the Valium. So,
Whoa.
you know, it's a challenge. One has side effects, but one also sees benefit in the medication. And certainly that combination at that time, I think it was around December 7th, December 9th, that was really helping her sleep. And so she asked to continue on those two medications.
So I guess when I ask about over-medication and you talk about the side effects of the medication, there seems to be a disconnect between maybe what a layperson calls over-medicated versus what the medical definition of that is. So is what you're saying that being over-medicated medically means having side effects to the medication?
Well, no, not necessarily.
So what does over-medicated mean to you in your profession?
Well, if someone were to prescribe a medication that was beyond the limit that safely can be prescribed, for example, it's possible to be toxic on, say, lithium, which is a medication that she took for a while she was at Tewksbury. And if I were prescribing, say, 1,200 milligrams of lithium twice a day, and her lithium level was toxic, as it would likely be, that would clearly be an example
All right,
of
guys.
over-medication.
See you guys in a little bit.
And did you see any evidence of that scenario
Be back
in the
soon.
defendant's records, that she was prescribed too high a dose to make her be at a toxic level of any medication?
I think those who were prescribing for her were responding to the symptoms that she was bringing. There was a kind of a rapid increase in the dose of Seroquel, and that higher dose of Seroquel was she did not. I believe she was ultimately prescribed at 400 milligrams, and she never ended up taking that, but. As a clinician, we do our best to try and treat symptoms.
So, Doctor, did you
Next
see?
question.
Doctor, did you see, other than the Seroquel, any medications that the amount that was prescribed you would think would be over medication?
No.
And then the Seroquel itself, you said she was prescribed up to 400 milligrams, but she reported that she never took that amount, correct?
Correct.
And after her stay at McLean Hospital, she had been weaned off of the Seroquel, correct?
That's right.
And the only medications immediately after leaving McLean Hospital were trazodone and Valium, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Tufts added a medication as a result of her appointments with the defendant in January. Is that correct?
That's right.
And what was that medication?
That was amitriptyline, also known as Elavil.
And you saw that what the initial dose of that was, correct?
Correct.
What was that?
The initial dose from Dr. Tufts was 10 milligrams.
Is that a high dose for an adult?
No, it's the very smallest dose possible.
And then did Dr. Tufts increase that dose?
Yes.
And when was that?
After a week, she increased the dose from 10 milligrams to 20 milligrams.
And is that a significant increase in the dose?
No,
Is 20 milligrams a significant or large dose for an adult?
not at all.
10 milligrams or 20 milligrams of amitriptyline, is that something you could even prescribe to a child?
Yes.
Now, doctor, based on your review of all of the records and your meetings with Ms. Clancy and your collateral interviews, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023 could appreciate the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
My opinion is that she did have the capacity to appreciate right from wrong.
And what do you base that on?
Well, on a number of things. Ms. Clancy had just met with her psychiatrist, Dr. Tufts, the day before. And in that discussion with Dr. Tufts, as documented, she denied suicidal ideation, and she also denied thoughts of harm to others. And also there was an ongoing conversation regarding future possible treatments, esketamine or TMS, which I spoke about yesterday, that could be employed to help her. Also, with regard to the appreciation between right and wrong, the planning involved prior to the strangling of her children, I thought was significant. The searches for distance of 3V, the searches of CBS, all done prior to her sending fairly late in the afternoon a text asking her husband if he didn't mind takeout from 3B and then adding on. So that planning, that preparatory planning, I thought was significant. The avoidance of witnesses. You know, a witness during a time when one is committing a crime can intervene, not just report, but also intervene. And so the fact that this was done without any witness present during a time where she had asked the potential witness to go on a longer errand, also I thought was significant. Concealment is another thing that I think indicated an understanding of right and wrong. I mean, the children were strangled all in the basement. And according to Mr. Clancy, the door to his office had been closed when he arrived to the basement. Timing was really, really significant in this. There was a window of time that Ms. Clancy was aware of in which she would need to kill her 3 children as well as to kill herself, which she expected would happen. She was conscious of time and told me that she had mapped out the distance, et cetera, because she didn't want her husband to be gone too long. But in this case, I think the issue of time and her husband returning, rather than being a solution for her, was a problem. And so to accomplish all of this in the course of that amount of time that Mr. Clancy was gone, I thought was significant, really showed an awareness of time. In terms of the weapons used, now these were exercise bands, but they were all near where the children were strangled. They were placed there. That's where they kept those exercise bands. And the exercise bands were nearly identical. I mean, very similar in terms of what they could do as ligatures. And so that use of weapons that were readily available and nearby also was significant to me in terms of her understanding of and planning. I did not see any evidence that she had delusions about her children, delusions as to something wrong with them or something that required them, because of a delusion, that they needed to die. I don't recall that she ever spoke about her children in a delusional way. Now,
Look, we have a question.
Sure. Next question.
Were there other factors that influenced your opinion that she knew the difference between right and wrong?
yes.
And what were they?
Well, the phone call at 5:34 in the afternoon, I thought was significant. So Mr. Clancy was at CVS and he called his wife, and she did not pick up. She did not answer, but she called him back and had that ability to deviate from what she was doing to be able to respond, and so had the presence of mind to do that, but also to conceal from him what was going on.
Ruh-roh.
Locking the door is another example. I mean, certainly, Ms. Clancy was aware of time and the limited amount of time to accomplish this, but by locking the door, it kept her husband from being able to enter the bedroom and therefore being able to see what had happened. So delayed that time. On arrival, her husband asked her what happened, and she did not confess. She did not tell him what had happened other than, I tried to kill myself. She also did not report auditory hallucinations, but rather said that the children were in the basement. It's my belief that she expected to die, and that by the time Mr. Clancy arrived, she would have successfully been able to take her life.
And sir, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023 had the ability to conform her behavior to the requirements of the law?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Well, if we look at that day, we know that in the morning she took Cora to a pediatrician's appointment. And all physicians receive training in psychiatry, no matter what specialty they go in. That's part of medical school. And so, like other doctors who had seen her who were not psychiatrists at appointments and whatever, the pediatrician also did not notice any unusual things about her. She did not, she was able to conform, right, to the type of behavior that a concerned mother would engage in. She was able to drive to the pediatrician's office and then back. And the day was really one of significant control. The activities that she engaged in that day, spending time with her children with Play-Doh, taking them outside to build a snowman, sending photographs of the children to her mother, to her husband on Instagram, fixing lunch, and also fixing dinner for the children. So the activities of that day were controlled, as were the activities in terms of the planning that we already mentioned. So throughout the day, I mean, she was methodical and quite controlled and organized, even in that space of time that was short. There was a lot to do in terms of killing her children and also killing herself. And I would say that the last point with regard to conforming to the law is that when she received the phone call from her husband, she did not report to him that she was in distress, that she was having hallucinations, that she needed help. So with that phone, by calling her husband back and reassuring him by the fact that, yes, she knew the medication, whatever, that helped guarantee that he would continue on the errands. Had she not called him back, it would likely, or it certainly was possible that he would be concerned enough that he would return home. And so I think the phone figures in just in terms of her awareness and conforming her behavior such that the strangling of her children could be concealed.
And doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023, when she strangled her children, was criminally responsible?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Yes. It is my opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was criminally responsible.
Move to submit Dr. Satoff's CV as the next exhibit.
Any objection, counsel? All right, that may be admitted.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Hold on a second, Ms. Remington. Exhibit. Thank you. All right, counsel.
Morning.
Good morning.
So, Dr. Sartoff, as I understand it, you conducted your investigation or examination of Lindsay by Zoom, correct?
Another criminally responsible.
By June.
Ruh-roh, guys.
Sorry, Zoom. You know,
By Zoom, okay.
Television.
I thought you said because it was the 4th of June. Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell us when you were first engaged by the district attorney's office to assist them in this case?
I first was informed about the case, I think in January or early February of 2026 of this year. The final contract with the university was not completed, as I recall, until April.
And is that a matter of significant import when you're engaged in evaluating a young woman that's charged with triple homicide and you're hired by the government? The fact that there's a contract that wasn't signed by your school?
Well, sometimes it's a long process that I don't have any control over.
Sure, I understand.
I've seen those kinds of things take a while, take longer than one would necessarily want.
So the contract with your school that you're talking about would be the contract for your compensation, for your opinion?
Well, I would never be contracted for an opinion.
Okay.
But
you're getting paid, right?
no, I'm getting paid a salary.
Yes,
The university is getting paid.
and the university is deriving a benefit monetarily from your testimony or working on this case for the DA, right?
That's right.
All right. And how much did the university get as a result of your involvement in this case?
I don't know what the hourly rate is that they charge.
So you don't know what the hourly rate for your time is, right?
Correct.
You don't know how much money was paid by the district attorney's office to the university, right?
Correct.
You don't know how much money will be paid for perhaps yesterday, today, whatever, balance billing. You don't know that either, right?
That's right.
You were retained or engaged in January of 26, right?
Yes.
This is an incident that occurred on January of 23, right?
Yes.
In January of 23 to January of 26, 3 years
That's right.
to being engaged on the case, right?
Correct.
And when you were engaged on the case, at some point, the university must have been out of the picture and you must have started to communicate with the DA's office, the police, or whoever.
That's right.
And you knew about this case. It had a significant amount of publicity, right?
Yes.
Did you know that other doctors on behalf of the district attorney's office were being hired to also evaluate Lindsay?
I didn't specifically know that, but that's usually the case.
Is it important to see someone, to evaluate them as close in time as the incident is alleged to have occurred to your evaluation, or does it matter? In other words, is it better to see someone like, within a month or two after an incident, or 3.5 years later?
Well, what's most important is the collateral information that was gathered at the time to understand what was going on at the time. Ms. Clancy's behavior during her hospitalization and the like, there are records, but certainly there are benefits to an examination closer to the event.
And you would agree with me, sir, that you actually saw and questioned or interrogated Lindsay, 2 months ago?
May 29th and June 4th.
Okay. And when you went to interview her in purposes of your evaluation, you had already accessed the collateral information, sir?
Yes.
Before I go there, let me just review a few things here on your CV, which the jurors will have to examine. You indicated to us your present employment. You have a private practice as a psychiatrist?
No.
Okay. So where do you see patients?
Well, I see patients in the prison system.
They're your patients?
Yes.
What do you do for those people that are in jail?
In prison, within the Virginia Department of Corrections, we have inmates within the prison system who suffer from mental illness and require assessment and treatment.
I see. So you don't have, when you said to the jury a little while ago, if I'm treating my patient and I would prescribe a particular prescription for my patient, and I wouldn't tell my patient to do whatever it is you said. It's not people that go to an office or see you or even on the television to be treated. These are people that are in jail, right?
Prison. Yes.
So there's a difference between jail and prison, right?
Yes.
And this would be in Virginia, is it?
Correct.
So you're dealing with people that are serving hard time in the Iron Mansion, as they say. It's not a house of correction down the street, right?
I see patients who have different varying sentences. Some have life sentences. Some are scheduled for release, in the coming months. So that really varies.
And you work on behalf of the state to evaluate prisoners to determine whether or not they are fit, if you will, to be released into society, right?
once someone's sentence is over, the only way that they could be continued within a prison system would be to be committed to a psychiatric hospital. And I would say that in the 34 years that I've been treating inmates who are patients, I can only recall 2 times where when discharge came up, their condition was such that they required to be civilly committed because of mental illness.
And when you are talking as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator, would that be on behalf of the BOP, Bureau of Prisons?
I have consulted with the Bureau of Prisons on just a few occasions, but
Okay.
Bureau of Prisons is federal, and
Yeah, I know that.
most of my work has been with state.
Okay, but on your resume, sir, you indicate from 2019 through the present, that's a number of years, that you have been employed or engaged as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator on behalf of the United States Bureau of Prisons as it relates to probation or parole. Is that in your resume?
Yes.
And that means, sir, that you evaluate inmates that are trying to get out of jail, and you would evaluate them to determine if they're appropriate for parole, right?
No.
Okay. So when you indicate on your resume from 2019 through the present, you're employed as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator for the United States Bureau of Prisons, how many of these evaluations did you do in the years from 2019 through 2026? 7 years.
I think I've done 2 or 3.
2 or 3.
Yes.
Okay. 2016 through 2022, you're engaged as a consultant psychiatrist for the Elson Student Health Center. What is that?
That's the Student Health Center at the University of Virginia. So that serves students who are at the university.
And like what? I mean, do you evaluate them? Do you treat them? Do you analyze them? What do you do for college students?
My work with the university and the health center really had to do with students who were having difficulty and had left the university and were interested in getting back. And so I was part of a 3-person panel to evaluate the students to see whether or not it would be appropriate to bring them back to the university.
And what, were they like thrown out of the university, or they were disciplined or something? Why would you bring them back? What does that mean?
Well, if there was an event that caused concern, potentially was a threat, for example, then just for the student safety and the safety of all, they would leave the university in order to get the type of care that they needed. And then if they want to come back, then I was part of a panel that would evaluate these students and make a determination about whether it was safe.
So these
for
are
them
the
to come
students.
back.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, that's all right.
Okay. These are students, right?
Correct.
In college, right?
That's right.
That have been thrown out or disciplined or suspended or something, and they're trying to get back into school, right?
That's right.
And when the parents of the students come, they retain you to advocate on their behalf?
No.
No, you work for the school, right?
Correct.
You evaluate them and then back the school up so that these kids can't get back into the school, right?
Can you ask that question again?
No, that's all right. 1999 through the present, you work for the United States Department of Justice, the United States Department of State, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be the United States Attorney's Office, the prosecutors. Like they're the state prosecutors, you get federal prosecutors, right?
Well, federal prosecutors and defenders. I've worked with both.
Well, the defenders certainly don't work for the United States Department of Justice or the United States Department of State, do they?
I was under the impression that federal public defenders were under the umbrella of the Department of Justice.
No, that's called the CJAC. That would be a totally different group of people. Those are people that defend people to try to have them not be abused by the system, if you will.
Yeah, that question be stricken.
2015, you're a psychiatric consultant for the Virginia Office of the Attorney General. Another prosecuting arm, right?
Yes.
2013, Virginia Department of the Virginia Department of Corrections, least restrictive measures for segregation. You evaluate people to determine if they should be in max or disciplinary unit as opposed to general population. Is that what you do?
Yes, I've been asked to do that.
Okay. And you certainly don't advocate on behalf of the prisoners that are being placed in seg or being placed in those closed units with higher security, right?
No, that's not true at all.
The National Security Expert 2007 to the present, Oak Ridge United Associated Universities. What is that?
Yes, that is a group that does research with the Behavioral Analysis Unit and the National Center for Analysis of Violent Crime, and I have done work with them.
Okay. Critical Incident Analysis Group, CIAG, University of Virginia.
Yes.
Okay. Behavioral Analysis Unit, as you told us yesterday, for the FBI at Quantico, right?
That's right.
Psychiatric consultant to the Virginia Department of Corrections, medium, maximum, and supermax facilities, right?
Yes.
Continuing on with your experience, sir, as a witness in this case, you'd agree with me that you were involved as a psychiatric consultant with the Macro Task Force on-site consultation for the Australian Police Service.
Yes.
Former Soviet Union project, Republic of Georgia, TBILISI, Georgia. You're involved with that, sir?
Tbilisi.
Tbilisi, yeah. Critical Incident Response Group for the U.S. Air Force. You're in the assessment unit.
Yes.
Crisis Management Unit, investigative support for Operation Gray Sunset, Jordan.
Correct.
Crisis Management Unit, investigative support unit, critical incident response in Montreal, Quebec.
Yes.
FBI, National Center for Analysis of Violent Crime, Operation New Hope.
Yes.
Bureau of Criminal Investigation, that's BCI, for the Department of the State Police. Would that be Virginia?
Yes.
You also have an interest in and have studied or written about various topics in your career, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Hostage negotiations course, crisis management unit. You were involved with that, is that correct?
Correct.
That was a number of years ago, though. I guess that was like 1996.
That's right.
But you've been involved with the FBI for a long time, right?
Yes.
Fair to say that you're a government man?
Objection.
No, sustained.
Hostage negotiation course. How about Virginia Department of State Police? You involved with them as well, sir? Yes?
Yes.
Advisory positions. You deal with Islam in prison is one of your interests, right? That was a TV program or something?
Correct.
You talk about National Institute for Justice, Standing Committee to advise the Department of State on unexplained health effects on U.S. government employees and their families overseas, right?
Yes.
Analysis of pre-attack behaviors of the Las Vegas shooter, behavioral analysis unit for the FBI.
Yes.
Skipping ahead, papers published. Now, when a doctor or a psychiatrist, or even any doctor really, I guess, publishes a paper that's of interest to other doctors or people, that's called a learned treatise, right? Peer review?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, what is peer review? What does that mean when you're dealing with a person's focus and interest in writing about what they're focused on?
So a peer review journal is one in which once an article is submitted, a paper for publication, that goes to qualified people within the same field who review it and make determinations about the quality and whether or not it should be published. Oftentimes, there will be some edits or suggested edits from those who have expertise. It's a blind process. So if I submit a paper and it's peer reviewed, I don't know necessarily at all who is reviewing it, but it's a way to ensure quality of articles that are published. And that's just an important standard.
So it's kind of a rigorous standard to make sure that what you're writing about is reliable and would be helpful to others that are interested in it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So for example, also it depends on where you're publishing it. You could put something in the National Enquirer, or you could put it in International Psychiatric something or other, right? Which would be a better
I don't think the
publication.
Enquirer
Okay.
is peer reviewed, but
So you certainly would agree with me that the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry is a respected source for learned treatises, right?
yes.
And you would agree with me, sir, that you've been in here telling this jury all about Lindsay and how she didn't hear voices or did hear voices or exaggerated and lied. Have you written any articles at all on the concept of auditory hallucinations?
No.
Have you read any of them?
Read any articles? Yes.
Yeah, okay. You certainly have heard of Dr. Philip Resnick, yes?
Yes.
And it's fair to say, tell me if I'm wrong, is he literally a world-known authority in your field for filicide or the killing of children by their parents?
Yes. He's well known.
And is he also well-written as far as auditory hallucinations, same stuff you've been testifying about?
Yes.
And he published an article in the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry, which is considered to be, if you know, a landmark article about, and I captioned, listening to voices, the use of phenomenology to differentiate malingered from genuine auditory verbal hallucinations. Now, did you read that article?
Yes.
So it is a peer-reviewed article published in a recognized journal, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I would offer this under Commonwealth versus Sneed for the jury, if they wish.
Objection.
Councilor Garcia, sidebar.
Your Honor, while that copy is being made for the district attorney, could I continue?
Sure.
Thank you. Leaving aside the peer review article and the article written by Dr. Philip Resnick, sir, for a minute, papers that you published, and you have in your resume, it says peer reviewed, so that's just what we were talking about, right?
That's right.
All right. Using the moral situational action model of extremist violence to assess fluctuating levels of risk in women, the relevance of risk promotive and protective factors. What does that mean, levels of risk in women with extremist violence?
Well, looking at risk assessment in terms of violence and what may be mitigating factors, in other words, decreasing the risk or the threat, or increasing, that would be enhancing factors. But this is looking at a group in terms of research.
And it's research about women that are involved with extremist violence?
Yes.
Okay. Assessing, strike that. Using the moral situational action violence risk model for assessing women involved in extremist violence, an empirical study. Is that a similar article?
Yes.
Operationalizing theory, a moral situational action model for extremist violence. That would include guys plus women, I guess, right?
I'm sorry.
That would include men plus women, I guess, right? Because it doesn't
Yes.
say women. Suicide, terrorism, performance, violence as a public plunge. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
It's another interest. Crisis leadership and military community resilience. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Painting by numbers, capturing the pathology of socio-political conflict, dealing with depression amongst Palestinians. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Psychological challenges of bioterror. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Trauma and intergenerations transmissions in Kuwait. You wrote that, right?
Yes.
Recognizing borderline personality disorder in the family practice setting. You wrote that, right?
That's right.
Mortality among elderly patients discharged from a state hospital. It's one of your interests, right?
That's right.
Postpartum psychosis induced by bromocriptine. That's the one that you told the jury about originally, that you published 40 years ago, right?
Yes.
Okay. Morality and the radicalization of women. What is that? What was that all about?
Could I be refreshed with that? I'm
Sure. It's just, I mean, you can look at your resume if you wish. I'm just going through it. It's under B, books and chapters. This one is the first one, and it deals with radicalization of women. A handbook, I guess, for terrorism studies. You remember that? It's only 4 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Application of big data for national security, a practitioner's guide. You wrote that, right?
Correct. I was one of 4 editors.
Crisis guide of psychoactive drugs and poisons for the crisis negotiation unit. You wrote that, right?
That's right.
International handbook of threat assessment, right? Yes. Protection of children during armed political conflicts, a multidisciplinary perspective, right?
Yes.
The negotiator's guide, like when somebody's locked in a building and they're threatening to kill people or something, the negotiator's guide to psychoactive drugs, 2nd edition. You wrote a chapter on that, right?
That's right.
The negotiator's guide. And it goes on and on with the negotiators and things like that. Terrorism negotiators, right? It's fair to say that's your focus?
Correct. Well,
Okay. Well, I know you can talk about postpartum, but I mean, I'm asking you if your resume that you prepared, I imagine, well before you were hired by this DA's office, sets forth your interest, right?
yes.
Okay.
The characterization of negotiation as trying to stop killers is not
I'm
not
probably,
accurate.
I'm probably wrong.
Comprehensive.
I apologize. You see it on TV, the negotiators, and they're, trying to help people that are being kidnapped.
On a bridge,
On a
in
bridge,
crisis,
yeah,
something like
okay.
that. So
Just a few more, Dr. Panels and symposia. You'd agree with, let's see, national security implicate. I just want to run through a quick attachment theory, mental wellness as it relates to threat management, threat assessments, corrections, psychiatry presentations, substance abuse and misuse in prisons, perspective on providing medical support during conflict and chaos, targeted violence in the media, lessons from history, the profiler of poisons, understanding the female extremist, crisis operations, leadership, how to fool doctors by injecting chemicals into muscle to obtain opioids, a prison inmate comes clean. Did I read all those topics correctly, sir?
correct.
Invited lectures, talk about extremism, terrorism, the future of policing, children in long-term abductions, how to prevent terrorism, mass shooters, U.S. prisoners, religious rights, religious radicalization, terrorism and the unknown enemy. Basically, that's what your focus is, sir, correct?
No.
And that's coupled with your experience of the two people or so that you recall dealing with in your, it's not a practice, but working for the Bureau of Prisons or the state for Virginia, the people that are in jail. That is the sum total, to be respected, of Dr. Sadoff, correct? I mean, you treated two people. You've written a lot about terrorism and other issues that we went through.
That's not at all a correct
Oh.
characterization.
Oh, I'm sorry, because I read your resume, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I related what you indicated to the jury, your experience when I asked you about patients or treating people. I said that right?
I've been treating patients, and I continue to for the last 40 years.
Now, in all of your experience, sir, have you ever treated a woman suffering from postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
When?
In the late 1980s and also during the 1990s when I ran a unit in a state hospital.
So this would be women, 1980s, about 30 years ago or 20 years ago, depending on which one, in a prison that you were.
No.
Oh, was it?
In a state hospital.
State hospital. Were they
Correct.
committed? Were they there because they wanted to be there, or were they committed by order of the court?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Usually committed.
Okay. So other than that, sir, do you have any interest, writing, knowledge about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis?
Well, it really is a requirement when you assess and treat women to be aware of their histories and making determinations. So that has continued really throughout my career, men and women.
What did you just say? Can you repeat that again? You're treating women with what?
Treating women with psychiatric problems, serious illness, psychosis.
So when you defined for the district attorney the concept of, let's say, psychosis yesterday, were you referring in any degree to a woman who has had a baby and is in a period of postpartum depression, shall we say?
Yes.
Okay. And when and how were you treating those people?
That was during the period of 15 years when I ran a unit of men and women who came in with serious psychiatric symptoms.
So what would you do? Would you analyze them? Would you talk to them, counsel them? What would you do while they're in the hospital?
Well, do full assessment with a multidisciplinary team and make determinations about proper treatment, proper therapy, medications, and the like to treat the symptoms.
And generally, what would the symptoms be, sir, in your experience?
Symptoms of postpartum depression. Okay. Well, certainly within that period of time around birth or after birth, the DSM has a 4-week period. Others expand that to as much as a year. But certainly depressive symptoms postpartum are similar to the symptoms that you see in a regular depression. You can have suicidality, you can have guilt, changes in appetite, changes in weight, changes in concentration, changes in physical activity. You can also have significant problems with sleep, either sleeping too much or not enough. So these are depressive symptoms that come in the postpartum period and require assessment and treatment.
Are you aware, sir, in your practice or studies of the number of women that commit suicide during the postpartum period? Are you aware of that?
I can't quote you a figure.
Do you have any clue at all?
No.
Would you agree with me, sir, that one of the unfortunate components of a woman who has had a baby and is suffering from postpartum depression and living with it, that can, on a dime, turn into postpartum psychosis very quick, right?
It can be rapid.
And you indicated, sir, that there, according to the DSM, is a 4-week cutoff for symptomology, and then you mentioned that there are others. Is it the World Health Organization that you said that talks about a year?
Correct.
There are some other psychiatric organizations that talk about different periods of time, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, right?
Correct.
So when a woman is dealing with these symptoms and goes to a doctor, or even you, when you're treating, as you indicated 15, 20 years ago, you were treating, is it important to take a blood test?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm sorry, my bad. Is it important to take a blood test?
Is it important to take a blood test?
Yeah, you just went through the whole thing about we're going to have the team and they're going to evaluate and we're going to prescribe. I'm just asking, is it important to take a blood test of the patient?
It can be.
Based on what?
Based on the presenting symptoms, based on the history, based on medical history. For example, if someone has recently been in a hospital and been treated, there may not be a necessity for drawing blood again, depending on the types of symptoms that you encounter. It's not a standard that everyone who presents to a psychiatrist requires blood tests.
So if you're a psychiatrist who's been practicing private practice for about, I don't know, a month, maybe 2, and is prescribing antipsychotic medications, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor medications, benzodiazepine medications to a young woman who is complaining of what the young woman perceives to be difficulties postpartum, is it important to take a blood test to find out what, if any, prescription drugs they have on board in their system?
To check and find out, did you say what drugs are on board?
Yeah, I mean, you're treating this patient, right? And they're coming off this, hypothetically with you, but they're coming off the street to see a psychiatrist for help, right?
Yes.
And if they're already been prescribed drug after drug after drug by a particular doctor with her 2 months of robust experience, is it a fair statement that you should take a blood test of that person?
Well, it really depends on the medication. There are some medications that really require blood tests because of levels and the like. Many psychotropic medications are not there's not an easy test for the amount of medication in the system. So it depends on the circumstances, and it depends on the medication. I mean, for example, lithium or carbamazepine or valproic acid, those are all mood stabilizers. Certainly taking a blood test would be very important. So it depends.
Depends. Can I just ask you to spell those 2 drugs that you just pronounced for the stenographer, please?
Carbamazepine,
Yeah.
Carbamazepine,
Okay.
valproic acid, Valproic acid, also known as valproate, Valproate. And did I mention lithium?
That's not a hard one. The record has to be accurate, that's all.
Understood.
Okay. Now, doctor, are there other tests in your experience that are or can be or should be administered to a young woman or a woman who's had a baby and is coming to a doctor, like Dr. Tufts, for example? Are there other tests that can be administered to determine if, in fact, that person is suffering from postpartum depression?
I'm not aware of any specific test that specifically diagnoses depression. Years and years ago.
Oh, postpartum depression, sir.
Pardon me?
Postpartum depression is my question.
Correct.
Depression. I know you want to say it's the same thing, but postpartum depression is my question.
And you're asking if there's a blood test for postpartum
I'm
depression?
asking if there's any tests at all that a psychiatrist can or should administer to the patient coming to them for help.
Well, there's the Edinburgh scale, which is a self-report that patients fill out for who are postpartum.
You looked that up last night?
No.
Well, you knew about the Edinburgh scale?
Yes.
You administered the Edinburgh scale?
Pardon me?
Have you administered the Edinburgh scale?
No. It's a self-report, usually given by nurses.
Nurses, okay. In any event, it's a scale that is a useful tool to determine the level or degree of depression that a person may be expressing that is suffering from postpartum depression, correct?
That's right.
And do you know what the numbers are on the scale? Like, is it 1 to 23 or is it 1 to 50? Or do you know what it is?
It's a 30-point scale.
And when you say
So 1 to 30, as I understand it.
And when you say a self-report, the patient would then advise what symptomology they're suffering at that particular point in time, right?
Correct.
And then the doctor would then determine whether or not there is a risk or an extreme risk or a deadly risk of this person committing suicide, harming someone else, whether it's a baby or anybody else, and determine what the level of their postpartum depression is, right?
Yes, it can help.
And did Dr. Tufts administer Edinburgh test to this young woman?
I know that Ms. Clancy, there were a number of Edinburgh tests that were given to her, so that there are some scores in her record. I can't recall which practitioner gave her the Edinburgh test, but I do recall that there are a number of scores within her medical record.
Right. And what was her highest score?
The highest score that I recall was 23.
23 out of 30, right?
Correct.
And over 15, the patient is in pretty serious trouble, right?
Over 15 is concerning, definitely.
Right. And she was 23. Right?
Yes, I believe so. I think they ranged from 19 to 23, just
Right,
from my
the
memory.
increase as time went by, right? She was getting worse,
Correct.
right? Yeah. All right. And in addition to the regular blood test, which costs like, I don't know, about $100 to administer a blood test to see what somebody's got in their system. It's not a lot of money, right, for the insurance company.
I just didn't hear you.
Blood test. It's not a lot of money for an insurance company to pay, right? To cover.
Correct.
Okay. So do you feel that it is reasonable medical procedure for a psychiatrist dealing with a woman who is expressing under the Edinburgh scale off the charts or serious trouble, who is on medication, as we went through? The antipsychotic drugs, the SSRI drugs, the amitriptylines are at the end of the period of treatment with these people, the benzodiazepines. It's helpful to take a blood test, right?
It can be.
And is that, in your opinion, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, a step that should be taken by a competent doctor?
That taking blood tests can be appropriate, yes.
And then there's an additional blood test that you can use when you're dealing with a woman who's suffering from postpartum depression or coming to the doctor for help and they have significant narcotics or prescription drugs in their system, and that would be an enzyme test, right?
I'm not aware of an enzyme test being typically available or used.
Well, it costs a lot of money, doesn't it? Like it costs a couple of grand?
I don't know.
All right. In any event, sir, are there any other concerns that one would have if they're competent and they're treating somebody that's come to them for help in addition to a blood test and perhaps enzyme test to determine the metabolizing aspect of the person's system, metabolizing or processing these drugs that are in their system, the enzyme test? Are there any other tests or concerns that you have with a woman whose postpartum depression complaints come to your doorstep?
Well, depending on the presentation, sometimes it's helpful to check thyroid function. That can certainly be a cause of psychiatric symptoms.
Did they do a thyroid test on Lindsay?
No.
That's not a lot of money that the insurance company would complain about, right?
Correct.
One of the things that I just don't want to forget, sir, is that the district attorney asked you, while we're talking about the drugs, about the Lamictal, otherwise known as lamotrigine. Did I pronounce that right?
Lamotrigine, yes.
Lamotrigine. And she said that Lamictal, it has a side effect of a rash, right? You recall that, sir?
I think I said serious rash.
No, I think she said rash. You may, it's up to the jury what their recollection is, but you may have said serious rash, but we both agree it's a serious rash, right?
Yes.
In fact, it can be fatal, right?
In very rare occasions, yes.
It can be fatal, right?
Yes, in very rare occasions.
Well, if one person out of 1,000 gets Stevens-Johnson syndrome or prurigo nodularis as a result of taking that medication, that's something that we should not tolerate as doctors, right?
Risks and benefits are something that every physician, every prescriber needs to think about.
So you've heard of, as it relates to Lamictal as a prescription drug, what's called 10. You've heard of that, right? As a side effect?
Yes.
And that means what?
It is a pretty severe reaction of the skin, as I recall, causing blistering. I mean, it's very significant.
So if you have a young woman who is a nurse, an RN, who worked for 7 years in a very prestigious hospital's labor and delivery unit, who was so nervous about drugs that were being prescribed to her that she would at night sit in her kitchen on her phone and Google all sorts of side effects of narcotics, the drugs, the Seroquel, lamotrigine, all of these drugs. Is it an unreasonable decision for her to say, I don't want to take that drug, in your opinion?
It seems like you're asking, is it reasonable to decide not to take the drug?
Yeah, that's what she did. That's what you told us yesterday. That's what the DA asked you yesterday, right?
It was a decision that she made.
And in your opinion, sir, after we just went through all of this with the TENS, with the toxic epidural necrolysis and all the rest of that, and she's a nurse, and she's looking up these drugs that she's being prescribed and says, I don't wish to take that drug, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty based on your experience, is that a reasonable decision for her to say, I don't want to take it?
The benefits of that drug are profound, and millions of Americans take that medication and find it to be very important for them.
Doctor, you're an intelligent man, you're a doctor, you've got a lot of experience dealing with the prison system. We've already gone over all of that. You understand my question, don't you? Just ask,
Yes.
Is that a reasonable decision for Lindsay to make, to say, I don't wish to take that drug? Based on all the side effects, whether or not it's rare that people die, whether or not it's rare that they break out on their skin with these permanent lesions and bleeding pustules, is it reasonable for her to say, I don't want to take it?
In her mind, it was.
Yeah. And certainly, we don't want to leave it with the jury that she's so vain that she just didn't want to take something that she might get a little rash. In any event. Now, have in mind, there's no blood test, there's no enzyme test for metabolite test, there's no thyroid test, but we still have the pill factory through Dr. Tufts and then into Dr. Gelada for that period of time. You're telling this jury that that is, in your opinion, reasonable little drug doses that she was prescribed? Is that what you're telling this jury, sir?
That it was reasonable to prescribe?
Yeah, the drugs, one right after the other, and then stopping the SSRI, not weaning off, stopping it flat out. Is that reasonable?
Objection.
Sustained, just as to form.
Is it reasonable, sir, in your opinion, to tell someone who's on an SSRI, such as Zoloft or Prozac, just stop it and we'll put you on something else, or should you wean it off?
In the case of the Zoloft and the severe insomnia, in my view, it was reasonable to stop it.
And then prescribe new drugs?
Well, insomnia was a significant problem, so as I recall, Ativan and Benadryl were prescribed to assist her with those symptoms.
Now, if somebody, is nervous because they have an exam coming up, or they just can't sleep because maybe they're worried about their job, there's a big difference between that and serious insomnia. Is that true?
Yes.
And Lindsay was suffering very serious insomnia, according to the medical records and her statements to her providers, right?
That's right.
And in fact, when Tufts increased the SSRI 25 to 50, she went 48 hours straight without being able to sleep, right?
That's
Oh, I'm still here, guys.
She went
I'm watching.
immediately to Tufts and complained about that and said, I can't sleep. It's 48 hours. I just can't sleep, right?
Yes, I think that was around the 21st of October.
And in your experience with dealing with terrorism and terrorist threats and things like that, would you agree with me that sleep deprivation is used as a torture?
It can be, yes.
And in fact, the side effects, if you will, of a person who's suffering from serious insomnia can actually lead to psychosis, can it not?
Yes, it's possible.
You're aware that while she's living in her house with her husband, Pat, and their 3 kids, that by all accounts, she was a happy mother, wife, friend, daughter, all of the above, right?
No.
So as the summer progressed, is it your understanding from Dr. Sadoff's investigation in this case that Lindsay Clancy and her husband, Pat, and their kids during the summer of 22 were not living their best life, enjoying life?
The summer was very good from Callan's birth really through much of August. Through the time that Patrick Clancy was at home, that first 12 weeks was really quite good.
And then it went sideways, right? She started having some concern about anxiety, right?
She did.
That brought her to Dr. Tufts' office. Oh, brought her to talk to Dr. Tufts on the telemedicine, right?
Correct.
And then she started getting her prescriptions, such as the SSRI at 25, SSRI increased to 50, 48 hours without sleep, went back to Dr. Tufts, more medications prescribed, right?
Yes.
Was she in rough shape in October of 2022 after dealing with Tufts for about 3 weeks?
She was certainly having difficulty, although the Benadryl and the Ativan were very helpful for sleep.
Okay. I'm just going to grab this item here. I'm just going to kind of hold it. In your investigation, and look, you did look at the text messages and all the stuff that was on Lindsay's phone. Right?
Yes.
Her life was pretty much turned inside out, right? I mean, government got access to every text message she sent, right?
Yes.
Every email that she sent, right?
Yes.
Every memo that she wrote on her phone or on her computer or whatever, right?
Yes.
Every journal entry that she ever wrote during this period of time, we have it all, don't we?
Yes.
And in October 20th, sir, did you see this text where she texted her mother and said, Mom, will you please come up and stay with me a bit? I'm really sick. Something's wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night. I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started to take medicine the doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary. And I don't. Did you see that?
Yes.
So she wasn't doing well in October, was she?
Correct.
And continued to see Tufts, right?
Yes.
Gelada, right?
Nurse practitioner Paul and then Gelada. Yes.
Okay. Now, in your investigation of the medical records, would you agree with me that Lindsay was not running around from doctor to doctor to try to physician shop to try to get drugs so that she could get high or use the drugs? That's not what she was doing, was it?
Ms. Clancy expressed concerns that she was not following a plan, and that it would have been better for her had she tried to stick with a plan.
Is that one sentence in all of the medical records where it makes reference to the fact that she said something like, I should have stuck with the plan? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. My question, sir, was Dr. Tufts, Dr. Paul, Dr. Gelada.
Nurse practitioner Paul and Gelada.
I apologize again. That's
all right.
My bad. Nurse practitioner Gelada. Up to that point, bringing us into November, these people and other emergency room visits that she had, she was not going out looking to score drugs off of drug prescriptions. Is that fair?
Correct.
And she, in fact, looked up Tufts, but she didn't even know who Tufts was. She went online and Googled postpartum depression and found an expert. Isn't that right?
That's my understanding.
But she was only practicing for like a month or two. Was she, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty, an expert?
Objection.
Overall.
It depends on the amount of training that she received, not just as a physician and a resident, but also in the area of women's health.
So the young lady goes online, Googles, trying to get help, goes to see the expert, Dr. Tufts, ultimately deals with nurse practitioner Gelada and counselor that worked in that medical field business, Letitia Dukes, I believe is her name.
Right.
And then she had the need to go to an emergency room and went to Mass General Hospital, right?
That's right.
And she was with her husband, Pat, right?
Correct.
And she had been complaining about lack of sleep, insomnia, right?
Yes, as I understand.
She had been complaining about inability to emote, feeling hollow, not myself, right?
Correct.
And a number of other complaints that were brought to the fore. And the hospital made a recommendation that she go to McLean Hospital, which is a locked ward mental institution in Massachusetts. And she chose not to do that, correct?
That's right.
So then what she did is went back to her home and immediately hooked up again, if you will, with Tufts, right?
That's right.
In December, one of the people at the South Shore perinatal unit advised her to go to a hospital that specializes in postpartum women. That would be Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island, right?
That's right.
And she went there like the next day, right after they called, right?
Yes, I think they fit her in pretty quickly. Was it maybe the 20th of December?
And her husband dropped her off for that day program, right?
That's right.
And she participated with the coloring, with the conferences, or with the discussions, and evaluations with the doctor, right?
Yes.
For about 8 hours. It was about an 8-hour day, right?
Something like that.
And on that day, in December 20th, she was turned away, basically, right?
I don't know that I would term it turned away.
Did they help her?
By Dr. Diaz's notes, but
Did they help her?
pardon me?
Did they help her?
They felt that another program might be more appropriate, either inpatient or partial hospitalization or outpatient, just based upon her concerns about medication.
And her concerns about the symptomology of postpartum depression, right? That's why she was there.
She was having depressive symptoms, yes.
Right. And that's in addition to, everybody wants to say GAD, general anxiety, depression. This woman was there for treatment of postpartum depression, right?
She was there for treatment of depression. I was under the impression that most of the women who were in that program were much closer to had given birth to their children. And so in that respect, it was not the group that they served were much closer to that postpartum period, as I understand.
You're not going to say to this jury that because Lindsay was outside of the, let's say, 4-month cutoff, that she was not a good candidate for postpartum depression treatment? Is that what you told us, Jay?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you said because of the time frame from giving birth to the time that she went to see them.
I was just speaking about my understanding from the note from women and infants in terms of their decision making.
Okay. And women and infants basically discharged her after about 8 hours, right?
Yes.
And her husband was up skiing, and then she contacted him, and he had to come down and pick her up and bring her home, right?
That's right.
And the reason that she was discharged from Infants Hospital in Rhode Island included a statement, RO, rule out issues regarding prescription medications, correct?
Yes, that's my recollection.
And she indicated that she was going to go right back to TOPS, right?
Yes.
And she did, didn't she?
Yes, as I understand.
And would you agree, sir, that every time a doctor said to Lindsay to do something, whether it was to make an appointment somewhere, whether it was to take another drug, any advice, that she was on it immediately? Is that fair?
She attended her appointments. Yes.
Well, not just that, she attended them right away. Well, she was told, for example, at McLean, you read those records, that she should hook up with her provider, and she did the very next day, right?
Yes.
Okay. So she wasn't avoiding seeing healthcare professionals, was she?
No.
And she was continuing to express concern about her state of mind. She felt that her mind, her brain was being damaged. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Those are in the records, right?
Correct.
And she felt that her brain being damaged was permanent and she was never going to get better, right?
Yes.
She was complaining not just to her physicians, but she was complaining to people in her community that she was having intrusive thoughts, dark thoughts, suicidal thoughts, and homicidal ideation. She said that, correct?
The homicidal ideation, as I understand, was just voiced to her husband and her mother.
Just voiced? Is that what you just said? Just voiced? Is that like talking about the Red Sox?
Affection.
She's talking about homicidal ideation of her children.
Sustained. Next question.
I asked you about her complaints of intrusive thoughts, complaining to doctors, complaining to friends, complaining to neighbors, family about dark, intrusive thoughts of suicide and homicidal ideation. Didn't she?
I just don't recall that she complained of homicidal ideation to
Okay, so-
healthcare providers.
Finish answering.
I think, Doc, you finished? Did you finish the answer? Doctor, did you finish that last answer?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Next question.
So we'll put homicidal ideation aside for a minute. Would you agree that for that period of time, short as it may have been in her life, November into December, that she was reaching out to people that would listen to her for help?
Yes.
Would you agree, sir, that she would tell, for example, neighbors or friends with the Learning Sprout School, her family, her doctors, that she was having these dark, intrusive thoughts of suicide? Yes or no?
Did you ask whether or not she was telling her children's teachers at Learning Sprouts?
Anyone that she would come in contact with, whether it's a friend, whether it's a teacher, whether it's an administrator, whether it's somebody that just watches the kids in the playground, did she tell anyone that she had dark, intrusive thoughts to your investigation?
Those people that you named, I wasn't aware that she informed them about that.
When someone says, with her history up to this point in December, that they're having dark, intrusive thoughts to a professional, in your opinion, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, does it make sense that the professional should ask the person whether or not these are voices that they're hearing in their head, or whether or not they are just thoughts that they're having?
Certainly exploring that is important.
And would you agree with me, sir, that when you have a young woman that, again, by all accounts, done nothing wrong in her life, exemplary citizen, has these issues and sees the doctors, that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, a physician should do a little bit more than asking, do you have a plan? I mean, is that accepted practice, just to say, do you have a plan? And if they say no, you're okay.
I wasn't aware that that was the only question.
Okay. She was also told that counsel had asked you yesterday about other recommendations that were given to her by Women and Infants, and that you said that she did not follow through on that, but she did see Dr. Tufts pretty much the next day, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, and she said that she was going to go see Dr. Tufts the next day, right?
Yes.
And just to mention, before I forget it, the Lamictal, I think you mentioned to the jury that she had a prescription for Lamictal that she was able to fill, right?
Correct.
But she didn't take it, right?
That's right.
And then Tufts told her that she was going to, she meaning Tufts, was going to give her a script for Lamictal, and she said, no, I already have one, right?
It was Nurse Gelada.
Okay, sorry.
She had gotten the prescription and filled it from Dr. Tufts. And Nurse Gelada, when asked about the Lamictal, was very favorable about it and said, yes, that's great. That would be great.
Sir, I know. You want to tell me that it's a wonderful drug. Did she tell nurse practitioner Gelada, I already have a script, I don't need it?
Yes.
Among other things, when people are in trouble and they're having dark suicidal thoughts, whether or not it's voices in their head, whether or not it's thoughts that they can't go on anymore, they can't live life, they have to kill themselves, many times they're told to call suicide hotlines, right?
Yes, Aspire.
Aspire. What is Aspire?
I don't know what it stands for, but it is a hotline that Ms. Clancy called twice because of her suicidal ideation.
When did she call Aspire saying that she had thoughts of killing herself?
I can't recall specifically.
But she did call them not once but twice and told them. So she complained and told them that she was going to kill herself, right? Twice. Right?
She spoke to them about suicidality.
So here's a young woman with all of what she's been through who now is to the verge of killing herself and reaches out to people that her health care providers told her to call for help, said that she was going to kill herself, and what did Aspire do?
As I understand, they redirected her to her provider. They did not make a decision to hospitalize or to recommend hospitalization.
They didn't make a decision to do anything.
Objection.
Yeah, so you can form that as a question, please.
Did you read the records dealing with Aspire? Did they do anything other than tell her, no, you're not someone that we can help?
I know that they were not responsive to her suicidality because she did not indicate that she had a plan.
And did you read a transcript or listen to a tape, or how do you know that?
I recall it someplace in the documents, it being referred to, but I can't tell you exactly where.
So this, sir, obviously is a murder trial, and you are a witness for the government, and you've indicated that you've read the records. You just told this jury that in the conversation that she had with the people from Aspire that she expressed suicidal ideation and was asked if she had a plan. Where are you getting that from?
I can't tell you exactly within the records.
How about the second time she called Aspire? Why would she call Aspire again if they wouldn't help her the first time? In your opinion, as a psychiatrist, looking for help?
Continuing to seek help.
And yet again, she didn't get any, did she?
That's my understanding.
To a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty with treating the patients to the extent that you've told this jury that you have, what kind of a devastating effect would that have on a person who's ready to kill themselves that's called Aspire hotline twice and has been turned away?
Objection.
Overrule.
It could have a very serious effect.
And after being discharged from Women and Infants Hospital and reaching out to Aspire, you'd agree with me that one of the concerns that the doctor at Women's Hospital in Rhode Island had is the medication that she had been prescribed by Thompson nurse practitioner Gelada, right?
Correct.
And that's one of the reasons that they could not treat her. It wasn't just that, no, we don't think that you're postpartum depressed. We just think that there's a complicated overlay involving the medications that you've been prescribed, right?
Yes.
And these medications obviously included selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, right?
Yes. Prozac and Zoloft.
Right. And one of the things that a doctor would be concerned about, especially with a woman who's had a baby and has stopped breastfeeding the baby, is the effect that that may have on the woman, physically, mentally, emotionally, when they stop breastfeeding a baby, right?
Yes.
And you've heard of gamma aminobutyric acid, otherwise known as GABA, right?
Yes.
And can you tell us, please, what that is, sir?
I'm sorry.
Can you tell us, please, what that is, sir? What is GABA?
I believe that you're referring to Lyrica.
No, I'm asking about the actual acid in the person's system, their blood, that is gamma amina BULRYC acid. It's got nothing to do with lamictal. It's got nothing to do with Seroquel. It's got nothing to do with the drug industry. This is in the body. When a woman stops lactating, a woman stops breastfeeding.
Yes.
There is a physical effect on the person, the body, right?
Yes.
What is that effect?
It depends on the individual. There's variable responses postpartum, and as I understand, she stopped breastfeeding around October, by October 21st or so, when the Ativan was started.
Would you agree with me, sir, that the GABA, make it easier to type, is basically affects, its primary effect is on the neurotransmitters in the brain, right?
Yes.
Okay. That sounds pretty complicated. Neurotransmitters, I mean, is that like where you have a spark plug on a motorcycle and you can actually gap it and get it to kick over? It's a neurotransmitter in the brain? That sounds like it.
Well, yeah, it's more complicated than that.
I figured.
Obviously.
But nevertheless, it's still basically, you're talking about the actual organic matter of the brain, right?
Yes.
And would you agree, sir, that when a woman is pregnant, that there are progesterone hormone surges during that pregnancy?
Yes, there are hormonal changes.
Their hormone doesn't just change, it can actually surge, and it can be quite impactful to the person, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me, sir, that one of the metabolites of progesterone, which has been unleashed when a woman is pregnant, with the progesterone hormone surging through their body, that you have a metabolite that actually enhances or increases the GABA activity of the neurons in the brain, right?
It can, yes.
And what is that metabolite, sir, that increases that activity in the very organ of the brain?
I can't tell you.
Is it a allopregnanolone? If you know?
No.
No, it's not, or no, you don't know?
I don't know.
Immediately after a woman has a baby, would you agree, sir, that the progesterone that we just talked about and the allopregnanolone that you don't know about drops precipitously according to the medical treatises, right?
Objection.
If he knows, he can answer that.
Yes.
And what does that mean, sir? Tell me, when it says that the progesterone and the allopregnanolone in the body drops precipitously. What does that mean, precipitously?
That means rapidly.
And a sudden drop, sir, you would agree has a significant potential of causing serious GABA dysfunction, right?
That certainly would be possible.
Do you know that, or are you just agreeing with me?
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay. Do you want me to keep going?
Want to take a short break?
I don't care. I'm just saying that.
Yeah. Why don't we take the morning recess at this point? All right.
Court, all rise, please. Jury, kindly close your notebooks. Keep on the chairs. This way, please. Chairs have exited the courtroom.
All right, Counsel, can I see you at sidebar, just briefly? Doc-
Ooh, doggy. Well, that was very interesting so far. What's good, everybody? What is popping? What is good? Wow. Very interesting first part of the day. The thing is like I'm kind of curious. I feel like I know where he's going, right? It feels like I know where he's going, but there's another part of me that's like, where are we going? You know what I mean? Now, obviously, he's like trying to show. And again, thank you guys so much for being here, being a part of the show, and watching over here. And you guys could be watching anywhere else, so that really means a lot to me that you're supporting the channel and sticking around while this morning's been a fairly busy one, just to say the least. But and like I said, I've been watching. You've been hearing my voice and everything throughout this. So here's the thing. This is very interesting. I mean, he's doing the same thing that he was doing with the other experts that came in, over the last few days. And it's almost like he's trying to say, like, hey, you have no experience talking. You have no experience being an expert or being brought in as an expert on postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression, period. It's like, no, you have no experience. I don't understand why you're being brought in. What's going on? Why are you being brought into this thing? Because you have no experience. But it is interesting when you hear like how she was calling, certain facilities, organizations, hotlines and all that, saying that she was having certain ideations, saying that she was struggling and all that. It's very shocking. And then what's interesting about this particular expert that's on the stand, I'm forgetting his name is escaping me right now. Hold on. I forgot his name for a second here.
I'm just saying that.
Why don't we take the morning recess at this point? All right.
Dr. Greg. All right. The hold on, guys. The FBI's behavioral analyst. I mean, you could see that, ma'am. Sorry. You could see that he clearly was struggling near the end when he was asked a bunch of these questions, right? I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be like another full day of questioning by the defense. And then, of course, prosecution will most likely do another round as well. I mean, we'll see. You know what I mean? We can only wait to see about that. But it is just very crazy that and then you saw at the end. Did everybody see? Let me see if I can pull that up. Did everybody see the look on Lindsay?
I'm agreeing with you.
Face.
Okay.
Hold on. Do
you want me to keep going?
He's like, I'm whooping this boy right now. Do you want me to continue, or do you want to give him a chance to take a breather? Because you should have seen, and if you see the look on Dr. Greg's face when he gets up, like he's like, oh my God, like Big Red ain't messing around. Okay, Big Red ain't nothing to mess with. Period. We can clearly see that. All right, but take a look at this before it pans over and shows Lindsay Clancy's face. She clearly is happy about this. Yeah, classic one. Yeah, his long pauses will only extend the trial. No kidding. Okay, they will only extend the trial because it's already been extended. Let's be real. All right. They should have been in closing arguments right now, today, and that's not happening. It's going to happen tomorrow, right? So, nonetheless, it's just very interesting to see. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. Take a look.
Want to take a short break at
I don't care. I'm just saying that.
Why don't we take the morning recess at this point? All right.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors,
Look at that look on his face. He's like, he's like, is it over yet? Oh my God. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. But Big Red is doing his mother loving job. Okay. Just so you know.
This way.
Now look at Lindsay Clancy. That is a look. That is a look. So, I mean, you know, let me just say this. Okay, no matter what side you are standing on when it comes to this, Big Red doing his damn thing. And that's damn right. That's what he's supposed to be doing. He's supposed to do his job, defending his client. And he's doing the damn thing. Is it going to work? That's the question. We're seeing this court of public opinion is seeing this, right? The court of public opinion is consuming this and seeing it with our own two eyes and going, ooh, you know, damn, he going in, blah, blah, blah. But will the jury actually see what he's trying to do? Will they see, okay, reasonable doubt? Yeah, it's possible that she had postpartum psychosis and she did what she did. Here's the thing, though. Every expert that has gone up and spoken on this so far has said she did this with criminal intent, period. Every single last one. Doesn't matter if the experts are getting, you know, completely, you know, strung up and whipped in the town square by the defense. They've all said criminal. This was all criminally done, right? Criminal intent, right? So, question, and somebody else just said it here too, and I'll just, you know, and basically echoing what I was saying here. Jay Blazin was just basically saying the jury is going to have sympathy for her, but will they? Will they? You got to remember, I mean, here's the thing. Yeah, Bonafide, she thinks she's won. I don't know. I don't know about that. I know some other people are saying, oh, yeah, she going to walk. First off, she ain't going to walk, okay? She took the life of her kids. So it's not like she's going to be out here breathing in this freedom air anytime mother loving soon, okay? So let's make sure we don't get that twisted. She ain't walking out into the free world at all. If she gets locked up, when she gets locked up, okay, it'll be two different places, one of two places. She either is going to be in a mental facility, a mental institute for the rest of her days, or she's going to be locked up behind prison bars for the rest of her days. She is not going to be out here free as a bird, okay, getting the opportunity to maybe procreate again and have more children and start a whole new family. Nope, okay? She ain't going to get none of that. She's screwed. Her life is done, okay? I guess she isn't literally walking either, but you get what I'm saying, okay? She ain't going nowhere. She going to be straight up in a mental health facility, or she going to be in the new season of Orange is the New Black, okay? Hanging out with Thunderclap. That's literally all she going to be doing. I know Thunderclap is actually in California and she's in Massachusetts, but you get what I'm saying, all right? Just saying. She'll be drinking prison wine for the rest of her days, okay? That's toilet fermented juice. That's for the rest of her days. If she's found criminally responsible for taking the life of her kids. Now, the question is, was she over-medicated? Is it because of postpartum psychosis or any of that stuff? Seriously, start asking those questions now, because those are the exact same questions that the jury will be asking as well. They're going to be like, hey, because for a fact, I have a feeling this is not going to last. This is going to last a few days. The deliberation. I can't even say it. The deliberation. I really think that deliberation is going to last a little bit longer than, just a day, because I have a feeling you're going to have jurors feeling some type of way. You're going to have jurors that are going to be like, yes, this was psychosis. This was definitely psychosis. And there's going to be other ones that are like, nah, she killed those kids, man. She wrong for that. You can miss me with the bullshnish about her saying, oh my God, I had a voice speaking in my head, and therefore this is why I did it. And I haven't heard from the voice ever again, but I did it at that time. It's like, there are some people, some jurors, I'm sure, I can't speak on the jurors. It may be unanimous. You never know. But there's a possibility that some of these jurors are going to look at this and go, this is a bunch of bullshnish. And then there's going to be other ones going, hey, wait a second. There is something real here. Now, I want to make this abundantly clear. We heard from what her defense was saying, her defense attorney, saying, Reddington, he was basically saying, like, she made phone calls. She made attempts on trying to get the right kind of help. And again, the institutions, etc., failed her. Okay, that is true. Those things, they did fail her. But she's the one who said, go to God. Baby, go to God. You see what I'm saying? So I feel like there's going to be people out here going, well, no, the system failed her. The system failed her. You got to understand, it's the system that screwed up. It's the system that kept giving her multitudes of different types of medication, or ignored her outcry for help, right? But it is also her that was doing the deed, also saying go to God to her children. Let's not forget as well. And of course, this is according to experts and all that, which, by the way, are all men. All men. All of them are men. You think that's kind of crazy, don't you? Am I the only one who finds that kind of crazy? That all the experts that we've seen so far, at least over this week, have been men. They've all been men this week. Talking about postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis. All men. Crazy, right? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not sitting here saying that a male expert can't, understand female psychology. I think that would be extremely biased or extremely narrow-minded for us to think that, a psychologist or a psychiatrist can't study the female psyche. But at the same time, at least in this particular trial, given the fact that it's a woman that is standing trial saying that she had postpartum psychosis, and that's what she's using as her defense by reason of insanity, it would be nice to just maybe a small peppering of female experts in here. Wouldn't that be nice? At least, when you bring in these experts, just one or two or three. Shoot, why not all of them? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So, again, I just think that's a very interesting piece, near the end, because you got to remember, it has been a very, 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 very long trial. And these are the parts that they're going to remember the most as well. The tail end of the trial. It's not only how they started, it's how they finish. So these experts that are coming in, all of them men so far. Okay. And I think, and if I'm correct, this is the last witness that is taking the stand. You know what I'm saying? It would have been nice to have at least one female on there. I'm not sitting here saying a male can't be an expert in female psychology, but at the same time, I know a lot of people are, and that's exactly what Big Red is pointing out. They have no, there is no female representation as far as the expert side of things when it comes to this Lindsay Clancy case or this Lindsay Clancy trial right now. And he's sitting there going like, have you ever studied any female, any, postpartum psychosis? And all of them have basically said, like, so far from what I've heard, it's been like, oh yeah, 7,000 years ago I did. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of ridiculous, So I don't know if this is we'll see how this goes after this break, but at the same time, sheesh. Okay, she is definitely smiling about this. She's like, yes. Look at her face. Look right there. You know what I mean? You could tell right there. She happy.
Chairs have exited the floor rooms.
All right, Council, can I see you at sidebar? Just briefly. Doc.
Yeah, she's happy. She's happy. I'm telling you right now, though, again, like I said the other day, I still think it's interesting that there are going to be people out here that are going to be like her. She's going to feel vindicated for the not guilty, if she was to get the not guilty verdict. Yet she's still going to be locked up for the rest of her life because she took the life of her kids. All I'm saying, it just doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Like when we talked about the Andrea Yates situation, right? Andrea Yates, she's the one who drowned her children, okay? Because she didn't think that they were, what was the exact words? I don't remember exactly, but it had something to do with her faith in God and all that. And so she was like trying to save them in a way. And then she got found guilty in the first trial. There was an appeal, and then she was found not guilty by reason of insanity. But here's the thing. She's still locked up for the rest of her life. I'm just saying it. It's true. She's still locked up for the rest of her mother-loving life. It doesn't change anything. What? Because you didn't get the title of murderess? That makes everything okay? I don't know. Like I said, something about this to me just sounds, you know what I mean? Like she admitted to doing it. She said she did it. She knows she did it. She even said certain things, making it clear that she was present in the moment when taking the life of her children. No, she was not like a passenger in her own body. She was saying, go to God. You see what I'm saying? But here's the thing, Jess, but that's my problem, you see? Like, Jess, I appreciate you. You know I do. And all I'm saying is this is the problem. How is this her getting off easy if she's still getting locked up? You feel me? She ain't going to walk. I know. Some of you are like, literally, she ain't going to walk. But she ain't going to walk. She ain't going to get free. She ain't going to go out at all. She did this. Okay? And if it is that she lost her marbles and did this, still doesn't matter. She still took the life of her 3 beautiful children. You see what I'm saying? And if, Lillian, if that's true that Yates can leave the hospital, that's insane. But I would assume that someone like Lindsay Clancy, for doing what she did, would be put in a maximum security mental institution where she cannot leave at any time. So if Yates can leave anytime she wants, that's insane. Classic one. Thank you so much. Right, Pascal. Some psychiatric facilities can be worse than prison. Exactly. I said it the other day. You think that she gonna be okay? You see what I'm saying? You think that this is gonna be like things are gonna be Gucci? She's found not guilty. She's still gonna go to a psychiatric facility, and God only knows if that's gonna even be good. Hey, Sugar, that's insane that Yates chooses to stay, as she should. But that's insane that she could leave at any time that she wants. That's wrong, in my opinion. Like, I don't understand. Like, see, here's the thing. Let me just hear me out, okay? Hear me out, and let me finish this statement. I'm sorry. This comment. Okay, it can be worse than prison. Some places are terrible. Okay, so she'll get punishment one way or another. I agree. She gonna get it. And here's the thing: if she was to just walk, like if she's able to just leave, come and go as she please, holy cow! You admitting to taking the life of your children. You took the life of your children. This is the problem I have with Yates too. That's a massive problem I have with Yates. What state is Yates? Hold on. Let's take a look. Didn't I Google it? I thought I did. Andrea Yates. Boom. Where was this? Houston, Texas. Houston, Texas. Here's the other thing, too. She confessed. She confessed to taking the life of her kids. She said she did it. And now, from what you guys are telling me, allegedly she can come and go as she pleases. Ain't that about a shut your mouth? She declines all of her hearings. Yeah, she probably realizes that what she did was wrong. And she's, you know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. That's just crazy. I'm sorry, guys. I get it. That, I get there's apparently women outside of the courthouse and inside the courthouse, okay, wearing pink shirts and white shirts. The ones that are wearing white shirts are basically saying, hey, we understand where she came from, but we're here for justice for the kids. And I'm on that side. Then you got the pink shirts that are like, yes, postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression is real, so on and so forth. I get it. But that doesn't justify taking the life of your kids. It doesn't. I'm sorry. I just don't see that. Sorry. If somebody was like, I'm a crackhead, and then they had their kids in a car and they had an accident in the car because they were high as hell off that rock, okay? And you're going, well, it was the crack that did it. What? You still behind the wheel of the car. You still caused that accident. Therefore, taking the life of your kids that were in the back seat. Therefore, you did that. Now it's time for you to pay the piper. Now it's time for you to, do the time for the crime that you did and the lives of those children that you took whilst in the car. You see what I'm saying? You can't be like, by reason of insanity because I was on that rock. That cheap, dirty rock. You think a jury's going to be like, yep, oh yeah, that makes sense. Yep, that crack rock. It just jacks you up. Man, not guilty. By reason of insanity. You see what I'm saying? It's just, for me, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not, I just can't wrap my mind around how it is okay, how that could be okay. And don't get me wrong, it's her right to fight this in this way. It's her right to have a defense attorney to defend her innocent till proven guilty. But she admitted to doing this. And I would say the same thing about Andrea Yates. She got lucky. I just don't think that, I'm not sitting here saying that postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression is not real. I'm not saying that at all. Okay? It is real. But you can't sit there and say it's because of that made me do all of this crazy stuff. And that's it. While saying you suddenly have a voice in your head saying,
do it.
I just don't, you know what I mean?
Now's the time to do it. You only get one shot. It's now.
You have that in your head for 18 minutes and only 18 minutes. And you've never heard
this voice ever again.
Does that make sense? I'm asking a legitimate question. I'm not trying to be funny. Swear. Please, shoot. I'm not trying to be funny like that girl in the green dress winking and smiling at the camera. The hell was wrong with that woman? Who actually was a reporter, was supposed to write an essay for Vanity Fair, and then she got fired from her job because she did some stupid ish, like winking and smiling at the mother-loving camera. For what reason, I don't know. Okay? But at the same time, real talk. Voice comes out of nowhere for 18 minutes whilst she's doing these terrible things to her children. And then just vanishes and has never been heard from, or, well, obviously not seen, heard from ever again. Okay? All right? Oh, Messi, I've been covering this. Hey, what's up, Messi? I've been covering this since Monday. Honestly. I thought it was an argument on Monday. But now we're here for the rest of the haul. But welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in during the break.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
All right.
Yes.
Oh, let me get these super chats real quick as the jury starts to come in and all that. Okay. Tyler, thank you so much for being a member for the past 42 months. I appreciate it. Thank you for covering this with the objectivity and fair lens that we've come to expect. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, man. Appreciate it. Iceman Cometh, thank you. If Lindsay Clancy is found not guilty, reason of insanity, then she gets treatment. And after a certain amount, she gets evaluated. And if she is found safe for society, then she can be eligible to be released. Just an FYI. What in the... See, I got a problem with that, y'all. Hold on. I got a problem because I'm like trying to get over the super chat. I got a big problem with that, y'all. I'm just keeping it a bean, okay? One more chat and we're going to continue. I can prep too. Thank you so much for love. At what point do we decide, though, that someone who has suffered from any form of psychosis shouldn't be around children after children are harmed? See, that's a damn good question. You see what I'm saying? So again, I don't know, but let's see what's going on with this. The rest of this, let's rock and roll. Hit the like button down below. Don't forget to hit the subscribe. Let's rock and roll.
The brain synapses is referred to as breaks, breaks. You've heard of that term, right?
No.
You aware, sir, that when you get to the point where you have that precipitous drop in the progesterone and the allopregnanolone dropping precipitously, that in fact it constitutes and causes significant neurotransmitter malfunction, referred to as broken brakes.
I'm not familiar with that term.
Can you tell me what a neurotransmitter in the brain is?
You're asking what is a neurotransmitter?
Sure. I don't know.
Neurotransmitters function in the brain and have responsibility for not only aspects of mood, but also psychosis. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter that is significant in terms of psychosis. When it's too high, we need it. But the neurotransmitters function in a number of different ways, number of different pathways. When we think about psychiatry, we really think about the mesolimbic pathway and not just dopamine, but also serotonin, norepinephrine. And so depending on the disorder, there are different medications that can be helpful in treating those disorders. So really, from the standpoint of psychiatric illness and brain dysfunction, medication can be very helpful in regulating the neurotransmitters and difficulties.
Have you heard of the broken brakes hypothesis as it relates to the impact of the precipitous drop of progesterone in the enhancement of the GABA activity? Have you heard of that concept?
No.
Would you agree, sir, that when a woman is in that position of the precipitous drop of the progesterone after ceasing the breastfeeding activity, the enhancement with the GABA...
You mean prolactin?
Prolactin. The enhancement of the GABA activity, that that would be a dysfunction in the brain, right?
Certainly, mood symptoms
Okay.
can be significant.
Would you agree, sir, that the dysfunction in the brain caused by those two items is consistent with intrusive and hard to control thoughts and highly impulsive, uncontrollable behavior? Would you agree with that?
Oh, man.
I would say it's possible.
Hey, real quick, guys, I'm not pausing it, but I'm muting it for a second, okay? Just so you guys know, Tim Curry, Rocky Horror Picture Show, he played Pennywise the Clown in the original miniseries of It way back in the day. He has passed away at the age of 80. Just wanted to give you guys that breaking news. If you were a fan of the Rocky Horror Picture Show and all that, I mean, I think he was in Home Alone 2 as well. The one where, Kevin is in New York. He has passed away at the age of 80. So RIP to Tim Curry. And of course, RIP to Dolly Parton. We talked about that during our little lunch date we did yesterday. I'm going to continue, but that just broke. So I just wanted to give you guys that breaking news.
That's the third-party collateral source of Lindsay saying, I tried to kill myself. Is that what you said?
Man, that's crazy.
Let me rephrase it for you. I mean, did you tell the jury about an hour ago or so that...
When her husband found her on the ground?
Yeah.
Yes, or something to that effect.
Something to that effect, okay. And did you listen to the 911 tape when Patrick was actually speaking with Lindsay as she's laying prostrate in the snow on the ground with the broken neck and the slashes and the slits?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear her response to Patrick's comment, what did you do?
No.
Did you hear her respond to anything other than what would be described as guttural grunts?
Not on that call.
So when this conversation occurred, and this is the conversation that you're talking about, where she said, I tried to kill myself, kids are in the basement, he then goes into the house, right?
Correct.
All right. So now we have the EMTs and people are helping her out. We've seen the medical records. You know what the injuries were. You know the damage to her throat. You know the damage to her thyroid, right?
Yes.
And is it your testimony to a reasonable degree of doctor certainty that a person with those injuries, with the prescription drugs that were crushed up, that she consumed, with a broken neck, would be able to have a conversation?
Based on the witness testimony from her husband, yes.
Okay. So let's put the witness testimony from Patrick aside for a minute. And you listen to the 911 call. Are you telling this jury that she had a conversation that you could discern what she was saying?
Not on the 911 call.
No. Would you agree that they were all grunts?
Yes, from what I heard.
So Patrick goes in the house, relates the fact that he found the children, and you told the jury that his office door was closed, is what he said. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did you get that from?
I believe Patrick told me that.
Is that in your report?
Yes.
And when he told you that, When was that conversation that you had with Patrick?
When I interviewed Patrick Clancy.
Okay. So you read the grand jury minutes, right?
Yes,
You read the police report, right?
yes,
You know that Patrick went up the stairs, and when he went up the stairs, the door was locked, right? Meaning the bedroom door, not the office door.
correct.
And then he was able to open the door, right?
Yes, with
And
a key.
there was blood on the doorknob, right?
There was blood in the room
Describe the room
on the
like.
floor.
Certainly, you already talked. We'll talk about that. But there's blood on the doorknob, right? Was there blood on the doorknob? If you know,
I don't recall.
do you recall there being blood drops in the area of the door itself, like where you have the threshold? But what appeared to be blood, because nobody tested it, we don't know what it is, but it appeared to be blood.
I don't recall the specific. I know that there was blood that was observed.
Okay, and you would agree that there was a lot of blood drops. Drips on the mirror, drops on the floor, drops on the nightstand, right?
That's my recollection.
And you looked at the photographs in your investigation and looked at the testimony, third-party collaterals, as you testified yesterday, right?
Yes,
And you told the jurors that one of the things that was of interest to you is the fact that there was a glass or a wine mug or something that had crushed narcotics or I think you used the word antipsychotic drugs crushed up inside that cup. Do you remember that?
yes.
Okay,
Wine tumbler.
thank you. How do you know they were antipsychotic drugs?
I don't recall saying that they were antipsychotic drugs.
Oh, did you say they were drugs?
I thought I said medications.
Medications. All right, so drugs, medications, and they were crushed up?
There was evidence of powder on the tumbler that Patrick told me about, and I went back and looked more closely at the
I'll look it up.
photographs and saw that.
Did you look more closely at the NMS laboratory or the state police crime laboratory or any testing that was done on the powder?
Yes,
And was there a report that said that indeed it was crushed up medication?
they wouldn't.
And there is.
They didn't indicate whether or not they were pills or.
Did they ever? I'm not asking about pills or powder. Did they ever test the residue?
Not that I'm aware of.
So how do we know that that's even drugs or medications or whatever word you want to use?
It was Patrick Clancy's observation.
So basically, when you're testifying, sir, and you're waxing on about all of the facts of the case that you took into consideration prior to your opinion for the DA in this case, you're getting a lot of it from Patrick, is that right?
That aspect he brought up to me. Yes.
Okay. So the crushing of the pills, was there a pill crusher found in the bedroom?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was there any residue found anywhere in the bedroom?
Not that I'm aware of.
So if someone's in a psychotic state and they're going to kill themselves and they're taking the pills, yesterday you said the fistful of pills, and then the DA said after a painful questioning that they were crushed, you agreed that they were crushed. Wouldn't there be a residue?
A residue?
Yeah, you know what a residue is, right?
Yes.
Was there a residue on the table, on the nightstand, anywhere?
Not that I saw.
So there's no pill crusher, right?
Not that I saw.
There's no investigation by the police to determine what was in that powder, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
There's no indication that there's any residue on or in the actual nightstand next to the bed, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Does it seem appropriate, sir, that a person would be in a psychotic state after slashing their wrist and slicing their throat and ready to propel themselves out a window would neatly put the bottles into the drawer of the nightstand? Or would they just scatter them around the bedroom floor, not caring?
I'm not aware of the exact sequence of of the events in
Well,
terms
if I
of,
tell you, sir, that a couple of days after this incident, I went into the home with Patrick, and I was able to locate in the bedroom, right next to the bed, with all the blood all over the place, this drawer, and inside this drawer would be a lot of medication bottles.
Jesus.
Does that refresh your memory on your investigation as to what happened to the bottles? They're all empty.
yes.
Okay, so how'd they get in the drawer?
How did they get in the drawer? I don't know.
You can fingerprint them, right? Did anybody do any testing at all in this investigation? If you know, you told the jury yesterday you read all this stuff, grand jury minutes, police reports, lots of witnesses.
Yeah, I did not read that.
Is it your understanding, sir, that a person can be in a state of psychosis and I guess misremember something?
Yes,
Or have a false memory?
it's possible.
Did Lindsay tell you that she slashed the screen with the big turkey knife?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, did she tell you that she slashed the screen with the knife before she went out the window?
Yes, that's what she told me.
But the screen wasn't slashed, was it?
Hmm.
Do you think she was malingering and lying to you at that point, sir, when she told you that?
No.
Because one of the things you told this jury is that what stood out to you is, I think you made reference to the fact that Lindsay betrayed her family by misleading her family. Remember saying that to this jury yesterday, sir?
Portrayed?
Betrayed is what you said.
No, I said portrayed.
So Lindsay portrayed and misled her family, is what you said to the jury?
Yes.
How should mislead her family?
Well, in text messages, for example, in the days prior to the event, her parents had visited over that weekend, and the communications that she was providing did not give a sense of her state of mind regarding suicidality.
Are you kidding me? They stayed up in their house to help them.
Sustained.
They
Next.
stayed at the house, didn't they?
Yes.
Why did they stay at the house?
I'm sorry.
Why did they stay at the house?
They were visiting.
They were staying at the house. They weren't just visiting.
Objection.
Overall.
Sleep over?
As I understand.
Okay, as you understand. How long did they stay at the house and sleep over?
I think they came up for that weekend. They weren't there constantly.
No,
They came back and forth.
back and forth. Well, they stayed
Ay, caramba.
about 4 days, 3 nights. They stayed continuously and stayed at the Clancy home. You knew that from your investigation, right?
Yes, that's my
yes?
recollection.
The answer is yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. So they're staying at the same time. You're telling this jury that she's sending text messages basically saying, I'm okay, I guess. Is that right?
Following their departure, there were the photographs that Lindsay Clancy sent to her mother.
She didn't send her mother photographs showing that she was smiling or happy with her family, did she?
I think there was a photograph of her and the children by the snowman.
No. Is that a bad thing to do that and send a picture of you with your kids making a snowman to your parents?
No.
Is that something, in your opinion, Dr. Sadoff's opinion for the district attorney, that a person who is involved with postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, wouldn't take a picture of the snowman and their kids, send it to their mother?
Given the prior text that you showed to her mother in terms of being in terrible distress, that she was able to do that. That was not what happened when she sent the picture with her children in the snowman, and so did not raise concerns from the mother, as I understand.
Did you talk to the mother?
Pardon me?
Did you talk to the mother?
No, I tried to.
Did you review police reports or statements? You tried to? How'd you do that? What'd you do? Call her up and say, I want to talk to you?
No.
Did the
Miss,
district attorney call him up?
I asked Miss Clancy who would be good for me to speak with, and she said her husband and her family.
Okay. So based on that, what did you do?
I contacted the district attorney, and I
Which one? Which one of these two?
Ms. Sprague.
Ms. Sprague. Okay. You spoke to Jen Sprague, and what did you say to her?
Sprague.
Was it?
Attorney Sprague.
You spoke to Jen Sprague, and what did she tell you?
Attorney Sprague.
She told me that she would reach out and attempt to see if I could interview Mr. Clancy and Ms. Clancy's family.
Okay. So did you do that? Did you reach out to her mother?
Did I reach out?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Did someone tell you that she wouldn't speak to you?
Yes.
And when was this, sir? About 2 months ago?
It would have been probably June 5th.
This is August, right?
Pardon
This
me.
is August. We're in August right now, right?
Yes.
You called to speak to the mother in June, right? Yes? Come on.
Yes.
Okay. And when you called the mother, did she say,
I did not call the mother.
Okay, so the
I did
answer
not
is you
call
did
the
not
mother.
call the mother. Who told you that you couldn't talk to the mother?
Ms. Sprague.
Attorney Sprague, please.
Right. Attorney Sprague.
Now, when Attorney Sprague called you and said you cannot talk to the mother, did it ever occur to you to reach out to me? You're being objective and all.
No.
Did you know, sir, that Lindsay had signed repeatedly every and any HIPAA form that was needed by the DA or other cops to get access to every single medical record that she had? Probably going back to when she was in grammar school. Did you know that?
I know she's been open to it, and she told me that she would like for me to speak with them.
Right. And she's been open to pretty much anything and everything that was asked of her as far as signing documents, getting medical records, doing interviews, videotaping, making appointments to talk to guys like Mac and Helbrun and you in Tewksbury Hospital, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
All of your investigation, sir, led up to the fact that you were going to meet with Lindsay 2 months ago, 2 months prior to our beginning this 5-week triple murder trial. Is that fair?
That's true.
And you told this jury that you wanted to establish a rapport with this kid?
Yes.
Do you think for 1 minute, when you're trying to put her in jail for her life, that she
Objection.
wants to talk to you and have a rapport?
Sustained. Next question.
Did you establish a rapport?
I believe so.
She was cooperative.
Yes.
She was polite.
Yes.
She was pleasant.
Yes. And I asked her at the end if there was any question that I had asked that made her feel uncomfortable. And she responded in a positive way.
Yeah.
One of the things that you told the jury is that you felt that she was malingering or basically lying. I guess you were telling the jury, in your opinion, that she was making stuff up to make herself look like she's crazy when she killed the children. Is that what you told the jury?
I didn't use those words.
No.
So,
You were a little more finesse than I was. But nevertheless, sir, you're talking about malingering, right?
Yes, the statements about the auditory
Answer is yes.
hallucination.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Answer is yes. You were talking about malingering is my question. Yes or no, right? That's all.
Yes.
Okay. And when you're talking about malingering, sir, basically that would be when a person finds it in their interest to basically exaggerate or lie to an investigating psychiatrist, right?
Correct.
And that would be because it's in their interest, like I want to pretend that I'm crazy so a jury thinks I'm crazy and I don't have to pay for a crime. That would be in a criminal sense, right?
Yes.
Workman's comp cases, you know, a guy gets hurt in the truck and then they end up having interviews by guys like you to make sure to see if in fact they're legitimately hurt for a workman's comp claim, right?
Yes.
Or a civil case, like an auto accident, right?
Yes.
And there are tests that can be administered to people to see, from a psychiatrist standpoint, whether or not there is objective indicia of the fact that the person is indeed malingering.
Yes.
And what are those tests?
Well, I'm not a neuropsychologist, but there's a test called the SIRS, also the TOMS test of memory. So there are certain tests that can be given by neuropsychologists to assess malingering about certain aspects, certain issues.
You've also heard, I imagine, of the MMPI, which is the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test, right?
Yes.
And that's one that has different scales that you can examine to determine if somebody is lying or malingering or exaggerating or anything like that, right?
Correct.
And you know that Dr. Helbrun administered that very test to Lindsay about, I don't know, 2 months before you got there, right?
Yes.
Which would be about 4 months from now, where we stand now, right?
Something like that.
And would you agree, sir, that even though it would have been perhaps better to actually meet with Lindsay within the first 6 months after the incident, or a year even, or maybe even 2 years, but nevertheless, it still has reliability and validity, does it not, when it's administered to her?
The MMPI does, yes.
Okay. And you know, sir, that she, in fact, had no impact on the scales at all, with the exception of likelihood of suicide.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Indicating that as far as that test that was administered to her by Dr. Helbrun did not have any evidence at all. This kid was lying, exaggerating, suppressing anything. She was being truthful, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
About the questions that were on the MMPI, yes.
And those questions, sir, pertain to personality traits, they pertain to her recollection, they pertain to all of the investigation that Helbrun was conducting, right?
No.
Okay. So when the tests were administered and the results were provided, would you agree with me, yes or no, that specifically the test indicated that she was not malingering?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned one of the other things that you were concerned. Oh, by the way, would you agree with me that Dr. Philip Resnick, as you indicated, is like a world-renowned person on filicide, or the killing of your children? He's also a person that is in the forefront pretty much worldwide on malingering, right?
Yes, he has written about that.
He's done more than write about it. He's basically given hundreds of lectures and many, many, many learned treatises, all about people that lie to psychiatrists to try to get away with something, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, sir, that Dr. Resnick examined Lindsay, and one of the first things that he did was determine whether or not, in his opinion, she was malingering, lying, suppressing, exaggerating, or doing anything like that, right?
Yes.
In his opinion, sir, when you read his report after all the testing, his examination, is that she was not lying to him at all. Isn't that right?
Yes.
One of the things that you referenced, sir, was you felt that Lindsay was lying about standing at the refrigerator and making chicken McNuggets or whatever and carrots or peas or something. And you felt that that wasn't right because the child had already had a bowl and was eating, I think you told the jury, chicken nuggets and vegetables or something like that, right?
Green beans.
Green beans. Have you looked at the photograph, sir, that's in evidence in this case about that bowl?
Quite some time ago.
Does that show any residue of chicken nuggets or green beans in the bowl?
Not that I recall.
No, it shows like sliced up residue of a cucumber, possibly a carrot, like vegetables, right?
Not that I recall.
So there are 3 kids, one of which is an infant who obviously pretty recently got finished breastfeeding, is on the bottle, so he's not going to eat chicken McNuggets, right?
Right.
So we have 2 young children that have to be fed, correct?
Yes.
You have 2 young children that Lindsay indicated that she was at the refrigerator getting the chicken and the vegetables so that she could feed the kids, correct?
Yes.
Told you that she would not give the kids chicken McNuggets and vegetables in a bowl, that she would have a plate, right?
Not necessarily.
So when she was at the refrigerator, sir, it's your understanding that she was not being truthful? Telling you that? Is that what you're telling the jury?
I think what I said was very inconsistent with what she had told Dr. Spinelli.
So when she's at the refrigerator and telling you, your interview, I know you imported Dr. Spinelli's report, you imported Dr. Resnick's report, you imported Dr. Zeisel's report. When you were talking to Lindsay, did she tell you she was getting food for the kids out of the fridge?
That's my recollection.
Now, with all of the understanding in your testimony, sir, about the voices, correct me if I'm wrong, you're telling this jury and Dr. Satoff's opinion, based on your experience and all of your writings and everything, that when one hears voices, they would be internal or external? To be legit.
They can be either.
Really? I'm sorry, I thought you said that they had to be a particular type, like not internal. If they're internal, they're probably lying. But that's not true, I'm wrong?
The voice that Ms. Clancy told me about during the time of this event, she said was external.
Okay. And is that consistent with your understanding, sir, of the research on auditory hallucinations?
Well, some auditory hallucinations can be internal.
So,
for people who are psychotic.
and you were aware, sir, that Philip Resnick, Dr. Resnick, did publish the article in the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry in 2014 in conjunction with Simon McCarthy-Jones. You're aware of that learned treatise? Yes. And would you agree with me, sir, that in fact, just if some doctors might feel that hallucinations auditory must originate from the exterior as opposed to interior, would you agree, sir, that in this article, claim number 1, doctors may say, voices are typically heard as coming from inside the head, with the corollary that voices heard as coming from outside the head are atypical. Do you agree with that?
That was not my recollection of the research. That
Okay.
I understood that it was a minority of.
No, excuse me. It doesn't matter what you.
Oh, hold on. Good. Next question.
I'm going to approach you with the article. We've already established. You know who authored it, read it, all that. Okay?
It was quite some time ago.
Sure. Let me take the papers over here just so I don't knock them over. So if we can share that?
You want me to say it?
No, I want you to share it. Put it right here so I can look at it. Okay, all right. Would you agree, sir, that it says voices are typically heard? This is a claim number one. In other words, doctors feel voices are typically heard as coming from inside the head, with the corollary that voices heard as coming from outside the head are atypical. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what does atypical mean?
Atypical means unusual.
All right. And this article is saying that there are psychiatrists that feel that voices heard outside of the head, auditory hallucinations, are indeed not legitimate. Is that fair?
It could also show that
That
maybe
was
it was spur of the moment,
the old
not pre-planned,
original way of
sporadic.
thinking. That was the way it was taught at one time, that they had to be external for someone to actually be experiencing psychosis.
Okay, so we agree then, as Dr. Resnick indicates, that the research evidence does not support the claim that
Reasonable
external
doubt. Long story
located
short.
voices are emblematic of genuine AVH,
Auditory verbal hallucinations.
and externally located voices are atypical. He cites a particular word, correct?
Yes.
For example, that says, the largest study on this question, Matthew Jones, was in 2012. That's what you're referring to as the old research, right? Oh, one other thing, you were in med school and talking about too.
Yeah, I was speaking about very old.
Okay. Basically found that of 199 psychiatric patients, 81% who have been diagnosed with schizophrenia, 38% heard both voices coming from inside and outside their head. Did I read that right?
You did?
So when Lindsay indicated to you that she indeed heard a loud auditory hallucination, voice, deep male, commanding her to do what she told you, that was external, correct?
Yes.
And you don't have any issues with that. In other words, that is very likely could be legitimate.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you take a young woman who, as the evidence has shown, is suffering with her medical condition or psychiatric condition and seeing doctors and being prescribed medications and reaching out to people for help and suicide hotlines and people down in Rhode Island and McLean Locked Wards Institute. If I hold an opening statement, sir, would you agree that in her efforts to maintain control, she, meaning Lindsay, withheld?
Form of the question?
What?
Yeah, if we could approach.
Sure.
Oh, come on. Let him cook. Let him cook. Let him cook. Come on. Let him do his thing. He's making good points here. Man, he's poking, he's starting to poke some holes. He's putting some reasonable doubt. I mean, he's been doing that. Okay, let's be real. He has been doing that. All right, there has been some reasonable doubt. Okay? Okay. Big Red. Anybody remember the theme song to the Big Red Gum? Anybody? Crazy. Let him cook. I'm telling you right now, okay? Even though I don't agree with what Lindsay Clancy did and all that, and I'm not a fan, you know what I mean? I'm not sitting here going like, I'm not trying to champion for her. I'm not a cheerleader for her because she did that. That's it. I'm sorry. She took the life of her children. Is it psychosis? I can't tell you that. All I know is that she took the life of her kids. And I can't sorry. But I will say, Big Red, he been putting in his work. Okay? He been putting in work.
Based on your investigation, police reports, statements of witnesses, grand jury, photographs, videos, interviews of Lindsay, review of witness statements, all of that you told us yesterday that you reviewed, that in fact on January 24th of 2023, Lindsay made a calculated decision. She was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder for her to control. And when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first before attempting to take her own life. Continuing on, sir, she chose to manipulate her providers, seek out a quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious, and when she didn't get what she expected, she chose the alternate route. She would seek a different doctor. She would change medications after days. She disengaged from treatment that she didn't like the plan, and after only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her too. Would you agree that the evidence, in your opinion, supports that contention, sir?
Well, there's a lot in that.
Yeah, it is. Do you agree that it would support your contention, sir, or it would not?
I think that statement that you read really minimizes what she was going through.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Oh, and that's done. Holy
Attorney
cow.
Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No lunch break? I guess no lunch
Sir,
break.
you were asked
He's a
during
spicy meatball.
cross-examination about
Is he not?
your work as a forensic psychiatrist for the Bureau of Prisons and for the prisons in Virginia. And about that work and kind of minimizing what your experience was there. What was your work there? What did that entail?
Well, I continued to work there, and I continued to teach students in that system. Seeing patients who are inmates in a number of different facilities, men's and women's facilities over the years, and doing assessments, evaluations, making determinations about treatment, and the like, gathering information. So really treating these inmate patients as patients who have significant mental illness and really require the best treatment that we can provide in the system.
And during the course of your many, many years working in that system and treating these patients, have you treated patients with psychosis?
Yes.
And does that include treating women with psychosis?
Yes.
And how often have you done that?
I don't know, Jack. I didn't ask about who. He said two already. He's already said one.
Overall, she may have that. Go ahead.
Since 1992,
Yes.
so 34 years.
How many patients have you treated in the prison system, women patients dealing with psychosis, approximately?
Several hundred.
And are there certain common signs or symptoms that these women display who have psychosis?
Yes.
And what are those?
Well, some have delusions, fixed false beliefs about certain things, though they can present as being psychotic that way. Also, they can present with hallucinations, what we call perceptual disturbances, and generally they are, in most cases, auditory hallucinations, auditory verbal hallucinations. And they also can present with disorganized thinking, having words, making up words that have special meaning, really having a great difficulty communicating.
And you also mentioned that you all worked for a state hospital for, I think you said 15 years, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you treat patients with psychosis during those 15 years?
Yes.
And did those include women with psychosis?
Yes.
And in terms of your treatment of women with psychosis, were you responsible for diagnosing them with their underlying mental condition?
Yes.
Diagnosing psychosis as being one of their symptoms?
Correct.
And then treating the underlying condition and the symptom of psychosis for those women?
Yes.
And you did that for approximately 15 years, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned two specific patients, females that you dealt with postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what did you learn from treating those two patients?
So those are the two patients that are mentioned in the case reports.
Which case reports?
The case report about postpartum psychosis that was written.
On the medication interaction?
Yes. Are you asking how those patients presented?
Yes.
Okay. There were, as I recall, it's been a while since I looked at the paper, but one was an 18-year-old woman who had delivered her child and had decided not to take, or that she did not want to breastfeed. And so in those days, this medication, bromocriptine, also called Parladel, was given. And we found that within, I think, just a couple of days of the time that she was given this medication, she became convinced that she had to kill her child. And I believe that she was experiencing auditory hallucinations, and she was so distressed about that she wanted to kill herself and was suicidal. And that was how she was brought to our attention. In evaluating her, we removed the Parladel, the bromocriptine, and she responded and resolved her symptoms, her psychotic symptoms, and we were able to discharge her back to her family. The other case, I believe, was another female, a bit older, maybe mid-20s, and she was also given this medication and also became psychotic. For her, it was more a manifestation of mania. She was hypersexual with her husband. She, I think, was quite hyper-religious, and she was...
Doctor,
sorry.
in terms of her delusions, those were more of religious delusions?
Pardon me?
Her delusions regarding her child were religious delusions?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And once that medication was removed from that woman, did her symptoms subside?
Yes. I think in that case, she was also given, she was so disruptive on the ward, taking her clothes off, et cetera, that she was also given antipsychotic medication for a period of time, and her symptoms resolved.
And going back to the first patient that you described, you said that she had voices instructing her to harm her child. And was it as a result of her feelings of guilt about those thoughts and voices that she was suicidal?
Yes.
So she wanted to kill herself instead of killing her children, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked by Attorney Reddington about your curriculum vitae and focusing in on terrorism, and is that your sole focus? And you said no. What has been your focus over your career?
Well, from the time that I finished my residency, I've been very interested in public psychiatry. And so upon realizing the seriousness of mental illness within the prison system and the value of teaching psychiatry to students within the system, I began doing that while I was also doing work with the state hospitals, seeing patients, whatever. So I would say that of all the things that I do and consider myself, what is most important to me is working with patients and it's the value of also being with students and having them learn from these patients is going to make them better doctors, even if they don't choose to go into psychiatry. So I see my identity actually as a clinician, and I have patients I'm scheduled to see. I was supposed to see some yesterday, and also I'm going to see patients on Friday.
And Doctor, defense counsel asked you about the onset of postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis, and you had said that the DSM-5 lists postpartum onset within 4 weeks, correct?
Correct.
And he asked you about other organizations going up to approximately a year, correct?
That's right.
Are you aware that the World Health Organization has a clinical descriptions and diagnostic requirements for behavioral and neurodevelopmental disorders that has a section on mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerium, P-U-E-R-P-E-R-I-M, which does that mean during or after birth?
Yes.
And that in that section by the World Health Organization, they state that mental and
Objection. She's not going to read that to him, and then he's going to agree with it. She can ask him if he's read
Well,
it.
let's hear the question first, and then
I've been away.
I'll assume there'll be an objection.
Are you aware that in that section it states that mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerperium
He's
are
got a
syndromes
point.
associated with pregnancy or the puerperium commencing within about 6 weeks after delivery?
Objection overruled. I'll allow that if you know that, Doctor.
Yes.
And are you also aware
he
that
could
there's
lie.
a section talking
know?
about
Let me read you the
mental
textbook
and behavioral
breakdown.
disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerperium with psychotic symptoms that says onset of a syndrome involving significant mental and behavioral features occurring during pregnancy or the puerperium, i.e. up to about 6 weeks following delivery, is required for diagnosis.
That's my understanding.
And that's from the World Health Organization, correct?
Yes.
I mean, she could read
Now,
that.
you were asked about
Okay.
whether blood testing would be appropriate for a patient, and you said that it would depend on the history of the patient, the symptoms, the medication. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see anything in the records about Lindsay Clancy that would have required blood testing?
No.
You were also asked about thyroid function and how sometimes you might want to test thyroid function in a postpartum woman. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you, are you aware that, reading from Exhibit 222, I believe, that Ms. Clancy's thyroid levels were checked when she visited the South Shore Hospital emergency room on November 16th, 2022, and her levels were within normal limits?
Yes.
I just moved to submit this page from Exhibit 222, showing the thyroid levels.
All right, so that's in. It's just a follow-up of a sheet that's in. I'll allow that.
He wants to wrap
And
this up.
Doctor, just for the jury to know, in that page that's just been marked in as exhibit, the thyroid levels would be marked by TSH, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about Lamictal and the serious rash that could occur. You said that the serious rash is rare. How rare is it?
Approximately 1 in 1,000.
And you mentioned that millions of people take Lamictal with no problem at all, correct?
That's right.
And is there anything that providers do to be aware of the potential for the rash and to explain that to patients and to try to just basically keep an eye out to see if the patient's developing that symptom?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a medication that needs to be started at a low dose, 25 milligrams, and only gradually moving up. Finally, after a number of weeks, to a dose as much as 200 milligrams, perhaps even more. When the medication is given in a what we call titrated, slow process, the potential for this serious rash is greatly decreased. So it really is a medication that requires a slow titration. So the patient needs to be patient with that process, but it's now one of the most used mood stabilizers for bipolar disorder. That it really is a very important, valuable medicine for bipolar disorder.
And you said that it's important to start at a low dose. Did you say 25 milligrams?
Correct.
And do you recall what dose Dr. Tufts wrote the prescription for Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
And what was that?
25 milligrams.
And do you recall from the records whether the plan was, if she were to take it, to titrate in the manner you described?
Correct.
And putting aside whether or not someone chooses to take the medication because of a rash, is there any significance to the person, to a patient being prescribed a medication and then not telling that provider that they chose not to take it?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, it really limits the provider in making other decisions. If a decision is made that a patient is not going to take a certain category of medication, it's helpful to let that provider know and say, I've decided against it. What are some other alternatives?
Doctor, you were asked about lack of sleep potentially causing psychosis, correct?
Correct.
And sleep was definitely an issue for Ms. Clancy in the fall leading into December of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And looking back to the McLean records, would it be accurate to state that her sleep got progressively better while at McLean?
Yes.
And then directing your memory to the text messages that Ms. Clancy had with her mother from January 7th through January 22nd of 2023, would it be accurate to state that she told her mother she was sleeping better during that time?
Yes.
Defense counsel asked you if by all the evidence and witnesses that the defendant was a happy wife, mother, daughter, all of that, and you said no. What were you referring to when you said no?
Well, I was thinking about the paper that she filled out on September 12th of 2022, in which she expressed some of the concerns that she had, significant anxiety, but also, as I recall, insomnia was a concern of hers. And it was followed up with Jennifer McAllister, who worked with Dr. Tufts. And I think in Ms. McAllister's note, Ms. Clancy mentioned that she had waning confidence in being able to take care of her children as they were growing up. And that, I think, in a note of Dr. Tufts noted that she said that she found that Callan needed more attention, and that as the kids were growing older, that she was finding them more challenging.
Did she give any information did Ms. Clancy give any information about why it was more challenging as the kids got older?
I'm going to object. This is pretty far afield.
Yeah, sustained. It goes beyond cross.
So, Doctor, defense counsel asked you about Dr. Tufts and her treatment of the defendant, and mentioned repeatedly how she had only been in the practice on her own for a few months. Do you remember that?
Yes.
In reviewing Dr. Tufts' treatment of the defendant and the medications she prescribed and the methods she used in prescribing those medications, did you have any issues or concerns about the approach she took or what she prescribed?
No.
And what were your thoughts about her approach to treating this defendant?
Well, possibly because Dr. Tufts was new and had just come into practice, she was more available. And so I think she was able to see Ms. Clancy over video 14 times. And for example, when Ms. Clancy was discharged from McLean, the request from McLean was that she needed immediate outpatient follow-up. And so Dr. Tufts arranged it the following day. And so there were some weeks where Dr. Tufts saw Ms. Clancy more than once a week. And I will also say that when Ms. Clancy decided to go to nurse practitioner Paul and then saw Nurse Zalata, I think early December, it might have been December 1st, she then went to Dr. Tufts, and Dr. Tufts wrote a note saying that she felt uncomfortable making prescriptions while Ms. Clancy was going to another provider. But in that note, suggested that Lamictal could be helpful. So Dr. Tufts was very responsive to concerns of Ms. Clancy in terms of seeing her. Was seeing her weekly and saw her on the 23rd of January, and then had another appointment the next week and had talked about future treatments, possible treatments, esketamine, as well as TMS. So perhaps the fact that she had just left her residency meant that she could be more responsive to seeing patients quickly, and she did that.
And speaking specifically to the prescribing, prescribing which medications she's prescribed, which doses, what different options she tried. Did you have an opinion based on your training and experience of Dr. Tufts' method with prescriptions?
Yes.
And what was that?
I felt that the prescribing was very reasonable.
How so?
Well, back in 2013, 2014, Ms. Clancy had taken Prozac and SSRI, and it was helpful. She also took Wellbutrin and propranolol. After Dawson was born, Ms. Clancy had some significant anxiety and actually went to a doctor and was prescribed Zoloft. So this would have been in 2019. But then decided, 2019, early 2020, but then decided not to take the Zoloft. Her anxiety symptoms resolved. It was a difficult time, particularly as she got older because of COVID. But she decided that even though she had the prescription of Zoloft, she decided not to take it. The anxiety that she experienced after Callan's birth was more significant and lasted longer. And so she went to Dr. Tufts, who got a history of Ms. Clancy having taken the Prozac and done well on it, having seriously considered Zoloft to the extent that she got a prescription for it, decided not to take it. That Zoloft at 25 milligrams, which is the lowest dose, starting that, would be a reasonable choice. Really, perhaps the most reasonable choice of an antidepressant, given Ms. Clancy's history up to that point. I believe that there were only 7 pills taken. Ms. Clancy was directed to take 25 milligrams for a week and then increase to 50 milligrams, two tablets, but had, I think maybe after 5 days, taken that increase and increased from 25 to 50 milligrams, and then had the adverse reaction of insomnia, very significant insomnia.
And in
Oh,
terms of after seeing the effects from the Zoloft and stopping that prescription, the various prescriptions that Dr. Tufts tried with the defendant, did you have an opinion based on your training experience about whether that trial and error process and what she prescribed and what she tried with the defendant, whether that was reasonable?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
And was it reasonable?
Was it reasonable?
Yes.
Yes.
And how so?
Well, Ms. Clancy, after having the insomnia, was very upset and concerned, as anyone would be. I think that was around October 21st. And so Dr. Tufts assessed her and told her to stop the Zoloft and started her on Ativan, I understand, and Benadryl. And that medication was helpful for a while. But Ms. Clancy was concerned about Ativan, benzodiazepines being addictive, and concerned about getting hooked on these types of medications. And that is a concern over the long term. And so part of the process was to see if she could be treated effectively by decreasing the benzodiazepines, or maybe giving her a longer acting benzodiazepine. The medication buspirone, was prescribed by Dr. Tufts, but Ms. Clancy, in a note.
Excuse me, doctor, I apologize. Can I have a standing objection to the rambling answers? This is redirect. I object.
All right. We can see, counsel. I just want to put something on the record.
oh my gosh. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Guys. Have mercy. Have mercy. This might take a while. They might as well just go to lunch, I guess. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that they have to go to lunch, but they should just. We'll see. We'll see what's going on. I mean, again, let me just say this, okay? Let me just say this. Okay, so she was, prescribed certain medications. She'd stopped taking those specific medications. She was taking certain medications. From what I gathered, she was taking medications that, and like starting to add more to the, like she was not taking the right dose of certain medications. And of course, she had a reaction to that with insomnia, not sleeping much, so on and so forth. I mean, it's interesting. That's interesting. Beautiful messy ball. I didn't know that. That's very interesting. I mean, do we know that, or she just happens to be wearing a bow? You know what I'm saying? But that's interesting. By the way, for those who don't know, the prosecutor's wearing a bow in her hair because Cora, the little girl, liked bows. It's a slap in the face to Lindsay, and it's gross. Yeah, I mean, if that is true, that's messed up. That is really, really messed up. I mean, you also got to remember that they're on that side of like, she took the life of these kids, period. And they believe that she's using psychosis, postpartum psychosis, as a lame excuse, but what's going on with this?
And so, doctor, if you could continue your answer.
Have mercy.
Just for a second, I just want to. So, members of the jury, we're going to go a little past the 1 o'clock, the usual time of the break here, for certain scheduling reasons. Okay.
In other words, he's trying to be done before they go on this lunch break, so that they can adjourn for the day.
You said that you thought that Dr. Tufts' approach was reasonable. If you could just summarize briefly why you thought her approach was reasonable.
According to the notes and also the emails communications with between Dr. Tufts and Ms. Clancy, I found Dr. Tufts to be very responsive to Ms. Clancy's symptoms and concerns in really trying to make adjustments according to how Ms. Clancy was doing.
Thank you. And you were asked by defense counsel about her visit to Women and Infants Hospital and about the defendant. I believe what defense counsel asked you was that every time a doctor told the defendant to do something, she was on it immediately. Do you remember being asked that?
Yes.
And do you recall that in the Women and Infants records that they offered her 3 programs, an inpatient hospitalization, a partial hospitalization program, and an outpatient program, and the defendant said that she would talk to her provider for guidance about those programs?
Yes.
And do you recall reading in the notes and records of Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Gelada, that she never discussed those 3 programs with her doctor or her nurse practitioner, correct?
That's my recollection.
Now, in terms of the calls to Aspire, to the hotline for the suicide hotline, you were asked about where in the records you saw that, and I would just like to approach also from Exhibit 222, the note from December 8th, 2022 of Letitia Dukes. And if you could just review this note here and then look up when you're finished.
Yes.
Doctor, is this the record that you were referring to that gave you the information about the defendant's call to the suicide hotline?
Yes.
And reading from this page from the exhibit, page 45, it states that patient contacted Aspire Crisis Support. She met with an Aspire clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to not having an SI plan. That's a suicidal ideation plan, correct?
Correct.
And then reading again, Aspire clinician recommended that the patient attend a day program. The clinician said he would be sending the patient resources. Clinician informed the patient that it would be beneficial to attend an IOP or a PHP to help the patient build coping skills and build community. What's an IOP and a PHP? Do you know?
PHP is partial hospitalization program, and IOP is, I believe, an inpatient program.
And so when the defendant called the suicide hotline, she told them she was having suicidal thoughts, correct?
Correct.
But she told them she did not have a plan, correct?
Correct.
And they didn't just hang up on her. They sent her resources and recommended a day program and a partial hospitalization program or an inpatient program, correct?
Correct.
Move to submit these 2 pages, 45 and 46, as the next exhibit. They're apart from exhibit 222.
All right, subject to the same objection, I'm going to, that may be admitted.
197.
You were asked a lot of questions about hormone changes after pregnancy and if that can affect, and stopping breastfeeding, and if that could affect someone's mental health. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said something about the timing matters. Why does the timing matter?
Well, after lactation and a postpartum period, and it may be the decision for a woman to stop lactation can occur at various times, not just during a circumscribed 1-month period. But stopping lactation causes a decrease in prolactin levels and an increase in estrogen and progesterone. And it really depends on when someone decides to stop breastfeeding. Those significant hormonal changes that are tied to breastfeeding or lactation. And so that's why timing and the time is important to see at what point did breastfeeding stop and at what point are we seeing symptoms.
And doctor, with the defendant, the breastfeeding stopped sometime in October, is that correct?
Yes.
And then looking ahead to January 24th, 2023, would you still be expecting to see hormonal problems from stopping breastfeeding in October in January, that many months later?
No.
Now, you were asked about the statements Patrick made regarding his interaction with the defendant when he found her outside in the snow. And is it correct that he told you he found her and said, "What did you do?" And she said, "I tried to kill myself"?
Yes.
And did he then say, "Where are the kids?" And she said, "They are in the basement"?
Yes.
Did he then tell you that he then called 911?
I don't recall exactly when he told me that he called 911. What I recall is his statement about what she said to him.
And that was her statements to him when he immediately found her on the ground?
Correct.
Okay. And you're aware that at some point he made a 911 call, correct?
Yes.
And during that 911 call that you listened to, you didn't hear the defendant saying any words at that point, correct?
I did not.
And as a physician, are you aware that someone who's been injured can deteriorate over time?
Yes, particularly after an overdose.
And can they be speaking in one moment and then unable to speak moments later?
Yes.
Now, you were also asked about the crushed up pills and whether there was any residue on the nightstand or anywhere in the house that the police saw, correct?
Yes.
And there was no residue in the photos, correct?
Not that I saw.
But you don't know when she crushed up the pills, do you?
I don't.
If she had crushed them up earlier in the day, there wouldn't necessarily be residue, correct?
Correct.
If she had crushed them up days before and put the empty bottles in a drawer, there wouldn't necessarily be residue, correct?
It's sustained.
Yes.
There were many texts between the defendant and her mother in January, correct?
Yes.
And from January 7th until January 22nd, when Ms. Clancy's mother and father visited her at her home, the text messages clearly indicated that they were in two separate locations, correct?
Yes.
And in those text messages, the defendant repeatedly told her mother that she was doing a little bit better, sleeping's a little bit better, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about Dr. Resnick and how many articles and how many books he's written and how he's well known in this area, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with Dr. Resnick's teachings about malingering and about psychosis?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that Dr. Resnick teaches others that one of the red flags to look for in malingering?
You can ask him what he's read. I tell him what she wants him to say.
No, hold on. Let me hear the question first.
Are you aware that one of the red flags that Dr. Resnick teaches to look for in malingering and faking hearing voices is that someone automatically obeys a command?
Yes.
That's stricken at this time. Can I see counsel?
Ay, caramba. He's probably like, yo, you guys need to wrap it up so we can park the car in Harvard Yard. What the hell, y'all? Wrap it up, B. hold on. I got a clip here. It's Patrick Clancy talking about what Lindsay said before he called 911.
What happened?
And what was her response?
She said I tried to kill myself.
Yeah, I mean, he really did say that in the testimony. He did. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Hold on. Since we got a little bit of, since they're having a sidebar, real quick, sidebar, we have got to take a look at this here real quick. First of all, I'm just saying real quick. Whoa. No. No. Hold on. Now, I need you to close your eyes and think of the girl in the green dress, right? The girl in the green dress. And then, oh, geez, come on. And then I want you to close your eyes real quick and then open your eyes now. Didn't she kind of look like that? Right there. The girl in the green dress that was winking and smiling. Right? Didn't she kind of remind you of this? Just a little bit. Yeah, exactly. I was like,
that last
yeah.
answer, I think, as I said, was stricken.
Just so you know. Okay, let's continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Never a dull moment here, guys.
Now, you were asked about trying to do
a little
collateral
bit.
interviews with the defendant's family, correct?
Yes.
And you had requested of our office to make arrangements to interview the defendant's parents and her sister, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that an email was sent to, were you aware that a phone message was left for Paula Musgrove asking if she and her husband would be willing to meet with you on June 11th, 2026, and that they did not return the call?
That's my understanding.
And are you aware that an email was sent to Allison Ozga, the defendant's sister, requesting that she meet with you?
Me too,
and her
Copper.
response to that email was, I am awaiting a response from Kevin advising me on participating in Dr. Saftoff's assessment. I will respond once I speak to him. Were you aware of that?
That was my understanding.
And were you aware that she did not respond after that?
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
You weren't
Okay.
aware that Kevin was on a month-long federal trial during that period of time either, were you? That'd be me.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Can you repeat it?
You could say, maybe get a little closer to the microphone. I had problems.
Aware, sir, that during the time that Ozga, her sister, said she's waiting to hear from Kevin, and I'm the Kevin, that I was on trial on a month-long federal case out of my office. You didn't know that, did you?
I did not know that.
Did you ever think to call me directly or at my secretary, my office manager, to ask about me reaching out to these people?
No.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you can get off the stand. Wow. Okay. So what's happening next? What's going to happen next? We got a few things to discuss before
All right, Attorney
before
Sprague.
we adjourn for the court day.
So members of the jury, the Commonwealth has now rested their rebuttal case. So you have the evidence. All right. And so at this point, what I'm going to do is excuse you till tomorrow morning. All right.
And it's on and
tomorrow
popping.
morning, you should be ready. We're going to have closing arguments and legal instructions in the morning. And then the jury will begin deliberating. All right. So that's tomorrow. So I would suggest go home, rest up, and be ready for tomorrow. And so you now have heard all the evidence. For the first time, I can say that you've heard all the evidence. But You haven't heard the arguments from the attorneys. You haven't even heard, like I said before, the law that you're to apply. So you still have to keep an open mind. All right. So those instructions that I gave you for the last 4 or 5 weeks, they're doubled down today. All right. Don't read anything. Don't talk about this. Don't watch anything. Don't discuss this with anyone. And keep an open mind. All right. Come this far with that open mind. Bring it with you tomorrow. All right. And so get a good night's sleep. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And we will get as soon as we can. Sometimes there's a little delay when we get to this next section. So we'll try and get you out here as soon as we can tomorrow morning. But if there's a little bit of a delay, as you probably already know, it's probably on me, right? But we'll try and get you out here as soon as we can, get you right back into this. So again, thank you so much for all your work, all your commitment, all your dedication. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Interesting stuff today.
All right, please.
Interesting stuff today. Hold on. I'm sure there's going to be some commentary. Of course, we're not done yet, so don't leave yet, guys. We still got a few things we're going to discuss here. There's a few things that happened yesterday outside of the courthouse. I'm sure there's going to be some stuff that's going to happen outside of the courthouse today while we're covering, and discussing a few things. We're not done yet. I do think that prosecution, from what I've gathered and from what I've heard from other law tubers and from what I've seen in this trial as well, I mean, it seems like they're a bit petty. Let's just be real. And maybe they feel, and they feel some type of way about this. Let's be real. Let's just be completely honest. Big Red definitely has a dog in the fight for this situation. He was fighting tooth and nail. Hold on.
Conference. Before you leave, I have that draft so you could to impose on your lunch hour. You could be looking at my instructions. With that, Mr. Reddington.
Yes, Your Honor. I know it's not crafted by learned hand, but nevertheless, I did file a motion for required finding that I have to renew. So I'm renewing it and waive argument.
Okay.
We'd object to the motion.
All right. The motion at this point is denied. All right. And so we will be in recess till 2:30. And if council can just wait, and I'll get those copies. I should have brought them out with me. They're in my lobby. And then we'll be in recess. All right. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Court, all right.
Finally. Hold on. Finally, we are here, everybody. Tomorrow is closing arguments. Yeah, y'all. The moment that a lot of that everybody's waiting for are closing arguments, and of course the verdict. Obviously, that's the main thing that everybody's waiting for. But I think tomorrow is going to be a very, very, very eye-opening and very revealing day. Okay, I'm very much looking forward to it because I really want to hear what defense is going to present. I mean, obviously they've been presenting a lot. Prosecution presented a lot as well. Let's not forget that too. But one thing is for sure, I just want to hear how they break this down. How Big Red breaks this down, right? And of course, I want to hear what prosecution has to say, how they break it down too. But I will be honest. People have been saying that they were playing dirty. Prosecution was playing dirty. But you can see defense was playing dirty too. I mean, come on now. Clearly, Big Red gives a damn and wants his client to be exonerated for these crimes. So let's take a listen to this really quick.
Lindsay Clancy is coming to a close. The mother of 3 stands accused of murdering her 3 children in January of 2023. And the prosecution's final rebuttal witness is on the stand for cross-examination. Dr. Sadhoff used to work for the FBI and school systems, and he is still on cross-examination.
Hold on, I got to pause this really quick. Bessie, I don't think we're going to have a verdict until Monday. Or Tuesday. I don't think that we're going to have a verdict on Friday. There's no way. I really don't see it. With all due respect, I mean, I just really don't see it. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's very, like, not even a slight, not even an iota of a chance of there being a verdict on Friday. Nah, I think there's going to be too many people arguing with each other. And it's got to be a unanimous decision, right? It's got to be unanimous, this verdict. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit longer than just, a day. They're going to have deliberations. They're going to have closing arguments tomorrow. God knows how long those arguments are going to be for, and then they're going to let them go. And here's the other thing, too. I will say this, okay? Yes, I did, Messy. We're going to talk about that in a second. But one thing I do want to make abundantly clear, and we also got to put in consideration for the jury as well. They may be just so tired they just want to get this done and over with and get the verdict so that they can go home and live their normal lives. Think about Diddy. Think about the Diddy trial, right? It was days and days and weeks of this long, drawn-out trial, and then it was a very short turnaround as far as the verdict goes. And I think a lot of the reason why the verdict was made or verdicts are made so quickly in a lot of these trials is because some of these trials last forever. We're on day 21 and we haven't, this channel has not covered all 21 days of this trial because it's a long ass mother loving trial. That's a long ass trial, right? So imagine the jury going in every single day for 21 days so far and being like, good God, I'm tired. I just want to be done so we can go home. I want to go back to my regular life. I got work to do. You see what I'm saying? I got work to do. I got life to live, etc. I think there is a possibility that there may be a quick turnaround, maybe, but I doubt it. I think that there's going to be people who are feeling like she did this with criminal intent, with malicious intent, and then there's going to be people who are going to be standing 10 toes down saying, no, this was indeed psychosis. So the question is going to be, that's on the table, did prosecution present a strong argument? Same question goes for the defense. Did they present a strong argument or no? Don't know. Just because you are passionate and chastising the witness or the person that's up on the stand doing their testimony and all that, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that the jury's walking away with, oh yeah, that was ill intent, or oh no, that was a psychosis situation. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's about the evidence that was presented in that trial. Now, real quick, I do want to talk about the what Messi asked, because it is a good question. And thank you so much for bringing that up. I don't know where it is. There it is. Okay, did you see the 2 mortal sin comments made by Commonwealth? Yes, 2. It was 2 different times. I didn't see the first time because the first time happened when we weren't covering the trial. Okay, but I saw the second one, and they lost their doggone minds over that stuff. Okay, it's crazy that they literally were saying that kind of stuff. So again, that's why I'm like, ooh, maybe prosecution is really dirty. Like when you talked about one of the attorneys wearing a bow, kind of like a middle finger to Lindsay Clancy. Damn, that's pretty crazy. But my question is, are they coaching? That's the thing I think all of us want to know. Are they coaching their witnesses? Because in one moment, they talked about Catholicism and how, self-deletion is a mortal sin, right? And talking about just Catholicism in general, right? And how that is a mortal sin. And then they brought it up again with Dr. Kirk, okay? Again, you can even see it. If you go roll back and watch that testimony again by Dr. Kirk, the first day he was on the stand, right before they abruptly adjourned for the day, you could tell he said, we can skip this slide, because he had a whole freaking PowerPoint presentation, for crying out loud, right? I get it. If you're getting paid $300 an hour, yeah, you better come in with the bells and whistles. But he tried to skip over that because I think he knew not to go down that route. But what did prosecution do? They said, nah, we're going to use that. No, let's not leave. No, let's not skip that. Let's continue. And so he continued. And then they brought up the whole mortal sin conversation all over again, which was a problem in the first round and a problem in the second time too. Of course, it's going to be a problem if they keep bringing that back up when this has nothing to do with faith and religion. So what happens? They adjourned for the day. Defense is demanding a mistrial because of that. It was overruled. Of course, it was denied. But again, it's crazy. Yes, it is wild work, JM. Okay, or Jay McCarthy. That is insane. So it does automatically make you wonder, are the witnesses getting coached by prosecution, by the state? That's not good. Now, I get it. They want to win. They want to take this woman down. They do not like what she did. Clearly. And of course, what she did is not likable at all. But are the prosecutors playing dirty? Are they bending the rules a little bit? Are they cheating? I don't know. But let's play a little bit of this. I got a few clips I want to share with you guys here too. So we're going to get into it. So let's rock and roll.
Betrayed her family by misleading her family. Remember saying that to this jury yesterday, sir?
Portrayed?
Betrayed is what you said.
No, I said portrayed.
So Lindsay portrayed and misled her family is what you said to the jury?
Yes.
How should she mislead her family?
Well, in text messages, for example, in the days prior to the event, her parents had visited over that weekend, and the communications that she was providing did not give a sense of her state of mind regarding suicidality.
You kidding me? They stayed up in their house to help them.
Sustained.
They stayed at the house, didn't they?
Yes.
Why did they stay at the house?
I'm sorry.
Why did they stay at the house?
They were visiting.
They were staying at the house. They weren't just visiting.
Objection.
Overall.
Sleep over?
As I understand.
Okay, as you understand. How long did they stay at the house and sleep over?
I think they came up for that weekend. They weren't there constantly.
No.
They came back and forth.
Back and forth. Well, they stayed about 4 days, 3 nights. They stayed continuously and stayed at the Clancy home. You knew that from your investigation, right?
Yes, that's my
yes?
recollection.
The answer is yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. So they're staying at the same time. You're telling this jury that she's sending text messages basically saying, I'm okay, I guess. Is that right?
Following their departure, there were the photographs that Lindsay Clancy sent to her mother.
She didn't send her mother photographs showing that she was smiling or happy with her family, did she?
I think there was a photograph of her and the children by the snowman.
No. Is that a bad thing to do that and send a picture of you with your kids making a snowman to your parents?
No, it's not, but it's terrible if they're dead later. Yeah. Everything's cool. Look at us. We're having a great time. Woo. Look at my kids. Oh my God, they're so cute making snow angels. And then they're dead. I'm sorry, but come on. I can see why somebody would say she, misled family members if days later kids are gone, making believe that everything's fine, everything's Gucci, everything is just coming up roses, and then suddenly these kids are dead and you're outside the house crippled. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Like, We got to call balls and strikes. So I get the question of him believing, hey, she misled family members. She portrayed and misled family members. Boom. Okay. So I don't know, but moving on.
No.
Is that something, in your opinion, Dr. Sadoff's opinion for the district attorney, that a person who is involved with postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, wouldn't take a picture of the snowman and their kids, send it to their mother?
7,000
Given
long
the prior
pause.
text that you showed to her mother in terms of being in terrible distress, that she was able to do that, that was not what happened when she sent the picture with her children, the snowman, and so did not raise concerns from the mother, as I understand.
Did you talk to the mother?
Pardon me?
Did you talk to the mother?
No, I tried to.
Did you review police reports or statements? You tried to? How'd you do that? What'd you do? Call her up and say, I want to talk to you?
No.
Did the district attorney call him up?
I asked Ms. Clancy who would be good for me to speak with, and she said her husband and her family.
Okay. So based on that, what did you do?
I contacted the district attorney, and I...
Which one? Which one of these two?
Ms. Sprague.
Ms. Sprague. Okay. You spoke to Jen Sprague, and what did you say to her?
Sprague.
Was it?
Attorney Sprague.
You spoke to Jen Sprague, and what did she tell you?
He don't give a damn. He don't. I want to react so badly during this whole thing, but I couldn't because I don't want to talk over all of it and pause it and everything because, it's live. Everybody's like at the edge of their seat with their popcorn, biting their nails, going like, what's Big Red about to say next? You know what I mean? But he don't give a damn about this prosecution. You see what just happened there? He's like, Jen Sprague. So you talk to Jen Sprague and she's like, Attorney Sprague. And he's like, you talk to Jenny Sprague. Moving on. Oh, you don't give a damn, baby. He don't give several damns. It's crazy. It's crazy.
He's Sprague.
She told me that she would reach out and attempt to see if I could interview Mr. Clancy and Ms. Clancy's family.
Okay. So did you do that? Did you reach out to her mother?
Did I reach out?
Yeah.
No.
And did someone tell you that she wouldn't speak to you?
Yes.
Oh.
And when was this, sir? About 2 months ago?
It would have been
Dear Lord.
probably June 5th.
This is August, right?
Pardon
This
me.
is August. We're in August right now, right?
Yes.
You called to speak to the mother in June, right? Yes? Come on.
Yes.
Yeah, no
Okay.
kidding. It's like,
And when you
Blah.
called the mother, did she say,
I did not call the mother.
Okay, so the
I did
answer
not
is you
call
did
the
not
mother.
call the mother. Who told you that you couldn't talk to the mother?
Ms. Sprague.
Attorney Sprague, please.
Right. Attorney Sprague.
Now, when attorney
this guy's woo, Big Red. Big Red, y'all.
Sprague called you and said you cannot talk to the mother, did it ever occur to you to reach out to me? You're being objective and all.
No.
Did you know, sir, that Lindsay had signed repeatedly every and any HIPAA form that was needed by the DA or other cops to get access to every single medical record that she had? Probably going back to when she was in grammar school. Did you know that?
I know she's been open to it, and she told me that she would like for me to speak with them.
Right. And she's been open to pretty much anything and everything that was asked of her as far as signing documents, getting medical records, doing interviews, videotaping, making appointments to talk to guys like Mac and Helbrun and you in Tewksbury Hospital, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
All of your investigation, sir, led up to the fact that you were going to meet with Lindsay 2 months ago, 2 months prior to our beginning this 5-week triple murder trial. Is that fair?
That's true.
And you told this jury that you wanted to establish a rapport with this kid?
Yes.
Do you think for 1 minute, when you're trying to put her in jail for her life, that she wants to talk to you and have a rapport?
Sustained. Next question.
Did you establish a rapport?
I believe so.
She was cooperative?
Yes.
She was polite?
Yes.
She was pleasant?
Yes. And I asked her at the end if there was any question that I had asked that made her feel uncomfortable, and she responded in a positive way.
The tension continues to rise there for this cross-examination, especially with the defense raising questions of whether or not
I mean, it's crazy that
prosecution suggested they were hiding Lindsay Clancy from these experts until recently. Let's get to our break and we'll pick it up.
I mean, that's pretty crazy to have something like that, to have those kind of allegations out there, to be just holding off on the experts until the very last minute, is just diabolical, if you ask me. And that just shows, I mean, if that is true, okay, the allegations, if those allegations are correct, then that shows how diabolical and how dirty that prosecution was or is, because we're still in the trial, right? But that is pretty insane that you got people, you got experts being held in a way, right? And the other thing too is here's this, okay? Like, I mean, obviously they did their examination, and if you realize, all of them by a landslide said that she did this with criminal intent. Did we expect anything otherwise? I don't know. But here's the thing. Just to be completely honest, as this thing is like ticking away before the show like turns back on, but I do want to point this out. I mean, I do think it's very interesting that you have. Actually, I'm just going to scoot it up a little bit. I do think it's very interesting that they're sitting there, like just looking on the side of what defense is saying right now. Oh, she sent photos and everything seemed to be fine and blah, blah, blah. So it shows proof. And I can see how they're saying that this is showing proof of some sort of, let's just say, showing proof of some sort of how this happened at the spur of the moment, that this was sporadic, right? This was a random moment, okay? And the thing is yeah, like the snowman was made the same day and all that. The phone call that she had with her husband, okay, or her then husband, Patrick, says a lot as well. I can see what the defense is trying to present, that this was a sporadic thing. This was not something that was pre-planned. But we hear from experts, from the expert witnesses, especially from Dr. Kirk, especially from him, basically saying, hey, that she had these ideations, she had these thoughts for a very long time, for several months before she actually did what she did, which could show premeditation, which could show that she had plans on doing this, and that maybe it came off as sporadic because she saw an opportunity to strike while the moment was present. The husband was gone to get stuff from CVS. He went to go get food. There was ample amount of time to do all the things that she wanted to get done. Now, I could see how the defense can sit there and go, look, she was showing him that everything was fine. She was sending text messages and images of the kids building snowmen and all that, giving off the vibe that she was fine. And then all of a sudden, randomly out of nowhere, boom, this voice tells her to do it. She does it. Then, less than an hour later, she's found outside, crippled in the snow from launching herself through a window, right? Okay. So with all that being said, the other side, prosecution, could easily sit there and say, well, wait a second. She planned these things out and she had these thoughts in her mind the entire time. All these ideations of no longer being here on this planet. And oh my God, the kids couldn't survive without her, so on and so forth, right? She couldn't leave. Okay. She could not leave these kids behind. So she had several months where she had those thoughts in her mind, the ideations, etc. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, okay, bye, honey. Don't forget to pick up the food from the restaurant down the street and get the CVS, get the prescriptions from CVS. Okay. Then what happens? She goes, this is what prosecution is basically trying to show, that he's gone. I could do it right now. No one's watching me. No one can stop me from doing anything. I could do it all right now. And then I can self-delete and everything will be fine. And then she does most of it, right? She does 3/4 of what she wanted to attempt, right? So again, I can see how prosecution's basically saying, yo, she thought about it. Maybe she didn't have it planned that she was going to do it that day, but the opportunity presented itself. So she struck while the iron was hot. Defense is basically saying voice, psychosis, she snapped. It was very spur of the moment. It was very impromptu. It was not planned out. She literally was following a voice and listening to this voice in her head as she did what she did. That's it. That's it. So again, it's very, very, very interesting. Let's pull this back a little bit and hear what's going on here.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. We are continuing to follow day 21 of testimony in that Massachusetts courtroom in the Lindsay Clancy case. The Massachusetts mother stands charged with the murders of her 3 children, Cora, Dawson, and Callan. Her defense says, though, this was not murder because she can't be held criminally responsible because she was experiencing postpartum psychosis at the time of these killings. So as this case comes to a close, we have the prosecution's final rebuttal witness on the stand, a forensic psychiatrist. Let's go back in. This psychiatrist is still fielding off cross-examination by defense attorney Kevin Reddington.
One of the things that you told the jury is that you felt that she was malingering or basically lying. I guess you were telling the jury, in your opinion, that she was making stuff up to make herself look like she's crazy when she killed the children. Is that what you told the jury?
I didn't use those words.
No, you're a little more finesse than I was. But nevertheless, sir, you're talking about malingering, right?
Yes, the statements about the auditory hallucination.
Yes. Excuse me.
Yes.
The answer is yes. You were talking about malingering is my question. Yes or no, right? That's all.
Yes.
Okay. And when you're talking about malingering, sir, basically that would be when a person finds it in their interest to basically exaggerate or lie
Fabricate
to an investigating psychiatrist, right?
Correct.
And that would be because it's in their interest, like I want to pretend that I'm crazy so a jury thinks I'm crazy and I don't have to pay for a crime. That would be in a criminal sense, right?
So in other words, a voice told me to do it. And so I did it. Never heard that male voice in my life until that day. And for 18 minutes, me and that person were the 1-on-1. And then after that, never heard this voice ever again. Could be malingering.
Yes.
Workman's comp cases, a guy gets hurt in the truck and then they end up having interviews by guys like you to make sure to see if in fact they're legitimately hurt for a workman's comp claim, right?
Yes.
Or a civil case, like an auto accident, right?
Yes.
And there are tests that can be administered to people to see, from a psychiatrist standpoint, whether or not there is objective indicia of the fact that the person is indeed malingering.
Yes.
And what are those tests?
Well, I'm not a neuropsychologist, but there's a test called the SIRS, also the TOMS test of memory. So there are certain tests that can be given by neuropsychologists to assess malingering about certain aspects, certain issues.
You've also heard, I imagine, of the MMPI, which is the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test, right?
Yes.
And that's one that has.
This dude is Perry Mason. I swear to God. he's having his Perry Mason moment. All right. He's not Matlock because he's not funny. You know what I mean? Like Matlock, a little goofy. You feel me? All right. This is Perry Mason. Okay. Just so you know. You know what I mean? Perry Mason in the flesh.
Different scales that you can examine to determine if somebody is lying or malingering or exaggerating or anything like that, right?
Correct.
And you know that Dr. Helbrun administered that very test to Lindsay about, 2 months before you got there, right?
Yes.
Which would be about 4 months from now, where we stand now, right?
Something like that.
And would you agree, sir, that even though it would have been perhaps better to actually meet with Lindsay within the first 6 months after the incident, or a year even, or maybe even 2 years, but nevertheless, it still has reliability and validity, does it not, when it's administered to her?
The MMPI does, yes.
Okay. And you know, sir, that she, in fact, had no impact on the scales at all, with the exception of likelihood of suicide.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Indicating that as far as that test that was administered to her by Dr. Helbrun did not have any evidence at all. This kid was lying, exaggerating, suppressing anything. She was being truthful, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
About the questions that were on the MMPI, yes.
And those questions, sir, pertain to personality traits, they pertain to her recollection, they pertain to all of the investigation that Helbrun was conducting, right?
No.
Okay. So, when the tests were administered and the results were provided, would you agree with me, yes or no, that specifically the test indicated that she was not malingering?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
You mentioned one of the other things that you were concerned. Oh, by the way, would you agree with me that Dr. Philip Resnick, as you indicated, is like a world-renowned person on filicide, or the killing of your children? He's also a person that is in the forefront pretty much worldwide on malingering, right?
Yes, he has written about that.
He's done more than write about it. He's basically given hundreds of lectures and many, many, many learned treatises, all about people that lie to psychiatrists to try to get away with something, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, sir, that Dr. Resnick examined Lindsay, and one of the first things that he did was determine whether or not, in his opinion, she was malingering, lying, suppressing, exaggerating, or doing anything like that, right?
Yes.
In his opinion, sir, when you read his report after all the testing or his examination, is that she was not lying to him at all. Isn't that right?
Yes.
One of the things that you referenced, sir, was you felt that Lindsay was lying about standing at the refrigerator and making chicken McNuggets or whatever, and carrots or peas or something. And you felt that that wasn't right because the child had already had a bowl and was eating, I think you told the jury, chicken nuggets and vegetables or something like that, right?
Green beans.
Green beans. Have you looked at the photographs?
Okay, let's hit a break, and when we come back, we are going.
All right. So, and again, we already talked about that a little bit. about the chicken McNuggets or the chicken nuggets, I'm sorry, and the green beans and all that. And I mean, obviously that says, I mean, that can be seen as if there was, that this was not planned, that there was no plan of doing this. But also it could show that there was a plan. Now, just rock with me for a second. That could also show that there was a plan. What if the whole thing was to be like, hey, everything's cool, everything's fine. Yes, I'm fine. Go to CVS. Go get the stuff for Cora. Go get the food from the restaurant. Go to CVS. Go to the restaurant. We gonna be fine. No, look, see how happy they are? They're doing great. We're all happy. And then as he's gone, she does her thing. You see what I'm saying? It's not like, I don't think it's just so, none of this is so black and white, right? There's so many different possibilities. There's so many different angles to this thing. It's frustrating, yes. But at the same time, it's still a possibility that as she is making snowmen with the kids and having a great time, sending photos and text messages, answering the phone calls from a phone call from Patrick and all that, she could literally have been like, I'm planning on making sure, I'm planning on getting this thing done. So I'm going to tell Patrick that everything is fine. I'm going to send text messages and photos to my mama saying, oh, look at what we made a snowman, making sure that everyone believes everything's fine so they don't come running back home trying to stop me from doing what I'm doing. You see what I'm saying? So, yes, this is complicated. This is a very complicated case. It's not as simple as one might think or one may believe. Hence the reason why there's such a divide going on. Speaking of that divide, let me show you. Is it here? Hold on. Let me make sure. First off, I just have to. This. Okay, like I said before, I just need to show this to you guys one more time. So there you go. You have her face, right? We all see it. We all know it now. We're all curious about who this girl in this in this green dress is, right? But now you can't unsee what I showed you before. You just can't. You really just can't. Sorry, not sorry. But now you see it, don't you? You see it now. You don't see it? Just one more time. Y'all don't see it? Because I do. Because I do. All right? One thing is for sure. I do want to play this too. Let's take a look at this. Forensic pathologist, or psychiatrist, I'm sorry, testified saying at the trial, saying that it was very unusual that voices she reported stopped, like that she was hearing, stopped after her children passed away. And she hasn't heard any of that since then.
What was very unusual was the fact that the voice stopped with the death of, or the strangling of her youngest son, Callan, and that she went upstairs and then proceeded to engage in behavior in an effort to kill herself, but that the voice had stopped.
The voice stopped after she took the lives of her kids. Let's not forget that. And she never heard those voices ever again, or that voice ever again. No one, she did not hear that voice she never heard that voice before. She ain't never heard that voice after. That's it. Okay? Not heard nothing after. That's a big deal. Okay, and that's very important to put in consideration. All right? But there is something I had, and now it's mother loving gone. Give me a second. I mean, this has caused quite the controversy and quite the discussion. People have been going in. People have been going in on this situation, understandably. But man, they are like how people on the right are saying this. They're saying like, oh, now it's just she's become an icon for feminism. This is not someone to put on the pedestal for any group, okay, for any political group or activist, okay. Like this is not the person that you want to be having on, as the poster child for postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis or how hard it is to be a mom. Like this is not the right person. I'm sorry. Okay. With all due respect, this is not the right person. But I do want to share a few things. Okay. Because people are out here, a lot of pink shirts. They're saying peace for her, peace for Lindsay Clancy. And I'm going to be real. Yes, I wish her peace, but I kind of don't at the same time. You want to know why? Because I am
A freaking savage. And what she did is wrong.
I said it. All right. I don't care. What she did was wrong. This is not somebody that you go, hey, sorry, just not sorry, not sorry. Like I said, how do you justify taking them? Nah, I'm just going to play this. Hold up.
We're here to send one message, and that message is that it should not take tragedy for people to start paying attention to mental health.
Young people, everyone should be kind to each other, not behind each other.
Being here is important because the Massachusetts system, healthcare system, failed Lindsay.
See, okay, let me say this really quick, okay? Her last name's Petito. That's interesting. R.I.P. Gabby. But here's the thing, okay? Can we talk about this? Can we be real for a second? Okay? Because see, you understand, like us as good people, because I believe all of us, that are in the chat for the most part, you know what I'm saying? I think all y'all are beautiful and brilliant, intelligent, good people, right? You don't even need to be intelligent, okay? You don't even need to be geniuses, okay? You just have to be a good person to get through in life and you'll do just fine, all right? Just be a good person. Now, I'm a good person, all right? I'm proud to say it, dagnabbit. It's not a bunch of bullshnish. That's true. I feel like I'm a good person, just like I believe y'all are good people. So you feel the tug of war that goes on in my brain, right? Because, of course, I'm thinking independently and critically for myself, right? And something like this, I'm not sitting here saying that you shouldn't be on the side of how the healthcare system is jacked up for women. Shoot, sorry, just saying this really quick. But the healthcare system is absolutely trash for black women, but we don't talk about that enough now, do we? Okay. Just letting you know. But moving on. Here's the thing, though. The healthcare system sucks, okay? It sucks donkey balls. And I think we all can agree on that. But is this the person to get behind on for this? Like I said, I give a damn about life. I give a damn about people. I love people, all people. I don't care what background you are. I give a damn about people because I got a heart, okay, that beats in my chest, and I love people. And I want people to live and have a happy life and all that. But this woman took the life of 3 children. Yes, I get the healthcare system is trash. The mental health care, system is is really bad too. But at the same time, she still ended up doing what she did. So why get behind this? Do you understand? Like, do you understand the tug of war that's going on in my head? Because I'm not sitting here saying that the healthcare system, like, there shouldn't be awareness on the healthcare system. Au contraire. There definitely needs to be a conversation about the healthcare system. It's trash. Why do you think you got a guy named Luigi going out into the streets and going braca, braca, braca on the CEO of the United Healthcare? Why? Because, let me just say that again, the healthcare system is trash. But didn't we already know that already? So why are we going ham sandwich right now for Lindsay Clancy? Here's something. There's a part of me that gets why people were so hardcore about freeing Luigi. But this right here, not her, but Lindsay Clancy, the Lindsay Clancy situation? Really? She needs to be freed? Three children gone. 3 of them. Oh, here's the other thing too. Did she not go out, call up organizations or, certain facilities, etc.? Did she not continually go and try to get some sort of professional help? I know it wasn't great, but she still tried. It wasn't like she just didn't do anything at all. Yes, the system went and threw pills at her and just said, just take something and figure it out. Okay, I get it. But the end result was out of her own hands. The end result is her taking the life of her own children. I'm sorry. Sure, the healthcare system is trash, but she's the poster child for that. Just like healthcare system is trash, Luigi became the poster child for trying to tear down the system when all he did was go over there and take the life of a CEO, when you know for a fact in a month later there's going to be another CEO that's taking his spot anyway, wiping down the blood off his chair and sitting right there in that CEO throne, who could even be more worse than Brian Thompson, that got his, that lost his life in the streets of New York by Luigi Mangione. I'm just saying, like, you understand the tug of war that I have in my head, because I give a damn about people, but I also know the truth here. I also know the end result, and the end result is those 3 beautiful kids. One was not even a year old yet. I don't know. Let me continue.
She reached out for help multiple times. She told them that she was having thoughts of harming her children and harming herself, and she was turned away countless times at countless locations.
Okay, and I get that. I fully get that. Truly, I do. But there's the other part, though, too. Okay? She was looking for help. She went. They were prescribing her, so on and so forth. Yes, the system failed her. Yes, it did. Okay? But still, y'all, I don't entirely believe the psychosis talk. Hold on. I'm getting a few things here. And hold on. I believe psychosis is real. I just don't know if I believe it over here with Lindsay Clancy. But still, I want to hear the closing arguments. I want to hear what happens here. But I'm not sitting here running around wearing a pink shirt trying to get justice for her. The people that the ones that I'm focused on are the kids. Period. And like I said, there's been these weird TikTok videos of women doing these videos about, like, you know, postpartum depression and all that. And like I said, there's nothing wrong with bringing awareness to it, right? But it's this whole, like, I stand with Lindsay Clancy. I'm sorry, guys. I can't wrap my mind around it. I'm sorry. You're talking about murder. Just like the same thing with Luigi. I get why people are like, you know, F the system and healthcare is crap, and I stand with Luigi, but still, Luigi took somebody's life. Doesn't matter if this person was a good person or a bad person, if he was working for, I don't know, a charitable organization and was a good guy, or if he was working for a healthcare, you know, working for the healthcare system and you know, health insurance and all that, and he was just a piece of trash. Does it mean that he deserves to be iced out in the middle of the street? No. Just like these kids don't deserve to be iced by their own mother. Period. But we're going to blame solely the healthcare system when it's her that did it? I'm sorry, guys. It's just very, very hard for me to wrap my mind around it. And yes, like I said, postpartum depression is very real. I have seen it with my own two eyes. It is very real. I believe that postpartum psychosis is very real. But at the same time, if somebody was bipolar, let's just say, and they ran out and did something terrible. I'm just talking about they had a mental break and they went out and they just murked a bunch of people. Not their own kids, just run out and just murking people, just for whatever, right? Taking the lives of these people. You're just going to sit there and say, oh, yeah, it was because he's bipolar. That's it? That's going to suffice? You think that's going to suffice for the families and the people that lost their loved ones that you happen to murk in the streets? I'm sorry. No. I'm sorry. It just doesn't work for me. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. I keep repeating, but I'm going to say it again. I believe that those psychosis and depression within the postpartum department, I do believe it's real. But there has to be some accountability for doing what you did. Let me also say this really quick before we take a look at this, because this has been going viral. People have been sharing this like crazy too. You can't sit there and tell me that that's the answer. Where's the justice for these kids? Where's the justice for those victims that lost their lives at the hand of somebody who snapped? Yep, and you're right. You're right, Messi. You ain't wrong. Every case is absolutely different. I want to remind you guys, and I'm glad you said that. And we do have to look at everything and what they present. And I can't wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow's closing arguments. You never know. It might change my mind completely. It'd be like, oh, I see that. I see that now. But I don't see that right now. I also want to point this out. Everything was fine. She had a voice in her head. Let's not forget, she acted out these things and she was there. She did not black out. She didn't check out. She remembers saying certain things and doing certain things, like telling her children to go with God as she was taking them out. That says something to me. And I'm sure that's going to say something to some of those jurors, if not all the jurors, when they're going in to deliberate. And I'm sure that's going to be something that prosecution presents. I don't care if they're playing dirty. I don't care if they're being petty. If they're coming in with facts and giving us the information, they're both playing. they're both getting scrappy in the fight. Okay. It's about how they present the closing arguments and how they end this trial. It's all about how they started and it's all about how they end as well. So we'll see what happens. Big Red might come through and straight just nuke just destroy it, completely obliterate his closing, or like completely obliterate the prosecution with his closing arguments. And I might be swayed. Okay? But I'm telling you right now, something about this just don't feel right. And that there's people out here trying to justify what this woman did. I can't. I just can't justify it. And you know what? I'll tell you this too. And this might shock everybody. I don't think the daddy did it. I don't think the husband did it. Nope, I do not. I know that's what a lot of people have been running with. But why would she remember saying and doing certain things? Sure, her memories are spotty and inconsistent, but she said in interviews, go with God. She remembers hearing this voice. She remembers for 18 minutes. That's a very specific number of a bracket of time, by the way, that she heard this voice. Never heard it before, never heard of it after 18 minutes. But for 18 minutes, this voice is saying, do it. Now's the time. Now's the time. Now's the time. Whilst this thing is saying, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, she's telling her kids, go with God as she's taking them out. She remembers all that stuff. She remembers going and doing certain things before, but like I said, it's blotches. It's little moments. Okay. But at the same time, she remembers doing those things. She remembers launching herself out the window. She remembers those things. She remembers being hurried, trying to get everything done so that Patrick either would see this monstrosity of a horrific crime scene or so that she wouldn't be stopped by Patrick. Those are all things that actually happened. So again, she remembers enough to say that she did it. She doesn't sit here and say she didn't do it. Mind you, that's important too. But let me get some of these super chats, and we got to play this video too here. Buddha the Rockstar, thank you so much for love. Question, do you believe the physicians are at all reasonable? Should they be free to practice bad medicine? You know what? Here's the thing. I think there's plenty of bad doctors out there in the world, just like there's plenty of bad lawyers out there. There's plenty of bad podcasters out there. There's plenty of bad, you know what I mean? But there's a lot of good ones out there too. So if you're speaking about what's going on pertaining to Lindsay Clancy, if there is malpractice going on, then yeah, they should be held accountable if there was some semblance of malpractice. And again, of course, their job is to do no harm. Their job is to help those that are in need. That's why the Hippocratic Oath exists in the first doggone place, right? So again, you would hope that whoever, psychiatrist, physician, that she approached would do everything they can to make sure that she was well or that she was okay. Now, if that's how this happened, I'm assuming some lawsuits are coming, okay? I guarantee you. And if there needs to be some sort of investigation into possible malpractice, then so be it. Because I'm not sitting here saying that she wasn't failed by the system. I agree about that. I do think that she was failed by the system. But I don't know if I believe this voice told me to do it. I think she snapped, yes. But you can't tell me it's because of a psychosis or because of postpartum psychosis. And that's just all it is. That this entity just took over and that's it. It's hard for me to wrap my mind around it right now. Just for right now, I can prep too. Thank you so much for love. I appreciate it. So many debates nowadays are marred by bullshit. Yeah, they are. It's kind of sad. You know, remember the whole Karen Reed situation? That was wild. That was a wild case, wasn't it? People were losing their damn minds so much that I even myself was like, I ain't covering that case because people were crazy. Actually, people were a-holes about that case for no reason. They did not have a dog in the fight. They just wanted to be right, or they just wanted to be online bullies. You know, it's sad in that way. And some of them, you know, some of these that, you know, take where there's one side versus the other side kind of thing, like Karen Reed is guilty or Karen Reed is not guilty, whatever. You know what I mean? People, I don't know why, but people want controversy all the damn time. You know what I mean? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Messi. So she didn't come up with the 18-minute number, and that number has been disputed, or that 18-minute number has been disputed. Thank you so much for that correction. I appreciate that. My bad. But still, like, you know, when it comes to that, I think it's really, it sounds like people are bored. You know what I'm saying? But that's the world that we live in. I mean, even with Brian Koberger, right? With the Idaho 4 murders. What happened with that? He's out here. He did it. There's no question that he did it. And there are people out here, even podcasters, that were willing to die on the hill on how it wasn't him. Remember the BS that they were coming out with? Oh, it was a neon Hyundai Elantra, or whatever the hell the car's called. You know, in the black and white, you know, the video, it's not his car, so on and so forth. Just a bunch of BS. When in actuality, it was his mother-loving car. Oh, that car that's scooting off, that's not his car. You know what I mean? So again, you know, I just think it's interesting. And I will say this. If it was disputed earlier on, they did mention it again. Just so you know. Okay, the 18 minutes. They did talk about that. We heard it from Dr. Kirk saying it with his own mouth just yesterday. Just so you know. Okay, so I'm listening to what was said in the last few days in the trial. So if there was something that was disputed last few weeks, they brought it up again yesterday. So just so you guys know. But moving on, okay? Let's take a look at this, okay? I think this is very interesting. Let's take a look at this.
Hi, Lindsay. I'm Dr. Sterling. I don't even know if you're allowed to watch videos like this, if someone can show it to you. I don't know. But I want you to know that I believe you. From my perspective as an OBGYN, I believe that you were over-functioning throughout your entire postpartum period. I am blown away by how hard you were working to get better, while also working as a mom. I've got 3 kids. Know how much work it is, even when you are mentally well. It's so hard to take care of 3 kids.
It's hard to take care of one, baby. Come on now. It is hard to take care of one. I'm going to be real. This part, I agree. Raising children ain't easy. It's hard, y'all. So you realize this is the reason why I talk about this tug of war, right? That's inside of me. Because, of course, I know what it's like. I mean, I'm not a woman, but I'm saying I know what it's like to raise a kid. I know what it's like to be a parent. I know what it's like to deal with the stresses of that. Now, obviously, I'm not a woman. I can't speak on behalf of women, okay? And what y'all do, you moms out there, I don't know how y'all do it, okay? It is tough out there, okay? It is tough. Y'all are going into war every mother-loving day. But at the same time, you're not taking the kids to the basement and taking their lives out. And you know, come on, parents. Come on, fam. Talk to me real quick. You mean to tell me there ain't days where you're like, oh, you just want to walk out the door? Here's the thing. What I'm saying right now ain't talking about killing your kids. Now, is it? There are days that you just want to take a good long walk. You know what I'm saying? With nobody. Nope. I don't want to talk. Nope. Don't want to talk. No, just take them. I don't want to talk to anybody. I just want to go take a walk. I just need to go soak in the bath. I just need to go, I don't know. I need to go sit on the toilet for 45 minutes as I scroll through TikToks and turn my brain off. You know what I'm saying? We all try to find ways to cope. Okay? But on some real stuff, come on now. None of these parents are going out and to their kids, they're not. Sure, there's days where you're like, and you want to go crazy. But you're not thinking about that. That's your life. Those are your pieces of art. Those are your works of art. Those are your little beauties. You don't think that stuff. Come on, y'all. Come on. So yes, you can relate that raising children is hard. Okay? Parenting ain't easy. You know what? He shouldn't have called it pimping ain't easy. It's parenting ain't easy. Okay? Straight up. That was a little throwback for you guys, all right? Okay? It's not easy, but you're not automatically thinking, ooh, let me take them down to the basement real quick. You see what I'm saying? There's some days that you're at wit's end. There are some days that you got to woosah. But you're still showing up every single day and showing your kids love. Because another day is going to be different. They all change. They all grow every single day. Right? You're not taking them in the basement, guys. If you get what I'm saying. Sorry. Not sorry.
Obviously, hindsight's 2020, but I don't know what else you could have done. You were far beyond what should be expected of a single individual. You have galvanized us women in a really powerful way. And I'm not quite ready to tell my story yet, but when I eventually do, it's going to be because you came first. And you showed all of us that we can be honest and we can be real about what we experience as mothers. So thank you. And, I hope that you're seeing our support because we believe you and we are proud of how hard you advocated and how hard you tried for yourself. And we know you miss those babies every day.
Okay. Wow. Okay, so let me just say this, all right? So I get the need of saying, hey, she tried everything she could to get better. That part, from what we're understanding, is true. All right. We're hearing that. She did everything. She was doing a lot. All right. Yes, the healthcare system, and the people around her failed her for sure. I even believe her husband failed her too. And maybe he just didn't take what she was saying very seriously. I even think the parents, her extended family, when she was talking to her parents and all that, I believe that too. But, that there was failure in there too. But she should not be the poster child for the struggles of postpartum depression or the struggles of postpartum psychosis. Because let alone this, I'm assuming, because I don't know this particular creator, this person who's talking right here, with all due respect, I don't know who this is. But you're talking about postpartum depression. I would assume. Sure, there's moments when you feel like you're going crazy, but I don't know. Like I said, this is just a very interesting situation. That's all. The struggle is real out here. I get it. I truly get it. But does it justify what she did? does it get her not guilty by reason of insanity? Because then any kid, or not any kid, any mother, shoot, any parent, any father could do this too. Because there's plenty of Mr. Moms out there too. There's plenty of single fathers out there too. Not sitting here saying that she was a single mother, but you get what I'm saying. There's plenty of single, dads who are playing the mother role, if that makes any sense, where the mom is out and she's doing the breadwinning role, right? So you mean to tell me if a dad goes and just goes off, takes their kids to the basement, if you get what I'm saying, he could sit there and say it's some sort of psychosis as well for being a parent? I don't know. All I'm saying is this is a very interesting situation. And I feel like this should be a very one-sided, not a very, but a close to one-sided thing. Everybody, there's plenty of outliers. There's plenty of people that want to take every case and look on the opposite side and want to root for the, like Diddy, like Diddy did all that stuff. He should be locked up. That's what I truly think. But there are people out there in the streets sitting there saying free Diddy. Diddy was a dirty man. Still is a dirty man. But you get what I'm saying, right? Some of these things that should be a landslide or should be just should be very obvious. There's always going to be something or someone that's going to be on the other side for the sake of being on the other side, But hold on real quick. I can prep too. Thank you so much for the love. I believe we all have our own personal hells we are living with and thoughts we'd never express aloud for fear of judgment. Absolutely. Absolutely. We all have our own levels of mental health issues. We all have our levels. Some are more severe than others, right? Some are very extremely minimal, but we all have varying degrees. We're all on the spectrum of mental health. We all are, right? Not everybody's having a perfect day every day, right? It just is what it is. And you're right. Not every day are we out here saying how we feel out loud. I just feel that with this, I don't know. She had enough, it seems like. Hit a wall and just snapped. Is that psychosis? Is it because of the healthcare system? Was she over-medicated? I don't know. But let's take a look at this. This is also something. People have been posting a lot of these things, sharing a lot of these things. Feminists meltdown and storms off. So why are so many women defending Lindsay Clancy? They've lost their minds. Obviously, this is just a post. I wanted to hear it, though. Hear the argument that's going on here. Let's take a listen.
They should be commended because they did.
I've had it with you.
Oh my God! They
And
should be
your
commended. They
sexism
didn't
and
kill their children.
misogyny.
She's a murderer. These women are
Okay,
cheering.
I'm done.
These are man-hating women that are standing outside. This is.
I wouldn't say they're man-hating women. Hold on. Hold on. I wouldn't say they're man-hating women, okay? I think that they're women that can relate to the struggles of going through postpartum depression and knowing that it's hard to be a mom. That's it. Especially if you are living in a world, and it's very rare, but where you live in a world where you are a single, let's just say a single earning household, right? Let's just say that, where the mom stays home. Let's just say the traditional breakdown. Father goes off to his 9 to 5. Mother stays home to take care of the children, right? To raise and nurture the children. That 9 to 5 is a long 9 to 5 for those mamas. That's facts. That's hard facts. Like I said, that's the reason why I say there's such a tug of war inside of me, right? And then here's the other thing too. Let me just also add this too. Just because, let's not forget the moms that are doing the 9 to 5 as well as the dad. But then the mom and dad go back home and the dad doesn't even do anything really much for after the 9 to 5 to help with the kids. It's the mom who's doing stuff, taking care of the kids, after their long ass 9 to 5 too. Let's not forget that too. That dynamic does exist. It's not the greatest dynamic, I'll tell you that, but that actually does exist. Okay. But as I go on, just speaking on the traditional breakdown, right? Where let's just say Patrick goes off to work, Lindsay stays home. I know she had a job, but I'm just saying, let's just think of that for a second. Being home with the kids is a lot. Being home with one kid is a lot. Imagine 3. It's a lot. We can all agree on that. It's tough. Okay. And I think that this is not a dig at men. It's not. They're talking about the healthcare system mainly and saying it's hard out here being a mom. And it is. I think it's hard out here to be a parent if the parents are co-parenting. You know what I'm saying? But yes, I think we can all understand. And I think the moms are relating to the struggles of being a mom, right? The struggles of motherhood. But some people are taking it to that whole other level and being like, oh, yeah, it's just a man-hating group of women wearing pink. No, it's not that. It's not that. Just because I don't agree with the entire angle that they're going with in regards to putting Lindsay Clancy on some sort of pedestal does not mean I can't understand it, right? But let's continue on.
That's what it's about. They think the husband did it. They're crazy. They've lost their mind.
That part is insane.
They're waving for a murderer.
Do you know why the woman is in a wheelchair? Did you even notice that she's
Couldn't care less. She's a murderer.
Because she
I mean, shoot.
jumped out the window after this
So
happened.
she should have. I'd have pushed her. They say that Lindsay was in psychosis. I think these women are suffering from psychosis. They've been watching too many true crime Netflix dramas. You know, this was a incredibly privileged woman, incredibly wealthy. She had a nanny, and she's still complaining that she needed help. She could not have got more help from the system that she already have received. This is a murderer who strangled her children one by one. One of the boys ran away and she chased him down and killed him.
Lori Watkins.
Woo, boy.
What you just said was absolutely disgusting.
Thank
and
you.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Thank you.
And you can hear that he's not. Okay.
Why? Because it's true.
You clearly don't care. So pipe down.
I don't care. And by the way, men watching this, if you have a woman sat next to you on the sofa who is defending this murderer, you got to think deeply about this. I've seen weddings.
So
of
we
people
need to have
talking
some
about
empathy.
this. Talk to your women and find out what are they thinking. They're defending this woman. It's
I don't think
insane.
anybody's defending what she did, but you can have empathy for what she went through and how she.
I know many women that this has happened to. No, they did not kill their children, but they also, what you failed to
Well,
mention.
they should be commended
quiet,
because they did.
please. I've had it with you.
Oh my God! They
And
should be
your
commended. They
sexism
didn't
and
kill their children.
misogyny.
She's a murderer.
I
These women
can't-
are cheering.
Oh, boy. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, the nannies part kind of throws me off a little bit too. I mean, shoot. You know? I mean, let me just be real. I mean, that's kind of the gut what he's saying, how he's talking is the gut reaction of a lot of people right now. Where it's just like, yo, she took the kid's life. I don't understand what y'all tripping about. She took those kids' lives. She's a murderer. That's it. Boom, done. Where's the argument? Sure, you can sit there and say, oh, she lost her marbles, but still at the end of the day, she took the life of those kids. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. The other part where he's talking about like, oh, you know, these man-hating women and blah, blah, blah. He's just being bombastic for the sake of being bombastic. I don't side with that. Okay. Yes, there has been a theory of them saying that Patrick did it. You see what I'm saying? Like Patrick's the one who did it and all that. I don't see it. I don't see it, y'all. I know that probably pisses some of y'all off, but I don't see it, baby. Okay. And so I've seen the TikToks, trust and believe. I have seen the damn TikToks. Okay. And those TikToks, wow. There's one where there's a doll. They're doing it with dolls, breaking down the timeline and how Patrick could have done it. I don't think he did it, guys. And no, I'm not sitting here trying to side on the side of men. I'm not. It's not that at all. I'm siding on the side of getting justice for these kids, period. But again, you know, you got people out here that are just, man, it's just, let me get this here really quick. Okay. Messi, thank you so much for love. If someone goes to a bar and acid is put in their drink and they start hallucinating and they say, and they okay, everybody based on said hallucinations, are they responsible? Okay, so when it comes to something like, I mean, that's a very interesting situation. They are still doing the act. Now, acid is one thing. Because here's the thing. Acid is something that's very mind altering and a very dangerous hallucinogenic, right? So again, that's something I feel like they would have to have a conversation. Now, if somebody slips something in his drink unknowingly, then no, he's not. Then I could see how they would say, okay, he was not responsible for said things, so on and so forth, because he was slipped that in his drink. But if he knowingly took that acid and then went off and killed some people or went off and destroyed, murked everybody in the doggone bar, he knew and he took it willingly, yeah, you are definitely responsible. But if you didn't know, no, you're not responsible. I mean, sure, there's, within the law and all that crap, right? So very good question. But at the same time, if you knowingly took a hit and then you're at the bar with people, so on and so forth, and then boom, you just suddenly have all these crazy thoughts and you act out on them, you're responsible, baby. But if you were slipped a Mickey, for lack of a better term, if you were unknowingly drugged with this stuff and then you lost your doggone mind and you don't know what's going on, that's another conversation. That's why I keep talking about that cannabis psychosis situation. She knew she took that hit. She smoked out of that bong and she still stabbed this dude 108 times, killing her own dog, getting tackled, breaking her own arm or getting her arm broken because these cops were trying to take her down. You got to be kidding me. She knew. She was smoking that weed, and that weed got her to go and lose her doggone mind. She knowingly consumed that stuff. Now, this woman, okay, Lindsay Clancy, been known that she was having issues. And I'm glad you asked this question. Thank you so much for this question, Messy. But she'd been known that she was having issues. She'd been known that she was having issues for months. Ideations, conversations, calling up hotlines, calling up organizations, calling up physicians, psychologists, psychiatrists, everybody, right? Doing everything she could to do what she could to make her get herself better. And this thing still happened. And it doesn't matter if they didn't treat her well or didn't give her the medications that she needed and all that stuff. She'd been known she had this issue. She'd been known that she was losing her mind and having these ideations, and she still did what she ended up doing. And suddenly out of nowhere, a voice that she's never heard before ever in her life. There's never been any voices of any kind in her mind until this fateful day, right at the moment that Patrick is off to go pick up CVS and takeout. This is the time. For 18 minutes, that's what's been said in the trial. It was mentioned just a day ago with Dr. Kirk, just so you know. He literally said 18 minutes. But anyway, moving on. With that 18 minutes, all she's hearing is a male voice saying, this is the time to do it. Now's the time to do it. I already know, mystery diva. A lot of theories have been going on saying, no, that was Patrick saying that in her head. Actually, Patrick was there the entire time. In fact, he was the one who was taking the life of the kids, and he was planning on taking her life too, but he decided to throw her out the window. He tried poisoning her, didn't work. So then he tried to, use a knife on her wrists. That didn't work. It wasn't happening fast enough for him, so he just ended up throwing her out the window. Sorry, guys, she did this. She did this. I think JLK put up a super chat. There it is. What up, JLK? What's up, man? Thank you so much. You see some men are calling off their weddings because of their support for what? Stop. Are you joking? Are you joking, JLK? Is that real? Have they really? Are men really calling off weddings? Stop. I'm looking this up. Are you lying to me? Because if you wasted my time, wait, I'm just asking. Man. What? That doesn't make any sense. Is that real? Before I even hit enter on this, is this real? You dead serious? Okay. Huh? What? This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Why would they do? Why? Is this for real? What? Hold on. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. This is from the Boston Globe, a post from the Boston Globe. So it's legit. Associated Press, sources from the Boston Globe and the Associated Press. So a man called off his wedding 2 weeks before the day. The reason was one sentence from his fiancée. She said she supports Lindsay Clancy. Okay. That's why. He didn't cancel because he's like, I'm standing in solidarity for Lindsay Clancy. No, he's like, no, she supports Lindsay Clancy. My future children are in trouble. Bye. That's basically what it is, it seems like to me. Clancy is the message. Well, we already know about who Lindsay Clancy is. Okay. He said he said to have told his fiance it was never about the opinion itself. So here it is. I'm breaking up with you over an opinion. I'm breaking up with you because that opinion showed me. Let me just blow this up for a little bit more. Say what? Let me repeat this again. It's a tweet or a text message. I'm sorry. So he said, what the hell? This is dumb. So in other words, the dude already had cold feet and was like, I don't know if she's the right woman. So he's like, please God, please Lord, please give me something. And then she said in a text, I support Lindsay Clancy. He's like, yes, thank you, Lord. You know what I mean? That's basically what this is. You don't see that? He was hoping and praying for a miracle. And he got it. He found an excuse. He got a way out. He needed an excuse, y'all. That is it. Long and short. Okay? But let's take a look at this. He says, I'm breaking up with you over an opinion. I'm breaking up with you because that opinion showed me a fundamental difference in our values. I can have compassion for someone struggling mentally without excusing what happened to those children. If I'm choosing someone to potentially be the mother of my kids, I need to trust their judgment completely, especially when it comes to protecting them. Diggity damn. Oh my God. Oh my God. What the hell's going on with this world? This is real. Wow. Like I said, he was trying to find an excuse, okay? He was trying to find an excuse. Because this woman said, I stand with Lindsay Clancy. So he's like, oh, you going to murder my kids too? Am I going to find my kids in the basement too? Nah, bro. I'm protecting my future children, okay? I'm protecting them. You got another thing coming. So that is wild. That is insane that's insane that's real. Hold on. Oh, dear Lord. Hold on. That's insane. I'm checking to see if there's more here. Yeah, everybody's reacting. Right now, a lot of people are talking about I don't know if that's Australia because the accent, but the debate that was going on between the male anchor and the female anchor about the whole situations. She's like, stop it, shut it, that kind of thing. People are sharing that like crazy. But yeah, this is just nuck and futs. Hold on. Hold on one second. Okay, there's something else going on. I gotta check out a little bit later because this is just nuts. Let's see. Oh, that's so funny that I mentioned Brian Coco, and there's something that just happened with Brian Coco. Breaking news, everybody. Breaking mother loving news. Oh, I thought we were done with this trash. I thought we were done with them, but guess what? Brian Koberger has been granted a new hearing in a battle to withdraw the guilty plea. Let us take a look at this, shall we? Oh, my Lord. This just came out. This is breaking news. Holy crap. Okay. Brian Koberger, I call him Coco. Okay. He has been granted a new hearing date as he battles to withdraw his guilty plea for taking the life of those 4 University of Idaho students. This is trash, y'all. If you ask me, this is mother-loving trash. But the convicted killer, 31, will enter a courtroom again next June. So it's a while from now. After he filed for post-conviction relief in Ada County District Court last month, claiming that he only accepted his plea deal because he was, quote-unquote, advised to lie by his legal counsel. Interesting. Advised to lie about what, baby? Advised to lie about what? So he has been appointed a new defense attorney, Gregory Rausch, and will have a status conference and evidentiary hearing next year. Okay, and this is what Judge Hippler, remember Hippler? Okay, Judge Hippler has said. So we already know he pled guilty to the murders of the 4 kids, okay, 4 college students. He accepted a plea deal last July, just before his trial was set to begin, and in turn escaped a potential DP, the full, the DP, all right, for callously taking their lives, okay, which was savage as all get out, all right. So he was sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms behind bars as part of his agreement. He has waived his right to appeal, but the twisted killer instead, filed a separate petition for post-conviction relief that is allowed under Idaho law and is not the same as a standard direct appeal. So my actual innocence is my truth, and the plea hinged on by false promises and blatant disinformation must be withdrawn, he said in a statement. He just looks the part now, doesn't he? Moving on, though, and may those 4 rest in peace. This is a waste of time, in my personal opinion, but I guess they're doing it again. He wants to run it back. So, if successful, the petition could allow him to withdraw his guilty plea and send the case back to trial, potentially putting the DP back on the mother-loving table. And if he loses, if they actually do say, okay, go ahead, let's run it back, okay, he could literally have the DP re-represented back on the mother-loving table. Can you believe it or not? Okay. His latest move came just days before a 3-part Netflix documentary series, which I have not seen yet. All right. I'm about to go watch the Micah Miller one tonight, just so y'all know. RIP to Micah Miller, and we still need justice for her. JP Miller, okay. She needed her medicine. She just didn't get her medicine. She needed her medicine bad. Yeah, we tried so hard to get in touch with her but she didn't have her medicine. She needed her medicine bad. She needed her medicine. She was in bad shape. Bad shape. Yeah, I've never done drugs before, but I've done a hot box. I think they called it a Dutch oven or something like that. But, she needed her medicine. And she didn't get her medicine on time. JP Miller, everybody. Moving on. So that's a documentary I'm checking out tonight, okay? Because I think it came out today. So of course, everybody else, of course, a lot of people, the family members and all that, have slammed his claims on saying, like, him trying to run it back, trying to remove his guilty plea so he can actually do another trial. Me, in my personal opinion, he did this. That's the reason why he is sitting there. That's the reason why he took the guilty plea. Period, point blank. There's no question about it, guys. This piece of trash should be locked up. In my personal opinion, should stay locked up. I'm sorry. There should be no reason for them to run this back. But at the same time, if they need to run it real quick for a quick little scrimmage to see what's going on, to make sure that they, cross the T's and dot the lowercase J's, then so be it, bro. Go ahead, homie. You still a crook. You still a monster. You still did this damn thing. But it's fine. You want a quick reminder? Just a quick little refresher of how much of a monster you are? One more again? Then run it back, baby. You still going to lose. And then they're going to put the DP back on the table. What's going to happen? Your ass about to get fried. Or you about to be right in front of a firing squad. Okay? Real talk. Any last words, Coco? Birthing hips. Brah! That's it. So go ahead. Run it back, baby. Go ahead. Hustle up, baby. Run it back. Because you're going to find yourself DED. Straight up. But moving on, let me get these super chats here really quick. I got a super chat here. Messi, thank you so much for the love. I'm genuinely happy for you all who have never experienced any of these types of things personally, or have a loved one that has experienced or lives with severe mental illness. I would agree with that too. Seriously. If you don't know it, I'm telling you right now, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. That's all I could say without, diving in too much. But here's the thing. Just because someone's, say, experiencing some sort of mental health issue, or, is saying certain opinions about this kind of case, like Lindsay Clancy, does not automatically mean that people don't understand it. You know what I mean? Or can't relate to it. What's wrong is wrong. What's right is right. You see what I'm saying? And so when it comes to that, I think there's a lot that needs to be discussed for sure. Mental health is a real thing. People need to take their family or their friends or whatever, their issues very seriously. I think they do. But murder's still murder, baby. Murder is still murder. I've witnessed some crazy stuff in my life. All right. Crazy stuff that had to do with mental health issues, things that weren't properly diagnosed, or things that weren't properly either worked on through therapy or things like that. I have witnessed those things in my life multitude of times. And so, I don't know. As someone who has experienced some of those things, a good portion of those things in my whole entire life, it is just tough to sit here and go, well, it was completely, it was ignored, or it's completely understandable. Here's the thing. And I'm like I said, I get it. The system did fail her. She was doing everything she could. They were throwing pills at her. I got a problem with the fact that they weren't, that pills were just thrown out, that pills were just thrown at her, and they're just trying to see what sticks and all that. And not everything is open and shut. Not every mental health issue is an open and shut situation. Like those who have ADHD or something of that sort, right? Sometimes taking, Adderall, Ritalin, or whatever the hell works for them. Sometimes it doesn't work at all. I'm just keeping it real, And then, what's sad is a lot of these people have to live their life getting pills thrown at them, trying to, regulate their attention, their attention span, right? But then it's the same thing of people who are going through anxiety, going through some sort of depression, mental health, of other types of mental health issues, okay? Mental health ailments that they have to be medicated for. A lot of times it is a situation where it's just like you're walking into an office and you're talking to a professional. And while you're talking to that professional, all they're doing is checking boxes or writing off of like in their little charts and all that. And they're like, well, if it's not working this way, then maybe we need to, throw that. You know what I mean? Let's instead of doing this substance, this prescription drug, let's try this one instead and see where it goes from there. Stop taking this one. Okay, you're gonna have to wean yourself off of that. And while you're weaning yourself off of that, I'm going to prescribe you this and go and get this and put this in your system. And it's weird like that. Instead of it just being like, let's talk about these things. Let's have a conversation, so on and so forth. I don't know. I just think it's interesting that a lot of times you just go into a room and you say, oh, yeah, I'm having a hard time keeping, focused on certain things. Oh, okay. Call me in the morning. Take 2 of these and call me in the morning. It's like, really? That's it? Okay. Or it's like, I'm having really, bad bouts of depression or really, bad ideations of this, that, and the other. And they're like, oh, really? Oh, okay. Take 2, call me in the morning. And it's like, wait a second, can we talk? Can we talk? Do you do that part too? Instead of just being like, oh, it's just, okay, so that substance, so that prescription's making you groggy. It's making you tired. Okay. See you later. Next. It's, you know what I'm saying? I feel like there's more to that than just throwing, prescriptions at people, especially those who are going through serious mental health issues. Just saying. I know some guys that walk into a room and they're out in 10 minutes. They barely even talk to their doctor. It's just, he gave me a new prescription on this specific, because of my, this issue. And I guess my body's getting used to the other medications. So we're starting with this new medication. Or it's like, oh, I'm going through, I'm gaining a lot of weight off of this antidepressant, and it's not good. And so he just gave me a different thing. He's giving me Lexapro now instead of, this other thing. You know what I mean? And it's like, damn, I barely even talk to my doctor. It's, how you doing? Okay. You having side effects? Yes or no? Okay. If you are, we'll change it up. If not, we'll keep you on that. We might up the dose a little bit. Okay. Up the milligrams a tiny bit. All right. Because it seems like you're getting a little bit, your body's getting accustomed to it. So we're going to up the dose a little bit. And so, we'll see you in about 3 months from now. Okay. There's no conversation about trying to get better. No therapy session. No, you know what I mean? It's just interesting. Like I said, it's just interesting how the medical system is, right? And remember, all they're trying to do is push drugs on you. They're licensed drug dealers. Sorry, but it's the truth. Those pharmaceuticals. I'm just saying, it's true. A hospital is basically a hotel for the sick. It's all about turning over those tables. Kind of like a restaurant. Turning over those beds. Kind of like a hotel. The more patients you have coming in and out of that hospital, the more money that hospital makes. You go to a psychiatrist or you go to a pain specialist, okay? Now apparently you got to go to a pain specialist to get your prescriptions if you're dealing with pain. Yeah, you can't just go to your GP, your general practitioner, and be like, oh, the sciatica, blah, blah, blah. The arthritis got arthritis. The doc, no, they can go, oh, the pain? Okay, I got to take you to a pain specialist. Now you got to go to that pain specialist, and then they're going, oh, okay, here's a script. Take 15 of these for the next month, and then we'll talk about them after you get done with this dose, and let me know how that goes. Band-Aids over bullet holes. Come on now. We all know that, though. We all know that. We all know that. So again, like I said, it's a very interesting, very, very interesting situation. This Lindsay Clancy situation. Let me see if there's. Let me check if there's anything more here, real quick. Let me just check something here, real quick. Yeah, we got to look at Big Red. Okay, Big Red had some things to say. We got to take a look at all this. Big Red ain't nothing to play with, man. He ain't playing, y'all. He ain't playing. And damn right, I would listen. Just because I don't entirely agree with everything, and I do think that she took these kids' lives. That's it. Okay, that's just me. Doesn't mean that I can't respect his fight. He got some fight in him, and I love it. I'd want him as a lawyer, wouldn't you?
I generally don't talk about how clients react to anything we put. It's you. Yes. Let me tell you something. Yes. I don't want to talk to you again. Why? Because you are a biased weasel. Not a...
Whoa. What? You are a biased weasel from Big Red. Okay? Big Red. So kiss a little longer, laugh a little longer, stay close a little longer with Big Red. Nobody remember this? That Big Red freshness lasts right through it. Your fresh breath goes on and on while you chew it. Say goodbye a little longer, make it last a little longer. Give your breath a long-lasting freshness with Big Red. Nobody remembers this at all? Nobody? Okay, that's fine. Big Red, everybody. Big Red.
Okay,
that's
you
ridiculous, Kevin.
Ridiculous?
Why? Yes.
Go read what you say about my case. Go read about that guy with the bald head yesterday.
That doctor
you said
yesterday,
that the jury was eating it up.
They were. You said outside he was a nice guy.
Stay away from me.
Kevin, you said outside that
Wrong
he was a
guy.
good guy.
Wrong guy.
Why?
I was talking about somebody else.
He was a good witness.
Stay away from me.
Kirk was a good witness, Kevin. You said it yourself.
Yeah. Yo, he passionate. He don't play. I appreciate the passion. I really do. I really, really do. The moment he said, he said Jen, Spog or Sprague. I don't remember the person's last name. The one of the prosecutors, and she's like attorney, and he just said, he's like, I don't give a damn. Her. You know what I mean? He didn't even call her attorney. He's like, F it. I don't need to call her attorney. We're gonna keep it moving. He don't care. He don't care. 0 Fs. Okay. Okay. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I have not seen this, but this is exactly what I'm talking about. The TikToks that have been going on like crazy, and it's basically the TikTok trend has been called "Same Lindsay." Okay, like same Lindsay, right? So same Lindsay is now trending on TikTok. When we're setting up cameras, holding their own children and crying while saying they're quote unquote just like the woman who did what she did to her 2 kids. Okay. This is a compilation of all that. Let's just take a look. I don't know if it is I don't know if there's like music, copywritten music, so I'm just gonna play it like 5 seconds of it before, you know what I mean? And if it is, we'll just mute it. Okay?
I'm completely overwhelmed trying to take care of the kids. I'm drowning every day. I feel guilty that I'm spending my family's money and not making any. I feel like I spend way too much. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
I'm terrified of Callan getting sick. He's a sick baby. A sick baby is miserable. He's sick now with a double ear infection. Clearly has a bellyache. It's miserable. I feel like the other kids are going to get him sick all winter long. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
I always feel strongly against sleep training. I feel like it's abusive to let the baby cry and not respond. But I made the decision. I did it with Cal.
I mean, I will say sleep training is a nightmare. I'm gonna be real. Sleep training is a freaking nightmare. All right. It is a nightmare. But it's a nightmare. But let's continue.
There's way too much crying. It's incredibly stressful. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
He's okay. He will be okay. It's not harmful in any way. The doctor said it was okay. Plenty of people sleep train their kids at that age. It's necessary as a third child, is what she wrote, right?
Correct.
I feel incredibly sad and guilty about not breastfeeding anymore. That was the one thing I could do to help his immune system, and I can tell he really doesn't like the formula. I'm very sad about this. I know at this time it's what I needed to do for my mental health. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
And then the statement started getting smaller and smaller as time went by. One occasion, it's like I'm desperate to get a mental break from taking care of everyone. My mind is trying to make something physically wrong with me. My mind never shuts off. It's constantly thinking of the next thing someone needs. I can't shut it off. I desperately want to go back to work, but now I don't know how I'm going to function, and it worries me. Wrote that, right?
Correct.
There were two pages that were blank that she didn't even write on. And then on the third entry, affirmations. She wrote affirmations. On November 22nd of 2022, I am calm. I will remain calm today. There is nothing that needs to be on my mind. The weight is lifted from my mind. I will sleep tonight.
Okay. So again, as you see in this video, it seems like, there are struggles, but that's the thing. Parenthood is tough. Who said parenthood is fire? Who said parenthood is fun? Parenthood is hard. Okay? Parenthood is hard. Okay? Shout out to all y'all who are even the single parents out here. I mean, I'm being real. It's mother loving hard. Okay? Yes, there's all those kinds of things that are going on in your head. Sure, if a mother is taking care of, if a mother is taking care of the kids more than the father is, for lack of a better term, if the father's doing his 9 to 5 and the mother's home taking care of the kids, right? Yes, it's 24/7 with the kids like that. It can be really, really difficult. It can be tough. It's hard. No one said parenting was easy. Okay. No one said it was a cakewalk or that it was supposed to be a cakewalk. It is hard. All right. But you go and you do the best you can to be the best parent you can be. Right. Every day is a roller coaster ride. It just is what it is. And there's always those neurotic thoughts that go on in your head nonstop. I get it. It's just, I don't know. I know. So like, here's the thing. Like, I understand the struggles, right? But for a fact, these women who are sharing these videos, they're not thinking about taking the lives of their kids. I'll tell you that.
Indicated further on into her.
There's another
travels.
video.
I am completely overwhelmed trying to take care of the kids. I'm drowning every day. I feel guilty that I'm spending my family's money and not making any. I feel like I spend way too much. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
I'm terrified of Callan getting sick. He's a sick baby. A sick baby is miserable. He's sick now with a double ear infection. Clearly has a bellyache. It's miserable. I feel like the other kids are going to get him sick all winter long. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
I always feel strongly against sleep training. I feel like it's abusive to let the baby cry and not respond. But I made the decision. I did it with Cal. It is way too much crying. It's incredibly stressful. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you guys get the idea, right? You get the idea. But at the end of the day, the struggles are real. But do you see them going out? And are they Lindsay Clancy? Do they have their kids in the basement? If that makes any sense, you get what I'm saying? So again, you know, part of me is like, okay, yeah, it's stressful. Okay. It's stressful. I would never diminish or you know, down talk what it's like, you know, what it's like for a mother to be a mother, right? Shoot, be a parent. It's not easy. It never was, it never will be. But that does not mean to me, oh, Lindsay Clancy is the poster child for this. There's so many other people out here. There's so many other people out here that you could use as inspiration. And she is not one, baby. I'm sorry. She is not one. There are plenty of other people that have talked about postpartum depression or talked about just the problems and the struggles of being a mom. Why aren't we putting them on a pedestal? Why her? Again, she felt bad. She felt stressed. All those things. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you know, I'm spending too much money, especially if I'm not bringing in the money. The child rearing issues, etc. I get all that, but at the end of the day, these kids are dead. These kids are dead now. I'm sorry, they're dead. I just don't understand how people are like, I feel the same. There's no. This is the wrong person to be sitting there and trying to side with. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. Like I said, I got a heart. I care for people. I understand the struggles. I'm fully aware of that. But this other part where it's like, we're just gonna hoist her on our shoulder. She's the wrong person. She's the wrong person, baby. She's the wrong person. She got 3 kids that are gone. You know what I'm saying? What about I don't know, anybody else who's raised a child and any other mom that's been out here that has gone through struggles of being a mom? Why can't y'all hoist them on your shoulders? Not a murderess? Because at the end of the day, I'm sorry, guys. If she's found not guilty by reason of insanity, she still took those kids' lives. She's still guilty for doing that. You see what I'm saying? She's still a murderess. Sorry, guys. Pick Michelle Obama. I don't know. Anybody else? Damn. I don't know who else got kids. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Any other woman that had popped out some kids. Shoot, what about the person that lives right down your street that got kids? How about her? Hoist her on your shoulders. How about any of these women that wearing pink right now? Okay, any of them. Good on you. Hoist them on your shoulders. Why her, man? Kids found in basement. Period. Kids found in basement. Gone. All 3. Child was 7 months old, if I got that correct. 7 months old. As young as 7. Gone. We gonna hoist her on a man, come on, man. Come on. This is outside the courthouse.
You'll ever have this many women in one place at one time who may understand all of us on a level that others don't. So.
See, that's the problem. I think a lot of people do understand. Okay? A lot of people do understand where the mental struggles and where they're coming from, but they got the wrong person that they're hoisting up. She is not an icon. She is not. Kids are dead because of her. Yeah, sure. You can sit there and say the system, blah, blah, blah. But she's the one who took those kids' lives. That's without question. That is without question. But of course, what's going to happen next? What do you think? Do you think that she is going to, how do you think tomorrow is going to go? Right? How do you think tomorrow's going to go? Tomorrow's going to be very interesting. I will tell you that. I'll just say that out loud. I'm very interested in seeing how prosecution presents their final arguments. And of course, same thing with defense. It'll be interesting. Yeah, that's the other part that's insane. Beautiful messy ball. Thank you so much. You do realize he worked from home. Yes, I do know that he worked from home. But again, still crazy. And again, that also, wait a second. I forgot to talk about that. Thank you so much for mentioning that and bringing that to my attention. I want to remind you this too. Let me just a quick remind. That would also show that if he was working from home, there was no actual opportunity for her to actually do this, to take the kids down to the basement, if you get what I'm saying. There was no real opportunity until this one moment where she had CVS, needed to get stuff picked up from CVS, and food, takeout food from the restaurant, right? That means he's gone. He's not inside the house. So she can't really do anything. Clearly, she wasn't going to do anything when he was there. And then she goes, baby, can you go, CVS and the stuff from the restaurant. Yeah, I'll go get it. No problem. He's gone for a little less than an hour, y'all. A little less than an hour. And she does all this stuff. So as much as they sit there and go, hey, as much as they sit there and say, hey, oh yeah, there was a spur of the moment. There was a spur in the moment which is what the defense is presenting right now. He's like, what, you think that she sent a photo, the snowman, and I don't have have it in chronological order. I'm just saying listing these things off really quick because I know somebody is going to be like, you got it all wrong, Pascal. You need to rewatch everything. Hold on. Let me just state off what they were talking about. Snowman, the text messages to the mom with the snowmen, having a great time and everything, right? The green beans and the nuggets, right? The chicken nuggets. Why would she go and do that if she was planning on murking them, right? But here's the thing. There was an opportunity when he left. There's still a possibility that whole thing could have been planned. Where she's like, hey, yeah, here's the stuff. I need stuff from CVS and the food from the restaurant. There's still a possibility that she planned this whole thing out, that this could have been a calculated attack, or that this was premeditation. That's the thing. The defense has to prove that this was a spur-of-the-moment situation and that she just straight up snapped. But here's the thing. Why didn't she snap any other time? Why did she snap right when Patrick leaves the house and then 18 minutes of roughly 18 minutes of a voice turns on in her brain, and suddenly she's saying, go with God, as she's taking these kids out. And then jumps out, then she does what she does to herself with the cocktail, to the knife, and to the window. And I'm using code words because I got to use these code words, okay? So clearly it would be up to the defense to try to show that this whole thing was a sporadic, spur-of-the-moment type of situation. But there's certain things that are underlying in this that show contradiction to that. Okay? There are people that are constantly in the house, meaning work from home, so on and so forth. It'd be very hard for her to be able to do what she wanted to do because Patrick would have gotten in the way. So then she runs off into he runs off to the CVS and picks up the food. Bang. She's like, perfect opportunity. Remember, the voice in her head that randomly showed up out of nowhere says, hey, by the way, this is the opportunity to do it right now. You only get one shot. Do it right now. Mom spaghetti, right? Now, some people could sit there and say she snapped and that's it. It was a sporadic, out of the blue situation. Some will sit there and say, no, she planned this out. She had Patrick go and get the stuff from CVS, get the food from the restaurant because she was going to do this. She planned this out and she planned on using an excuse like the malingering thing where she said, oh yeah, it was a male voice that told me to do it. And so I did it. And for around 18 minutes, this voice came into my head. And then now this voice doesn't exist anymore. Haven't heard this voice ever again. The voice is gone. Now, I'm telling you right now, it's going to be up to the jury to make a decision on whether or not she did this as a premeditated thing, that it was calculated, that she did this maliciously, or that she really did have psychosis and her brain snapped. You know, God knows what. Sleep depravity to anxiety to whatever medication that she had in her system at that time to whatever the heck it is, right? And I'm telling you right now, when you hear, for me, when you hear about the certain elements of she was never really ever alone in the house, you hear, hey, she is, he's going off to go and get the food and get the CVS, right? You have all that too. And that's the moment when she does all that she did. She had plenty of other opportunities, I'm sure, to do it. While Patrick's asleep, for Christ's sakes, while he's in the basement doing work, anything else, she had plenty of opportunities to do it whilst he was there. And she did not until he left to go to CVS and pick up the food. That's when she did what she did. The jury's going to sit there and go, well, she planned this out. Like I said, they're going to be arguing whether or not it was a planned out thing or not. To me, that tells me planned. That tells me a planned thing. And that maybe this voice that was in her head is a full-on fugazi. But like I said, we're going to see. You know what I mean? Let's see. You know what I mean? Ooh, let me see this. Messy, thank you so much. I see what you're saying, but if she's found straight guilty and goes to prison, then she's still in danger to herself and others. She'll be in danger to the people in prison rather than getting help. Well, you'd hope that she would be, you know, getting some sort of help while she's in prison. You see what I'm saying? Or maybe they send her to a very specific type of facility where they can, you know, tend to her and make sure she's taken care of and she's in the right spot. Maybe it's a maximum security type of psychiatric ward, or, you know, or maybe she's going to be sent to a specific wing of the prison. You see what I'm saying? To make sure she is okay. And yes, I know, Ella James, you're right. The mental health, there it is. The mental health, prison mental health care is extremely lacking, but at least she'd be away from all the bad. You see what I'm saying? Just saying. You know what I mean? It's possible, right? Let's see. Oh no, you good, Messy. You good. You know. Yeah, I think that too. I agree. Like I said, I think people just want to cause issues for the sake of causing issues. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think there are a lot of people that just want to stir the pot for the sake of being someone that's stirring the pot. I don't know. I just think it's really, really freaking dumb. You know what I mean? Yes, SoCal gal. See, that's the problem. Sending away your husband, sending your husband away, planning ahead of time is not a psychotic episode. It is not. So that is the thing that her attorney is going to have to fight and prove. That's the issue he's going to have. You see what I'm saying? He's going to have a hard time. That's why I'm saying, that's why this Monday, I thought it was closing arguments. So I was like, I want to see this. Because I've been hearing, man, the discussions I've had over the past like 2 weeks over this trial, and I wasn't covering this trial, but there was a lot of people in my life and a lot of people that I was just running into talking about this case, this trial. I was like, dang, I really want to see this closing arguments with the fam, because I think it's just going to be very, very fascinating, right? And but at the same time, it didn't happen on Monday. You know what I mean? They weren't done. I thought that they were done. And so I was like, oh, okay, F it. There's nothing else going on. Yeah, I know that there's the Keefe D trial, but at the same time, I'm like, this is at the tail end. Let me just share this with y'all. Let's watch this together. And then when it's done, we'll go into the Keefe D stuff again, you know, and discuss more with the Keefe D stuff. But, you know, it's just crazy. Hold on. I disagree with you. I disagree. You can definitely send away. You can definitely send away during a psychotic episode. But here's the thing. That's fine. But you got to remember, if she was having a psychotic episode and he's already known for Patrick, is already known for her being off, has already seen her be off, wouldn't he notice before he left? Wouldn't he be like, baby, you okay? No. We can DoorDash this stuff or something. Maybe I can have somebody else go pick it up for us or something. Or, hey, how about this? Why don't we all load in the car together and we go? You know what I mean? We'll go to CVS. We'll go to the restaurant. We'll just go pick up all that ish together. How about that? We got to get this food. And baby girl still needs her prescription, needs her medicine. So let's go and get it. I feel like he would have done something more. I don't think he would have been like, I'm getting out. Bye. You know what I mean? That's just me, though. Okay. Yeah, that's true, Melissa, too. I am kind of curious if he had an extramarital affair. I don't think he ran off for under an hour to go get it in with his side piece, but I do think that he was kind of like 1 foot out the door. You know what I mean? Maybe mentally. Shoot. They also say marriage isn't easy. Who said marriage was easy? So maybe, you know, they were going through some stuff. I don't know. You know what I mean? But no, I agree, Jess. She was not mentally incapacitated. They were smiling. She was the happiest he's ever seen her in a really long time. Now, that could have been a bipolar moment where she was having an extreme high, and he's like, oh, you happy today? The kids are happy. Everybody's happy. Everyone's smiling. You know what I'm saying? So he's thinking, oh, she's good. Okay, great. I'll be right back. And then he went to go get the stuff. But the thing is I don't think that he said, everybody good? She's like, we're great, baby. We're great. And he's like, okay, great. Okay, I'll be right back. He's like, bye, honey. And then, like, it just, you know what I mean? Like, nah, I think she planned this. Remember what Dr. Kirk said. And I understand we got to take a lot of what the experts said with a grain of salt. But one thing's for sure. Not only about the voice showing up and then being there for an extended period of time and then it disappeared and she had never heard that voice before or even after the murders. But here's the thing. You got to remember, she was she was very happy. The kids were happy. Everything was cool, but she was also thinking about taking her life and doing bad things to the kids several months before this too. That's according to Dr. Kirk. Okay? He said in his thing, he said, hey, he said himself that situation. Now I lost my train of thought. I'm reading your comments and it's throwing me off. So again, when it comes to Dr. Kirk, okay, he said that for several months, I had to get my train of thought back. He said for several months that she had these ideations of doing some bad things, right? That she had thoughts of doing bad things. Now, here's the thing. Sure, fine. He went and had brunch 2 days, just days prior for 2 hours. Okay. That doesn't mean that she didn't have those thoughts. That doesn't mean that maybe she said, F it. The next time he leaves, F him. Whatever the hell. You see what I'm saying? I mean, still, just because it didn't happen like the days before doesn't mean that she wasn't thinking about those things. You see what I'm saying? Leading up to what happened, right? When he left. Okay, so just because he went to brunch one day, maybe the thoughts didn't go in her mind at that time. Or maybe she was so angry at that time, she started plotting. You never know. Maybe she finally said, it's about to, okay, F it. I can't handle these kids anymore. I can't handle this life anymore. Maybe it triggered her when he went off to have brunch with some friends for 2 hours. Maybe that is what it was. I don't know. All I know is that she asked him to go pick up things from CVS and pick up food from the restaurant. And so he did. And during that time, he had plenty of time to do she had plenty of time to do some really, really bad stuff. And that's exactly what she did. No, I don't think it was a psychotic moment. I do not think that she just suddenly snapped out of nowhere. I think she planned this. That's what I think. I don't believe the voice in her head saying what she said. Okay? I'm just saying, if he went out and had brunch for 2 hours with his boys, and maybe the kids were a pain in the butt during those 2 hours, because trust me, 3 kids all crying or all acting up at the same time can be very triggering for even the most sound of mind person. So imagine having that happen. Maybe she's like, yo, she starts thinking about it. It triggers her. It turns back on the thoughts that she was having before. Maybe she's thinking, I'm not a good mom. Like we already heard in that soundbite, I'm not a good mom, or her diary entry, basically. I'm not a good mom. I'm this, that, and the third, right? Maybe it triggered her during that time. And she's like, well, if I'm not a good mom, boom, right? Yeah. I don't think this situation just showed up out of nowhere. I think this is something there's a lot of groundwork built leading up to this moment. And then the moment happened. I don't think that there is ideations, or no, I don't think that there is voices that were making her say or do anything. I think she did it. I think she snapped. She had enough. She wanted to get rid of everything. She wanted to rid herself of the responsibilities. She wanted to rid herself of the stress. She wanted to rid herself of the triggering moments. Whatever she was suffering, she wanted it over with. And so that's why, like, if you noticed, she was taking, she took pills, she took the knife, and then she leaped out of the window, right? All those things that she did was because and of course, taking the kids' lives too. She did all that as quickly as she could because she did not want to have him stop her from doing anything. If she wanted him to stop her, he would have been there. She waited for the time for him to leave. She had enough. She had enough. And maybe, the brunch pushed her over pushed her a little over the edge. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know, guys. Okay. Like I said, I don't know. All right. I have my theories. I have my thoughts. I have my opinions too. And I know everybody else does as well. But one thing is for sure. The timeline in which that moment happened does not make sense to me. It does not automatically tell me, oh yeah, that voice seems real. That psychosis moment is definitely legitimate. She definitely had her mind break. Nah. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think she literally had enough. She started planning these things out. She was already having a history of ideations before. Okay. Hold on, let me get the super chat. Amanda, thank you so much for the love. Tapering and adjusting is terrible. Known that from experience. So tape. Yes. There's also options as well as they can do a genetic testing to see all meds that can work well with your body chemistry. I didn't know that. That's good to know. That is very, very good to know. Wait a second. What afternoon's arguments? There's more? I thought they were done. Huh? I thought no. What? What? I didn't know that there was more. I swear. But it looks like they're back. What? I thought the arguments were tomorrow. What? What is this?
Is that on page 3, kind of Roman numeral 3?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Go ahead.
Says the defendant who lost in substantial capacity I have just described involuntarily intoxicated by prescription drugs. We would just ask that you add on the day of the offense to again just be clear to the jury that we're talking about her consumption or the
No, I'm not going to do that.
Medication on that day.
I'm not going to do these arguments here because honestly, they're just doing all the groundwork for tomorrow, what they can and can't say as far as jury instructions. And then, of course, as far as the ground rules go for the closing arguments. And I don't think anybody really wants to see all that. Maybe you guys want to watch that. By all means, you can. But I'm not going to do that. So, yeah. Because I thought that they were done for the day, honestly. But I think this is going to be the time that I'm going to wrap up because it's been 6.5 hours. So we are going to we're going to stop. We're going to end the show. But of course, I might be back on in a little while to talk about a multitude of things. Wait, hold on. Okay. Yeah. So, so I'm going to wrap up today. Okay. But if there's something that does pop off, of course, I will let you guys know. I will definitely let you guys know. Okay. Hold on. Let me check something here. All right. Yeah, I need to get some food and stretch these legs. So that is the show. I appreciate all y'all for being here. Really means a lot. Thank you so much for tuning in. Tomorrow's closing arguments. We will be here bright and early for all of that, of course. Okay, so please do me a favor. Hit that like button down below. Crush it, do it, do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. Please and thank you if you are watching on Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick. I'm on all of them, so make sure you hit that follow button. Do not forget to subscribe. Subscribe right here, man. Subscribe to this YouTube channel. That'd be greatly appreciated. Do not forget to hit that subscribe button over on my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Subscribe over there. Please and thank you. All right. Hit that notification bell on both platforms so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload. Okay? Hit that join button down below, become a member. Check out my Patreon. And of course, check out PascalMerch.com. Again, I may be back on in a little bit because I know that there's other breaking news. There's a lot of stuff that we got to talk about. So definitely we got to talk about that soon. Okay? So anyway, it is time to get going. Much love to you guys. Have a safe one. We'll be talking here very, very soon. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is the Pascal Show. Bye.